Bloodletting is when you literally know how much blood you can lose before you pass out. So what they'll do is cut themselves so deeply.
And then knock for help when it's ready.
Because he wanted to go to hospital. So we'd have to wait for him to stop. And he could be losing like 4 or 5 pints of blood. I mean, this was quite radical. All the hospitals agreed.
Let him pass out.
They were not going to give him any more blood. All of a sudden, I'm like, shit, what if he does die? The house is 2 doors down from his victim. And I've got to bail this guy.
To that address?
Yeah. And I just went, I can't do that. Even though it had been ordered by a Crown Court judge.
You're like, nope.
Yeah, and so I've been summoned by the same Crown Court judge. He's basically said that I have no authority to override a Crown Court judge's decision, and I need to attend court, and there is a likelihood that I will be spending some days in jail.
No!
This man is to be released immediately to the bail address that's been given. I was like, bite your tongue, bite your tongue. And then I was thinking, actually, it's worth going to jail for. So they'd made a plan to take ex-army staff hostage. So she put her arm in, trying to pull the staff out. They slammed the door on her arm. She broke her arm. These men weren't playing. They weren't playing at all. They were deemed likely to kill the 2 members of staff. And this went on for days. They were threatened to be beheaded. They were going to call the SAS in.
I had one called Squeak. I used to feed him a little squeaking one. It was called Big Balls because he had these bollocks like this. It was massive. He'd be walking along, his little balls would be dragging on this bloody big claw comes swooping down and took bollocks off. Just took
No.
I was heartbroken.
You see these little bollocks flying?
Yeah. Big bollocks. Next thing you know, I'm in the suicidal wash with this nutter looking over me. Get me out of here. She was driving me insane.
So I'm not joking. The cockroaches were like, they've been through some sort of radiation process. Hulk cockroaches.
You said they were Hulk. What do they look like?
They're like that. I don't even want to think about them. They're like, bleh.
We had a fumigation policy whereby you're in your cell, these masked men just come in and...
That explains a lot, guys.
Right, in for a treat today. We've got Holly, part 3, our first ever prison governor. You've seen the other 2 in the series and they've gone viral. And we classify Holly as definitely in the top 10 storytellers on our channel, on which we've interviewed almost 1,000 people. It is so gripping. I thought I knew a lot about prison, but wow, the stuff I learned. If you've not seen Wild Woman's parts 1 and 2, they are also on the channel. Check them out. I'll put the link in the description box. If you're not familiar with Wild Woman, she was my co-defendant in Arizona. She had over 100 felonies. She was facing hundreds of years. And she was number 2, according to the cops, in the crime family. Above Wildman even. She was considered that dangerous.
I wasn't, so I was making dinner, you know.
So Holly, huge thanks for coming back. You know, you've had loads of responses and on it, and I appreciate you like answering the comments and stuff. And then at the end of part 2, we left off with you were at the end of Manchester.
Yeah.
In that one, we talked about Dale Cregan.
Yes.
We talked about that the child killer.
Mark Bridger, yeah.
Part 1 was Purple Aki stories as well. But we are going to go back to Liverpool.
We are.
But was there stuff to finish in the Manchester one first?
Not really. The only thing that changed was, obviously I'd had my little boy. I was subject to some quite horrific bullying by the number 1 governor, who was eventually sacked, I think, or resigned. I think I've mentioned him before. So I just decided to put family first. I went part-time. And the only job I could do part-time was work with the NHS. So I was like a prison NHS liaison manager, which I really enjoyed because I was still doing a lot of the mental health stuff as well. But it was also like managing contracts, which, let's face it, is completely dull. So one day I could be dealing with, the worst of the worst. And then the next day I'm ticking boxes and, working on a computer for however long. But it was great. I worked 18 and a half hours a week. Can't complain. I say sadly, only due to the effect on my son, I divorced my husband. I split up with my husband. And all of a sudden, I was a single mum. Couldn't afford to live on 18 and a half hours a week wage. My ex-husband refused to give me any child support. Luckily, I had my own house and I'd always kept my own house. So I moved back in. But at this point, I was desperate. So I called in a few favours from Liverpool. So I know that I was well liked there previously. And I know that might seem unfair to people, but there genuinely was a vacancy there. And there was someone who wanted to go part-time. So I had I had a couple of options. So I was kind of put into the post on a temporary basis. They allowed me to go back full-time. So it was kind of a perfect fit, really.
Was Purple-Aki still there?
I think he came in, was he? I can't remember. Because I interacted with him that much, it all sort of melds into one. Probably, because he was always in and out.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, it sort of blurs because I've done like 2 tours of duty, let's call it, at Liverpool. It kind of all blends into one.
As an officer or as a governor?
As a governor, yeah.
Right.
Originally as what we call a principal officer.
Right.
So that's the highest rank in uniform.
What do they call him? Captain over there, don't you?
Yeah, and then I've made my way to governor. So came back to Liverpool as a full-time operational governor. And
what was your first big challenge?
Do you know what?
It's all a challenge, I guess.
It's Manchester was a very similar prison. I'd been to Liverpool before. I knew the ropes. I knew the people. The same people were there. And it was just like putting on a pair of comfy slippers. It was relatively easy. So my first posting, oh God. So there is a posting called Operations. And Operations is somewhere you go if you want to die of boredom, basically. So it's all very procedural based. It's all, who checks the checkers. It's like audit based. It's this, and that is not me. You can probably tell by meeting me, that I am a people person. But instead, I was in a little room dealing with facts and figures and analysis. So that was probably a challenge in terms of I thought I was literally going to die of boredom. I thought my brain was going to shrink and they'd find me one day in the office like a skeleton. So eventually they realised that my brain was shrinking. So they put me into offender management unit. So just to explain what offender management unit is, it's a really, really big department in the prison, and they deal with so if you've got a prisoner serving 4 years, you'll have sort of case manager, you'll have a probation officer, you'll have like a key worker, you'll have a sentence plan. So if you are targeted to do any rehabilitation programs, offender management manages that. They also manage public protection. So that is, we talked previously about sexual offenders and managing them and managing their risk. So we work with probation, fascinating because they present in prison as very low risk, but the risk is when they go outside. So we did a lot of work with the police. We did a lot of work with probation. I did personally a lot of child safeguarding, which I absolutely loved. That was I was still getting out and meeting with people, but I was also, working with social services, working with the gang element outside in Merseyside Police. So it was fascinating. And like I say, but I still had to do my duty governors. I still had to eat my egg sandwiches during dirty protests, and I would still have to go 14 hours a day without a wee. And it was just, so I still had that. So it was a real juxtaposition of the sort of procedure.
You still worked the yards and that? You still went on the yard? Oh, sorry.
I'd go onto the wings and things like that, but I obviously didn't have to do that kind of role. No. But I would help if I could help. I wasn't averse to unlocking prisoners and stuff like that. Because staff had this real thing about, particularly as a woman, if you're talking to someone dangerous, they stand in front. And I know it's dead protective. They stand in front of you and they want to protect you. And I'm a bit like, I don't need anyone to protect me. So I want to unlock the door. But also I think when you're dealing with violent prisoners, it's if you see a woman enter the cell first, I think that sort of brings, and unless they're really off it, I think that brings the situation down. If you're surrounded by 4 big burly men, they're automatically going to think you're going in there for a reason, or I'm going there.
Away, is it? The guards up straight away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're going to be expecting something to happen. So so I still do my duty governors, which is where always the chaos ensued. Excuse me.
Do you think that's why, like in America, they have, like in the women's prison, it's 90% men guards, male.
Wow.
There's hardly any female guards in the prisons in women. Do you think that's why, to make us intimidated? Do you think that's the reason behind it?
I don't know.
But it's majority male.
I'm absolutely shocked at that.
The warden was, she was female, obviously, Miss Bailey. She was lovely.
But what happened when prisoners need to be searched? So obviously when...
Well, they search you, they frisk you, They're allowed to frisk you. And we had to stand against, a metal fence while dogs sniffed our arses and flews. And they stood there and watched us all bend over while they sniffed us. We had our pants on, but it was still degrading to have your arse sniffed by a dog.
Oh my God, and can I just...
In the middle of a wreck it would be, they just come in with the dogs around the fence, just like that.
Can I ask you, and because I'm genuinely fascinated about sort of the prison system in America. I read a lot about
different.
it.
But from my view, it's totally different. So.
Yeah. I mean, you sort of heard what style's like, but I'm going to ask, are a lot of the women sort of traumatised and gone through a lot of sort of the...
A lot of them shouldn't be there.
Abuse and assault.
Yeah, a lot of them shouldn't. There's a lot of women... It's like a revolving door. They want you in that system, you can't get out. And if you've got no family support or help or money, you're back in that door again. You just can't get out. So
that must be really traumatising for the women that have had bad experiences with men.
A lot of them go in there pregnant. They have to give the babies off. Yeah. A lot of them get pregnant in there.
By the guards.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like I say, the majority are men, and the percent of them are mostly very young and new and naive to the job. So they're thrown into a cage of lions, really,
Yeah, and women can be quite devious and manipulative, can't they?
They're very manipulative women, I think. Devious. They are the sneaky women. We are the sneaky breed.
Yeah, definitely. Totally agree with that.
We have to be, It's survival, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
I find that fascinating.
They're very cunning, the women.
And how did this is going to turn into me interviewing now? I'm very sorry. I'm more interested in what you've got to say. So, how did they treat you? Were they respectful? Were they?
To a point, they were. Obviously, they have to
a professional boundary, unless they were getting someone pregnant, of course.
Well, but it's different. You don't really see all that going on. But it is. It's all kept hush hush, obviously.
God, I'm genuinely
One
shocked.
of them actually left and carried on writing to one of the inmates, and I think she left, and they ended up together. Because he ended up having to take the baby home.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
That's far more interesting than anything I've got to say.
I know a lot of them smuggle drugs in. That goes everywhere along the world. I think that's just because they're young and gullible. A lot of the officers and.
I'm just shocked because
it's mainly men.
I've talked about sort of in other podcasts and about male-female ratios and how there's a lot of people that don't believe men should work with women at all, and that men should work with men and women should work with women.
No, I think it should be mixed.
I do think
it should be mixed because there's a lot of men that you can get on with and talk to. They're not all like horrors, and it's just a different I don't know. Different dynamic,
I just think from an empathy perspective and a sort of, I know it's style, I would have no issue with if a woman was in distress. I mean, this is when we could still smoke as well. I'd go in a cell, I'd give her a cig,
you couldn't smoke, no.
and I'd put my arm around her and give her a hug, floods of tears. But that's the human side of it. That's the sort of...
See, they weren't allowed no human contact at all, even with each other. Weren't allowed human contact at all.
God. And was that the same for you, Sean?
Yeah. If you were caught hugging, you weren't allowed cell visiting either. Somebody in your cell, you get written up for that because you could be doing anything.
Yeah.
So you weren't allowed people in your cells. You weren't allowed human contact. If you were crying because somebody just died, you weren't allowed to give them a hug. You weren't allowed.
And then each security level is more restrictive.
Yeah.
So when you get to the top supermax, you don't even get out your cell.
You get nothing.
I mean, they come in the middle of the night and offer you the opportunity to go to the handball court. But everyone's asleep.
Everyone loves a game of handball.
Everyone's asleep.
A game of handball. Put you in a cage this big, that's your exercise.
They shackle you to go to the shower.
Yeah.
Every 3 days you're allowed a shower in the supermax. But you're talking about they're walking around cooking and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Americans can't believe when they hear this. They're like...
And they're allowed their own clothes. And,
I'll give you an example. Really at Liverpool, one of the biggest wings, I wing, could have 270 prisoners all out at the same time. You could have the whole prison. I mean, on association times, obviously all the wings were separated.
Yeah, it's like that over
so
there.
You could have 1,000 people out the cells all across the prison.
What security levels
yards,
that?
Though.
It's definitely different yards. But it's called a Cat B local, so it services the courts, but also takes sort of higher risk prisoners that don't. I mean, we had a lot of prisoners that were sort of touching on the Cat A area that got knocked back. It was predominantly, I would say, sort of gang-related people in there. And then we had a new healthcare unit built, and I'm not sure I mentioned this before. So we had an all-singing, all-dancing healthcare unit, which was going to service the needs of the physically disabled, because they had disabled cells, and people with genuine health. So if you had COPD or really bad diabetes and you needed monitoring all the time, that was the plan. Very quickly, as per Manchester, it turned into a psychiatric unit with maybe one disabled prisoner, and it was horrendous. And you started that bounce, and this is my experience in all the locals that I've worked with, the bounce between the psychiatric unit, and I call it a psychiatric unit, that it is technically a healthcare unit, but they do put people with mental health problems predominantly on there. And they just bounce from segregation to healthcare, to segregation to healthcare, and it just becomes this sort of turning circle because you can't manage the behaviour. And the behaviour is extreme.
Yes, some of them are, aren't they?
As we know.
Yeah.
Have you got any example stories?
Oh, well, I think I said on the last podcast that when I came back to Liverpool, I came back to my nemesis. Now, I'd had experience with him on my last tour of duty. I'm not going to name him. And I don't want to be disrespectful or rude to anyone, but he was a prime narcissist. And I believe, I didn't ever see his medical records, that he had antisocial personality disorder or something like that. He was definitely not wired right. But
he's a prisoner or
prisoner.
Right.
So I don't know if you've heard of bloodletting. Right, so I'll explain what bloodletting is.
I always learn new things from Holly.
Bloodletting.
So bloodletting has been going on since, they used to believe hundreds and hundreds of years ago that if you bloodlet, you got rid of diseases and things like that. However, in prison, and I never know how they do this, so bloodletting is when you literally know how much blood you can lose before you pass out. So what they'll do is cut themselves so deeply.
And then knock for help when it's ready to...
Well, this is the thing. You're not going to believe this. So this guy used to bloodlet all the time. then he'd ask for help because he wanted to go to hospital, because he wanted to the
medication.
It wasn't a drug, just the attention, and he was so snide and smart. No, he was just horrible, and he did it to disrupt things, and he did it to lock areas down. They did it to take, because if
it affects everybody, doesn't it? When one person does something, it affects everybody.
Well, you could have a whole wing locked down because the staff have to take him out. He wasn't particularly violent with staff, but he'd bloodlet.
It's the mess. So,
I would not send staff into a cell that was covered in blood. I just wouldn't. So we'd have to wait for him to stop, and he could be losing like 4 or 5 pints of blood. Yeah, so imagine how much that is. He'd press the bell, he'd stop, say, I'm ready to go out now. So we'd like stick.
How's he cutting himself? With what?
Razors, glass.
Razors, though?
Well, we give them razors. I know, probably. I bet you didn't get that in it.
We got it and we had to give it straight back. We had to sign for it and give it straight back.
Yeah.
Once a month, was it something like that?
Well, we had to shave, didn't we? So they would do razor call. They come, he's there, hands out your razors, signs your name, and you have to bring it back when you're finished.
Right. No, I mean, there was always razor blades flying around. There was always
little plastic things, weren't they?
Always glass flying around.
Our toothbrushes were this big, so you could make a weapon out of them. You couldn't even clean.
How could you clean your teeth? Yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
The back of your teeth you just not get clean, probably because you can't get your.
Well, that's what because they had cutlery as well. They'd sharpen the cutlery, and nothing was really accounted for. Razors were not accounted for. Yeah. Cutlery was not accounted for. You know, sometimes they'd smash something to get access to glass. But yeah, just going back to my friend, and I don't know whether it's me being paranoid, but he seemed to do it when I was on duty because we didn't like each other at all. And I made it quite clear that I didn't like him. And it got to the point where I just ignored him. He did it, and I'd just be like, I'm not even in, because he'd want the governor to come down and speak to him because he was special.
Like a spoiled child, really, get his own way.
Fuck off, I've got nothing, got absolutely nothing to say to you. So he went out to hospital. So this went on for months. And he was going out and getting blood transfusions. That's great, isn't it? So every time you lose your 3-4 pints of blood, it's absolutely fine because you just go to hospital and you get some more. And this was going on and on and on. And we were saying, is there nothing we can do here? And then he signed this sort of disclaimer thing to say he was going to refuse to alert us if he was going to pass out. And he wrote this sort of doctrine out that we could only treat him once he'd passed out.
Why does he get the rights to do that?
I don't know.
Why wasn't he put on suicide watch or something like that, 24/7, where he can't harm himself?
He had been, but we only had like limited amount of cells that we could do that with people, and because we knew he would stop at the point that he did it.
He should have been in a mental institution, shouldn't he, or somewhere where they could look after him. It wasn't the right place for him, was it?
I wouldn't say he was mentally ill. Some people argue that personality disorders, do make you mentally ill, and I have a personality disorder, but I can function. I can still feel empathy. I can feel compassion. He had nothing like that. I think he went to hospital once and he came back quite quickly, like a mental hospital, but he came back quite quickly because they couldn't stand him either. It was horrible. It was horrible.
There's nothing they can do, though, if they want to self-harm.
But then he was like, do not resuscitate. All this attention seeking, it was all just getting out of hand, and it was affecting the prison too much. It was affecting the other prisoners that had mental health issues because all our time was directed at him. So we had like a conference with the NHS and the NHS executives of the hospitals, because one hospital started saying, bugger off, we're not giving you, because someone that needs it is going without. So we started going to another hospital, and he went through that, and they said no. Then they went to the last hospital, and they had to keep, so you can't say, no, we're not treating you if it's a life or death. If he's passed out and he's going to bleed out, they've got to treat him. So we had a conference and all the hospitals agreed. I mean, this was quite radical. All the hospitals agreed.
Let him pass out.
They were not going to give him any more blood, which is you know, that was like, whoa. And all of a sudden I'm like, shit, what if he does die? It stopped like that. As soon as he found out.
Like a spoiled child.
Yeah, as soon as he found out that he wasn't going to get any more blood, his behaviour changed. And he stopped doing it.
It's like a child, they cry, get what they want, they cry more.
Well, that's it. The ones that
same.
shouted and barked the loudest got the most attention.
Yeah.
So I dealt with this man, and he was in for not very nice offences, but he was very up his own arse, thought he was cleverer than people, was very, you know, when you deal with someone like smarmy face all the time, the kind of face you just want to punch all the time.
Yeah.
Are you able to say what offences he was in for?
He was in for child offences.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So he couldn't survive on the normal wings.
I couldn't have done your job with that, with child.
I had to switch off. I'd said it before. I literally, I literally had to switch off.
I couldn't.
I
said to you was around the car, I couldn't do that job working with child offenders.
Well, that's why, going back to OMU, when I worked with public protection and child safeguarding, that's where I felt I was really making a difference.
Because you were helping the kids.
Yeah, and
I couldn't work with the people
because there were things going on, and I talked previously about networking and stuff like that. We also did a lot with domestic violence. So there was a woman would say take a restraining order out on a guy, and then she'd still be visiting, you know. And so we were contacting social services saying she's still in contact with him. He's still a risk to the children. Yeah, he's still a risk. So I'm not proud to say that we split up families, but I am proud to say that
families have to be split up though, don't you?
I actually had a hand
with the woman as well
in saving some kids and taking out quite a few actually, and taking them out of that environment. So I felt dead proud of the work I was doing in there.
Do you ever get forced into removing children that you don't think should be removed though?
No. I would say...
a case where you think...
No, because we work closely with social services.
Was it really high risk cases you work with?
So very high. So that if social services deem that that child needs to be taken away, you know that it's serious.
Right.
And we were able to give them, because we were listening to their phone calls as well. So the prisoner would be effing, I'm going to effing batter you when I get out of prison, and she's like, oh, please don't. And but to social services, she's saying, oh yeah, I've completely cut contact. I'm never going to see him again. I'm never going to let him back in the house. And we were saying, listen to this. This isn't true. So because social services want to keep families together, that is their main aim. But at the end of the day, their safety comes first. There were a lot of men, like I say, in for domestic violence. I used to very much enjoy dealing with the men for domestic violence issues.
Yeah, I'd enjoy that, I think.
Because one of the things we used to give was, we called it a home detention curfew. So to layperson, that means a tag. So you get released early. And I know that a lot of men were coming in. So the statistics say something like it takes 13 batterings or offences against a woman before she actually takes it to the police. And then they get shocking sentences, which is like 4 months. No work being able, no rehabilitation work to be done with them. They're going back to the same partner, et cetera, et cetera. So the only thing I could do is prevent these men from getting out. So they would come back in and in, the batter again, come back in, and I was known. So I used to do the tagging boards, and I had the power to say whether they went home or not. If you had an offence against a child or a woman, you wouldn't get out. And I got into some trouble for staying for that. But I said, just imagine the Sun newspaper headlines: prisoner released early, beats wife to death. And it has happened.
A lot.
Once they're released per se and they've gone. It's, as long as we've done all our things in terms of alerting police, social services, et cetera, we've done the right thing. So it just became known that I would never give anyone early release. And people saying, well, they're only low risk. And I'm like,
it ends up in a high risk though, doesn't it?
Yeah. they do it.
Are we
They
allowed
do
to
it.
drink our tea?
Yeah, they do it repeatedly.
If they call home and say, I'm going to batter you, isn't that a charge? Because that's evidence against them recorded.
Yeah, what we would do is we would take action in the prison. So we would say, sometimes they'd know their phone calls were being monitored. Sometimes we did covert monitoring. So covert monitoring was difficult for us to enforce sanctions in the prison because we want them to carry on saying what they're saying, so we can
catch them out.
Yeah, so we can give them enough rope to hang themselves. But if they knew they were being monitored and they did stuff like that, they would get a prison sanction. But also, police would be notified. Occasionally there'd be a threat from us or the police about threats to kill, witness intimidation, the like. We did mail as well. We read all the mail, all the people that were at risk. And it was fascinating. Like I say, I'm not power hungry at all, but when you feel like you're actually doing some really good work and you're protecting children, you're actually making a difference to these women. And I'd be on the phone to these women as well. Do I'd be speaking to them and say, stay strong, don't,
It's not easy for a lot of women, though, on that side. It's really not.
You so many people saying, why didn't you just leave?
I've said it myself and been in the same situation myself and wondered why I let it happen, because I was one of them. When you just walk away.
Just becomes normal.
It's just...
Doesn't it? And it's very...
It's hard for a lot of females. You can't... It's very hard for them to just walk away. Either they put in that way, it's in their mind all the time anyway. It's just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just in them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're used to it. It's like the norm. It's like their norm.
Like they're...
and there's others who are too terrified to leave, or they don't know how they're going to survive financially with their children without it. There's a lot to women taking all that.
The statistics also say that when a woman finally breaks off with her abuser, that is the highest risk time for either a very, very serious physical offence or murder. That is really, that's the trigger time.
So when you were listening to these calls and reading the letters then, did that sometimes result in Osmond warnings?
Yes.
In what warnings?
So if they find out someone's under threat to be murdered, say there's a police investigation, they have to tell you. They might be doing an undercover operation and learn.
If it was me, you'd have to say, look, we're in...
Yeah. Say they're doing an undercover operation and they hear someone saying they're going to kill you next week. The police have to come and tell you.
All right.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. You've not had any Osmond warnings yet then?
No, not recently, no.
No, so Osmond, very common at Liverpool, obviously because the sort of higher echelons of the sort of organised crime went to Manchester, but we very much had the soldiers, the foot soldiers. So these were the ones that, I don't really want to go into it because it's so harrowing. That little girl recently that was killed in Liverpool.
Oh my goodness, that is harrowing, isn't it?
So these are the people that the first one who was running away, the one who shot him, the people that were in the Audi that drove him away. These were the people that we were getting in Liverpool. So you can imagine the gang rivalries in Liverpool. We were just trying to manage. It was like a game of chess, trying to move people around to ensure that things didn't happen in prison. But very often, there'd be an Osmond warning, or we would do something called a gate arrest. So we'd work with the police because we knew the person was going to go out and...
So you rearrest them on the gate? Yeah.
They think they're getting out, and actually the police turn up and it's like... we've also had really mentally ill patients that have come to the end of their sentence and we can't find a bed for them anywhere. And we've carried people out of the prison.
So where do you put them?
I think we carried a naked woman out of style once, actually.
Naked?
I think we wrapped her up in a blanket and we had to carry her out of the gate.
Why, she didn't want to leave?
Yeah, but she couldn't stay. We can't legally hold her beyond her custody time. So, we had
to literally tape her out?
Yeah.
So where does she go?
That's shocking, that. You just put her out?
we couldn't get anywhere for him. And and the same happened with this guy.
That's why there's all these homeless people, isn't it?
Yeah,
on the
well,
streets,
that's it.
all these nutters on the... Sorry, don't mean nutters.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that, sorry, I do apologise.
And because this guy had been so problematic with his mental health, all the local shelters, all the housing associations had absolutely wiped their hands.
This isn't the blood letter, is it?
No, this is someone else. But he was nuts. And we rang the police and we were like, we need some help from you guys. Can you pick him up and take him to hospital for us? And they were like, no. He'll have to commit an offence first.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
I was like, oh my God, what are we going to do? So I think in the end, we, not as a prison escort because he's out of custody, we got in a taxi with him and took him to the hospital to triage him, to at least try and force it into a psychiatric hospital. But everyone had wiped the hands of it because he was so problematic. Everyone had wiped the hands of him. So, yeah, we were literally putting people out on the streets.
That's terrible, isn't it?
I was really concerned because this guy that I'm talking about, he had offended against women. And again, you're always looking at the sort of, and this is what I was saying to the police. I was like banging my head against the wall saying he's mentally disturbed. He's had his medication from the prison, but quite likely he's not going to get medication. No. He's not well enough to go to the doctors for himself, to look after himself. He's more than likely to go out and commit an offence against another woman.
They just basically said he's got to commit an offence, but he can get a roof on his head, so he's no choice, really.
I mean, he wasn't the nicest.
If you challenge that way anyway.
He wasn't the nicest of people because of his offence, but I think...
It's like, go out and commit a crime and give you the bed.
Yeah.
You know,
it was outrageous. I mean, how do you know? I didn't tell you the story about when I went to Crown Court, did I?
No,
I got threatened with the jail.
Why were you in Crown Court?
Okay, so this was going back to Manchester. But it's talking about the same kind of offenders. So we're going to take a couple of years step back, or maybe 18 months step back to Manchester, and when prisoners, so if you're on remand, a prisoner can get bail. That means they can go to either a bail hostel or they can go to a family member or somewhere that's safe. This guy, how a judge had deemed him low enough risk to be even bailed baffled me. So he was a late bail. So when you're a late bail, the governor, i.e. me, has to sign off his paperwork. And I arrived at reception, he sat there, and the staff pulled me to one side and they said, we've rang the address that he's going to. It's a friend of his, and she's got 2 small children in the house. And the house is 2 doors down from his victim. And I've got to bail this guy.
To that address?
Yeah. And I just went, I said, I can't do that. Now, I literally said, I cannot, in all conscience, with morality, release that prisoner.
You'd never forgive yourself, would you, if anything happens?
Yeah, exactly. Even though it had been ordered by a Crown Court judge.
You're like, nope.
Yeah, I thought I'd done anything wrong. I thought, well, so what if he gets it? He can claim 90 quid for a night in jail that he shouldn't have had, because that sometimes happens. The next day, a subpoena comes across for Governor Dalglish. I've been summoned by the same Crown Court judge, and he's basically said that I have no authority to override a Crown Court judge's decision, and I need to attend court, and there is a likelihood that I will be spending some days in jail.
Oh, no.
So talk about shit yourself. So don't get me wrong, my deputy governor and my governing governor were very supportive and said to me, yeah, you made the right decision. I'd rather pay out £90 than have someone go into a house and abuse a child. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? But I'd still gone against this Crown Court judge who I have my, when you talk about conspiracy theories and things like that, it's kind of, So this horrible old nasty crinkly grey-haired judge was stood, sat on his high horse, and I got sent in, and typical me, I can't keep my mouth shut because I thought, well, I can speak freely. I'm not a defendant or anything like that. You know, I'm just explaining. And he started off and he said, I would like you to explain, Miss Daglish, why you overrode, and he's shouting at me, so I'm not going to shout down the mic, why you overrode a Crown judge, me, my decision to give this man bail. And I said, well, actually, I gave all the reasons and he didn't give a shit. And at this point, so I'd been arguing back a little bit. So I got told to pipe down because he said, you will, if you carry on, you will go in the cells. And this
is a contempt of court or something like that.
Yeah, so something like that. And this creature, who we know, it was there's no other word for them, creatures. This creature was in the dock, all smarmy like that. And he said, on this occasion, Miss Daglish, I will allow you to return home. But this man is to be released immediately to the bail address that's been given. I was like, and you know when you're thinking...
It's heartbreaking though, isn't it?
Bite your tongue. And then I was thinking, actually, it's worth going to jail for. So I was just about to argue back. My deputy governor grabbed hold of me. And she's like, keep your mouth shut. But I was so outraged at him, thinking... Have you no consideration? Or I'm thinking, or do you two piss in the same pot? You know, that.
So let me just get this straight then. So that person was a convicted predator.
Yeah.
Going to a house with kids.
Well, he wasn't convicted yet because he was able to get bail. Yeah.
I see.
So
is it based on the presumption of innocence because he's not been convicted yet?
He had a previous history of doing it though.
Oh, so he was that. And the judge knew and he just... Oh.
But even if it's presumption of innocence, you still have to take into account that he's been charged for a reason. So that still forms the part of your decision in your risk management decision.
So if he's previously been convicted of it, he's a serial offender? Mm-hmm. And the judge didn't give a shit about the welfare of the kids?
No, he wanted to send me to jail.
You see it all the time where like they redone the crime after they've got out and they blame the social services, they blame this, not doing their jobs, why did they get released? So it happens
exactly,
all the time.
The blame will go somewhere. Yeah. And I thought...
Well, the blame should go down to the judge if he does anything.
But it wouldn't. It would go to me.
You know, the prisoner released it.
Released to offend public. Again.
They knew where they were releasing him
to. But he was so mean to me and... I felt sick with nerves when I first went in there because of the way he was speaking to me. But then my fiery side... No, and I was literally shaking. But then my fiery side kicked in and I'm explaining all my rational, moral decisions and he just shot me down.
Yeah. Was the people like watching you tell the court this and those people were disgusted by his decision?
They never told me because I didn't get a chance to speak to them. So the defence, the prosecution, everyone was there. There was no jury there.
And did he go? Did anything, or is he still in?
I don't know. Don't know, because he just went out. And sometimes you don't see them again. But that's not to say they don't come back in.
Or they're not reoffending. Of course.
And the jails are so big that they could be in and you'd never come across them. But I thought I did the right thing.
Are there a lot of judges like that?
There are certain judges that have certain bugbears. So there's a judge at Manchester whose daughter was killed by a drunk driver.
So he doesn't like drink driving.
Doesn't like drink drivers. There's another judge who's had a child addicted to drugs. So
it's against drugs.
So they're against drugs. So everyone was like, "Who's my judge going to be? I mean." They're supposed to be fair.
Well, they're supposed to be broad, aren't they? Across the table, aren't they? But they're not. They're like any human being, really, aren't they?
Yeah. But some of the worst experiences that I've had were in coroner's court.
What's coroner's court? So
when a prisoner dies in custody, so if anyone dies under like suspicious circumstances or taking their own life or anything like that, a coroner's court. So it's like it's pretty much like a trial, really. But what it is a fact-finding investigation. However, you have a coroner who has got certain powers. Often the coroner is medically trained and legally trained. You have Treasury solicitors who are defending the prison. So basically what happens, the coroner's court will seek to find fault or find good practice, but it was never good practice. And you could be on the stand for hours giving evidence.
Have you got an example of that then?
Yeah. Oh, God. So this was awful. I really got stitched up with this. So when I was pregnant, they put me in charge of a department called Equalities. And within Equalities, you dealt with people with disabilities. And we had this was before, bearing in mind, this is before I started at Wymot. So I didn't know anything about him. I'd been put into a job with no training, didn't know anything about the laws, the rules, or anything like that. I was about 8 months pregnant. I wasn't, I was just basically put as a figurehead. So unfortunately, this guy had really severe Asperger's or autism, I think he had, but he was very incontinent. He got sepsis and things like that. He had extreme learning difficulties, and just a very clear example of someone who shouldn't have been in a prison, because in a prison you do not have the scope to care for that, someone's 24 hours a day need. I can't even remember why he passed away. I don't think he took his own life. I think it was sort of a medical issue. It might have been a heart attack or something like that.
How old?
I was in his 50s. So I'd just been put in this role. And my line manager said, I'd never been to a coroner's court before, never. Didn't even know what they were, really, because I'd not been involved in them. And he said, there's a coroner's court tomorrow. Can you go? I went, well, I don't know the case. I need to read up. I need a file. I need to know the questions that I'm going to be asked. I don't know anything about the medical side of thing. Also, I'm heavily pregnant and I don't want to be standing on a stand for 6 hours. And he said, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So I got ordered to go to this coroner's court. And say I got ripped apart was an understatement. Why hadn't we followed this procedure? Why had we left this man in this state? Why hadn't the nurses? And I said, I can't answer for the nurses because the nurses work for the NHS, not me. Why hadn't you done this? Why hadn't you provided him with this? Why hadn't he been referred to a hospital? All these, a catalogue of failures. And I looked, and I like to talk about things I know, and I subsequently have gone on to do many other coroner's courts and been able to speak with knowledge. This, I just burbled my way through, and they kept asking questions. So I think the liability claim came from the family. So once a coroner's court is finished, the family, once fault has been found with the prison, the family can then claim. So the family have their own solicitor at the coroner's court. And the solicitor, I think the prison wanted to sack me because the prison service was like, because the sort of family solicitor was saying, well, do you think it's right he's left in nappy for 2 days? I was like, absolutely not. It's disgusting. It's a disgrace. What do you think should have happened? And I said, well, he should have had this. So basically, I dropped the prison in it at every single level.
Well, isn't it down to the nurses now who should be looking after him?
Yeah, it's a really confusing thing because you can bring nursing assistants in, but it costs a lot of money.
I guess you just keep passing the buck though down, don't
you? So and the prison and the NHS came in for a severe hammering on that one, but he did let me sit down, which was good because I was massive. I was out here. So the coroner was nice with me, but the family solicitor tore me apart, and I was completely unprepared. I was on the stand for hours. I was desperate for a wee.
I'm new to the job.
Yeah, I know, and I'm like, because that's one of the things they picked up, and they said, "How long have you been doing the job?"
Me best.
And I said, 3 weeks. And they said, and how long have you worked at Wymot? And I was like, about 18 months. So you weren't there when this person passed away? No.
See, they should have said
What
somebody-
improvements have you made? And I went, none, because I've only been there for 4 weeks, but I would have done this, this and this. But the other coroner's courts were people that had taken their own life, and that they're really, really difficult to do because you have a jury there, and the jury are tasked to find fault or good practice.
What was your most difficult one of them? When we wake up in the morning, we get out of bed and we start our day with Coro snacks. Coro is a healthy snacks brand focusing on bringing additive-free, natural ingredients to their customers with fair prices in bulk packaging. They have everything from nut butters to free from baking ingredients to cooking essentials and, of course, the snacks. And the energy balls are delicious.
They're my favourite, the salted pistachio.
Ooh.
Couldn't wait to have this morning.
Let's see what this one tastes like.
Cheers.
Cheers. So what makes Coro special in comparison to others? Their bulk packaging allow them to offer their customers high quality products at a fair price. For a 5% discount on Coro's products, use the code TRUECRIME with no space in between true and crime. The link to Coro's online shop is in the description box on YouTube. Thanks for supporting our sponsor. What was your most difficult one of them?
We had, again, it was at Manchester, and it was a guy who'd taken his own life. And
How?
by ligature.
It's the most common way, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Hanging.
And it went on for coroner's courts generally finish with that within a couple of days. So this guy was quite a high profile prisoner. Let's say he was in the sort of organised crime sort of group. So we were going to court on a daily basis because staff were being pulled apart, grilled on the stand, being pulled apart. And then because the public can attend, all his gangster mates turned up. So I'd be sat, squeezed in between, because it's like first come, first served on the seas. So I'd be squeezed in between these two who'd obviously just been released. And they're like, do you want to go out? Do you want to, look at my phone? You could take my phone number and da-da-da. So I was like, that wasn't the worst bit. But the worst bit is when we have prisoners that are actively suicidal. I can't remember if I explained the ACT document, but it's an observation document where we write any interactions that we have, or if they're self-harmed or anything like that. But it's a very procedural document.
That was Suicide Watch then?
Yeah.
And what's your Suicide Watch?
Well, it's someone basically they
sit.
Yeah, so they could be at the highest risk. So if you're at the highest risk, you're in a cell with a perspex door, and you have a member of staff on you 24 hours a day. So even
with the weird blanket.
the strip blankets we used to call them, that they can't tear apart.
It's the same over there. Yeah. You have somebody sitting outside your door.
Yeah. So they're the really high risk ones, but then there's ones that you might only interact with 4 or 5 times a day, and then there's ones that might not be considered, have not even expressed that to the staff, and they're the ones that come out of the blue. But this guy was known for sort of self-harming behaviours and suicidal ideation. So apart from being surrounded by gangsters that were turning up at the front of the court in Ferraris and things like that, and you're like, and I'm like, for a second I was like, am I in the right job here? But it was traumatizing to see staff. So this procedural document, if you had not ticked a certain box, you were ripped apart. Juries could ask questions, and seeing staff being grilled for 4 or 5 hours a day, and the frustration and the Treasury solicitor, it's like a court. Yeah. It's like a court, but it's so difficult to hear of all the mistakes that we've allegedly made, when actually sometimes there's nothing you can do. He didn't die because we didn't tick a box.
He died because he hung himself.
Yeah. He died at his own hands.
This is it. Most of the work in the prisons, it's mainly red tape and paperwork instead of having the one-on-one with the inmates. It's more, they've got to tick boxes.
Exactly.
Do all the checks and rather than have that one-on-one with the inmate where you can actually find out what's going on and stop something like that. You don't have that. You just got to go, they're acting so much today, they're doing this today. Rather than have that interaction.
And that's it. If you'd missed
that little window.
One thing. Yeah. So one of the things that used to be done at night time, and it was a fair point. So when they were observed at night time, that for years, the standard sentence was, say they'd been checked at midnight, appears asleep, appears asleep, appears asleep, appears asleep. Until it was like someone had appeared asleep for about 3 days and it turned out they were dead. Yeah. So it was like, how, and this is true, someone was dead in the cell for a couple of days and staff were just like shoving food in, thinking he was ill.
And they didn't see why he wasn't eating. No, he's not up for 3 days, we need medical law.
I think they just thought he was ill, getting over the flu or something. But in it's just, appears asleep. Well, so how do you know that they've not killed themselves? And it was a very good point. So at one point, we had to say, sleeping on right-hand side, torch shone in, breathing noted. Bollocks. You cannot see someone breathing in themselves with a little torch. So you'd go back 5 minutes later, and if they turned over, you'd think, right, they're still alive, but you still had to put your torch in. You still had to like that, and you're like, you could be there for 10 minutes, and you'd be like, mate, come here. Can you see them breathe? And at some points, it gets to a point where you're unlocking the door and going in and like shaking them awake, and they're like, piss off, or we're putting the main light on just to see if we can see them. Yeah. And we had, just going back to style, we had one woman that had to have, so the standard coloured sheets in prison are either like a manky brown, like a shit brown, or green. But we used to have a woman who had white sheets. So because she used to be under the sheets, she'd slice her arm and at least we could see the blood stains on the white sheet. So, it was because if you checked her at night, you couldn't see blood stains on normal sheets, but on white, you can shine a torch in and very clearly see the blood stain. So, yeah.
Was there any coroner's court situations where someone had been murdered in prison?
There have been, but I've not been involved in them. Prior to me joining Manchester, I think there'd been a double suicide. I think 2 people had made a suicide pact and died in prison together.
Was that a double hanging?
Yes, yeah. That's the main.
The toilet's the favourite way to go.
It's the easiest and the main way that people do it.
What is the way they do it then?
So it's literally you get a strip of anything. So you could rip some clothing apart. If you want to be really thin, they would twist it or they would plait it. So it's like really strong.
Like rope.
Yeah. So, and I could never get this. So there would sometimes be people hanging from the ceiling.
You'd throw off the balcony with us with sheets.
Yeah, there'd be people hanging off the bed. But what I couldn't ever understand is how... Because there weren't a lot of suspension hangings. I know that sounds weird, but you see in the movies, you see like someone climb up on a chair or something and like kick the chair away, they're done. And that's it. But in prison, they will hang themselves off something low level. So it might be like a bed. But I was thinking, but your natural urge to live, to breathe. So you've got to put the pressure on yourself, on your neck. There's a specific part of your neck that 3 seconds and you go unconscious. But I'm thinking, how can these people, and we're talking sitting down, it's just their body weight. Yeah. But surely after like a second or two, you'd be like, oh, I don't like that, and trying to take it off.
Automatically gasp for air, wouldn't you? You'd think anyway.
Yeah.
Well, in America, in Arizona, I don't know about all prisons, like a toilet on an airplane.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
So they put the sheet in there, round the neck and flush.
You're joking.
Yeah. That's
wow.
happened a few times. Or they'll jump off the balcony with the sheet tied to the balcony and drop.
Wow.
Did
down
you
the toilet because it's that fast.
That's
to drain.
that strong.
It's a very strong flush. So
Jesus.
once that flush is gone, there's no coming back because it just
Wow.
tightens the noose around the neck.
Wow.
Did you see our podcast with Neil Samuel where he talked about the crocodile roll off the bunk method?
No.
So they wrap it round and then
Yeah.
they just roll off the bunk and they're gone.
Off the top bunk.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Off
Yeah.
the top
Yeah.
bunk, it has to be though.
I do know there was a guy at Manchester that took his own life by drinking too much water.
Intentionally
Yeah,
drinking
you
too
drown
much
yourself.
water.
Yeah.
And did you have to deal with that one?
That was, I attended his coroner's court, but I wasn't there when he did it to himself. But to go to the coroner's court and hear all the details of, I mean, he was Polish, didn't speak English. So you can imagine someone with severe mental health issues.
Not being able to communicate as well.
Yeah, not being able to communicate, and they're mentally ill, and he'd been using drugs, and he was just all over the place. We're not, unless they're flooding their cell, we're not legally allowed to stop the water supply. And I can't remember how much he was drinking a day, but he basically just, there's a medical term for it, but basically just drowned himself by drinking so much water. And I don't think it's because he wanted to kill himself, because how would you know that it's such an odd thing. How would you know that drinking pints and pints and pints of water every single day would do that to you? So he must have just been so out of his head, just so mental, that he'd done this. But that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard of.
A lot of them gather up their medication as well.
I was just about to say that. I mean, overdoses are very popular.
Because it's so easy to ask for paracetamol every 2 minutes.
But we tend to catch those in time. We always used
It's only
to.
caught mine because I wouldn't wake up.
Yeah, it depends what meds you get given, doesn't it? That, you know,
I was on
that's
Seroquel.
right. But they try and keep. That's why you go get daily meds. That's why you're not allowed to keep medication.
I'm glad
in
they did
possession.
find me and did wake me up because I've got my kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the time, I was in county jail and I was looking at 100 odd years. My bond was $750,000 cash. I had no sense of any future. Never seen my kids again. So at the time,
Yeah.
my mindset was,
What's the
and I
point?
just hoarded tablets and hoarded them. And they kept giving me them.
Yeah.
Paracetamol with my Seroquels until I took a shitload.
Yeah.
I went to sleep. And they tried to wake me up. Next thing you know, I'm in suicidal wash with this nutter looking over me.
Did they
Get out of here!
Did they take?
Try again.
You had a cellmate in Suicide Watch?
Yeah.
Did they take to hospital and?
No, they just put me in this cell. I just woke up in this cell somewhere else in the building on
And
suicide watch.
You see,
But this other
we
mental
would have
person,
been like
there was
straight out
there
to
was somebody else in the room with me. I woke
No
up with
stomach pump or anything then?
No. I ended up vomiting on my own. I think I can't
vomited it
remember,
out.
to be honest. I slept.
Yeah,
I just slept. I remember sleeping and waking up and sleeping and waking up. And every time I woke up, there was this little mentally challenged person, as we call them, in the cell with me. I was locked up with another person.
Oh my word!
And she was bat out of hell, that one. She was crazy. So I'm banging on the door, get me the fuck out of here now. Because I won't kill myself, I'll kill this fucker. So needless to say, they got me out the cell because I was about to fucking bury her with her bed. She was driving me insane.
I don't,
You know what she was saying to me? She was crazy. You know, like crazy eyes off orange and new blood. She's a bit like her. Like,
see, we'd never do that.
And I woke up like that thinking, who the hell is this little person at me, you know?
We'd never do
Yeah.
that. Put.
And so they moved me to another cell and then I started like, I'm not going to kill myself. I just wanted to go to sleep. I had an headache.
Yeah.
I just wanted it to end. You know, I just wanted to sleep. So they ended up talking to me and I promised I wouldn't do anything again and they just let me back in the dorm. That was it.
You see, when someone at ours or any of the prisons I worked at would do that,
That was in county jail.
All these processes would kick in terms of mental health nurses, the healthcare.
They don't really care over there. It's all about this. Each prisoner, you get so much cash. It's all about the cash over there.
Yeah.
It is. They don't care. County jail.
I forgot,
The prison,
a lot of them
I do have to say on the prison side is completely different. But the jail Pio side it's a crime on its own. how that man's allowed to be a sheriff or whatever he is, I don't know. He should be locked up. He's disgrace.
I mean, I've seen some documentaries and stuff like that.
In the way the Tent City and the chain gang where you have to bury, it's awful.
It's like going back 100 years, isn't it?
It's awful. You're treated like animals, literally.
He brought the chain gangs back from 100 years ago.
Yeah, the chain gang's still going. Yeah. You have to march.
Did you have the men on horseback?
I didn't see. They do have them sometimes. Yeah, the desert but on the chain gang and that. Yeah.
Yeah, with shotguns.
Yeah.
I'd like that job, sorry. if I was going to be, one, because I love horses, and two, I've got a bit of an obsession with...
You have like the Men in Black type of people, what we call the Men in Black, like the SWAT teams coming in into your cells, raiding the prisons out the blue. Jeez. We used to get that all the time.
It's such
rip all your photographs. They didn't care about your stuff. They just rip everything and then go clean your room.
It's so weird.
Did you orchestrate that as a governor then? Did you order SWAT team raids on cells?
They were awful, them people.
What would tend to happen is a bank of intelligence. We'd wait till there's drugs or there's this.
No,
or
they
there's
just done it cause.
Sometimes we'd just do a cell search, or if it was, I'll give you an example. One guy had a weapon and he was going to come out on association and use it. We had this intelligence that he was going to use it on this specific person. But if you've got a weapon in your cell, we can't just unlock you without any protection because, he could come at us, he could have it concealed on him. So, we'd definitely send people.
You've got too much easy access to weapons. It's their own fault.
Yeah.
All that access that the prisoners have got to weapons.
I mean, it's
ridiculous. The men lost what they call the stinger because one used it as a weapon, didn't you? It was the stinger.
Stingers, yeah. It's like a heating filament.
It's like a little element with a plug and you put it in your coffee to make a cup of coffee. It is a weapon. I don't know why. You just it's a metal coil like that. You can kill somebody with it. Well, somebody did in the men's prison. They lost a stinger. The women went mad. We didn't lose ours.
Well, they've started now in prisons using a lot of plastic, like moulded plastic. So moulded plastic chairs, beds.
That's what it is over there
already. Clear TVs, so you can see all the work.
Well,
we're only just catching up with that now. But we definitely, there were days that every day you'd have someone in riot gear dealing with someone, or you'd have staff on standby. If there was someone, if our segregation unit was bouncing, you'd have staff we called kitted up all the time just to respond to whatever's going to happen in the day.
What was the most dangerous riot gear situation you had to administer?
I think I mentioned it in my first one about the guys that were pissed up on hooch. When there was 5 of them in the cell, and for every prisoner you need 3 staff. So you've got 5 prisoners, you've got, my maths is really rubbish, 15 staff, you've got backup staff, more backup staff.
Medical.
Medical staff there. You've got a confined space about the size of this room. You've got water on the floor. You've got a trash cell. They've got weapons. They've got sharpened broomsticks. It was utter chaos. And I went in, and it was smoke-filled as well. I don't know how that was. They must have set fire to something.
Did they have lighters?
Yeah.
My God.
They were allowed lighters at the time.
Oh, no.
And I just remember going in, it was like, not a foot, but maybe half a foot deep in water, because no one was coming out. That was the thing. So normally when you go in, if it's 3-on-1, you get them under control like that. Normally, or they surrender and you get them out. These guys were so off their heads, they weren't surrendering. So after about 5, I wasn't supposed to go in because I'm managing the incident. I'm like the one saying, right, you do this, you do this, you do this.
Delegate.
Yeah, delegating. But maybe the clock's ticking along and I'm thinking, no bugger's come out yet. What the fuck is going on in there? So I'm like, because you could see the door. It's difficult to explain. There was a door, a little alley, and then the main bit was round the corner where the toilets and all the beds were. So I'm like, I'm going to have to go in. I'd picked some really good staff as well, and they'd volunteered to stay on because this was happening late on. This was well after staff had gone off duty. or, so we'd kept some staff on, and they were like really good staff. And I'm thinking, why has no one come out yet? And I went in, and I must have said it before, it was a brawl, just bodies everywhere. It was, no one could get control of it, because when there's so many of them, even if you go into a cell with 2, a team will go, right, I'll take Mr. F and this team will take Mr. S. But when you've got 5, and it's like herding cats. So this went on and on and on, and everyone's piss wet through, and it's just, God knows what else was on the floor. And it was just like hand-to-hand combat. It was like an MMA event. I went in to see if I could help, and I retreated quickly and thought, I'll just stay at the delegation phase. Yeah. There was an occasion as well on H-wing, which was the drug users wing. So they'd go there to detox and stuff like that. And quite often you'd have rival gangs. And I was in my office, which it was at the top end of the wing, and the staff office was down the bottom. And we did used to have a problem at Liverpool with staff just sitting in the office, not doing what they should be doing. It's not exclusive to Liverpool. It's just, staff like the brews, and they like...
It's in any job, isn't it, really?
They like the brews and they like the breaks. So I can't remember if it's the cleaners, but there was quite a few... There must have been about 20 or 30 prisoners out. And I'm in my office, and I just assume staff are out doing what they should be doing. And I can hear this arguing, shouting, and all the rest of it. And it starts. So we call the ground floor the ones. So in different jails they call it the noughts or something. But our ground floor is the ones, and then you have 2s, 3s, 4s. So I could hear this commotion, which was very quickly turning into a fight on the 2s. So I came out, and I can see this mass. It started off 2, then it's like a street fight, then the mates start coming in, and I'm like, where the fuck are the staff? But I don't want this to escalate, and I just thought, I'm going to take a chance here. And I ran up to the 2s, and I got in the middle of all of them and just used my voice and literally said, unfortunately, I think because they respected me, I was like, get the fuck apart now. Go back to your cells. Like giving them a proper bollocking. They all went back to themselves. It was the fucking staff that got the bollocking, because I said, that could have just set the whole wing off, set the whole prison off. I said, and you're fucking sat in here with coffee while I'm up there dealing with it. And they were all like, really, really sorry, really, really, But sometimes I like to say, whether it's because I was a woman or whether it's because I literally got my body in between the 2 groups of people, and fortunately they stopped. But had I not been there, that would have escalated incredibly. It would have taken a while for the staff to put the tea down and come and sort it out, because their office, and they probably couldn't hear it because this was happening at my end, and the office was quite a distance away, and it probably had the TV or radio on as well. So, so crisis averted, thankfully.
We were in it was like a tower in the middle, and it was like 4 pods, all in glass, like being in a glass bowl. So they'd sit in the tower and see all the pods, so they'd seen you all the time. There was no eyes off.
I bet anyway. The CCTV, because we didn't have...
Cameras everywhere.
Yeah, we didn't have CCTV either.
They walked every hour or so.
Yeah. They did at Manchester, and I do believe there was a rollout programme for everywhere getting it. And then staff started getting body-worn cameras as well. So they could... if something like that happened, I could switch it on and But yeah, it's
so different though, yours.
I know.
English, I mean, not yours.
Even the male prisons have got more...
Completely different, yeah.
The freedoms to the female prisons. I mean, I can't understand. I
don't understand why they have so much freedom. So much access to weapons, because it's just asking for trouble, isn't it, if they're that way inclined anyway.
Well, they were always slashing each other.
They always find a way anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
They will find a way. They do, even when they stopped over there. There's a lot of stuff they don't have, but they have here. They still find a way.
Yeah, there's always something you can find as a weapon.
Yeah.
I mean,
and women are very creative.
Crazy, yeah.
They can create quite a bit. They're very artistic as well and very clever, the women in prison, I found.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's wasted talent in a lot of them over there.
It's drugs.
The things they can make out of nothing.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing.
But, you know, you look at the organised crime that sort of dominated Liverpool.
Drugs. It is drugs over there.
Drugs.
It's mainly drugs over there.
Drugs and money.
Yeah.
Drugs, money, power.
And gangs.
That's it. And, you know,
And it's a shame a lot of the women fall into it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming the men.
No, I'm not.
But sometimes there is some male influence in there in terms of, or there's been some male trauma or whatever that's led them to that.
Sometimes it's just they just want to do anything for the man, don't they? You know what I mean? And it's just because
I think we've all been there.
Well, yeah, me included.
Yeah.
You know.
Hope you're enjoying this podcast. There's a word from our sponsor, Rocket Money. The other day, I had to cancel 3 Amazon Prime memberships. I had a personal on the UK Amazon, US Amazon, company account, US Amazon, UK Amazon. Do you understand how hard it is to cancel these bloody things? That's why Rocket Money makes these things so much easier, formerly known as Truebill. The app shows all your subscriptions in one place and cancels what you don't want for you. Rocket Money can even find subscriptions you didn't know you were paying for. Just like with me, with my 4 Amazon Prime memberships, you may find out you've been at least double charged for a subscription. To cancel a subscription, all you've got to do is press cancel and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. Get rid of useless subscriptions with Rocket Money now. Go to rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Seriously, it could save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor, Rocket Money. Links in the description box. Cheers.
But yeah, the organised crime was quite scary because people were being paid to slash each other and slashings were so common. And it's horrible because they always go for the face. You know, it's the worst place you go. I remember this... I thought it was really nice. I thought it was really sort of, but he was from down south. He's from Luton, and I used to live near Luton, so I've always I thought that it's a bit dodgy down there. And he'd been transferred all the way up north, but he was very pleasant, very nice guy, really polite, well dressed, very big. Obviously, went to the gym, and the organised crime is obviously so dispersed throughout the country that someone was paid to attack him. And he's come from miles and miles away.
It's so easily done, though.
And I just thought, you know, he was a good-looking guy, and he just got really deep, all down. And I mean, it was really deep. And I said to him, mate, you need to go to hospital. He went, I'm not going to hospital. I said, we need to stitch that up. And he was refusing treatment. And I was like, who did it? I'm not grassing, I'm not telling. So I think in the end, they managed to glue it together. But sometimes when they're so deep, particularly some of the cuts on the arms, they have to staple them together. So you can either sort of steri-strip it, sew it together, glue it together, or staple it together.
Did you come across where they'd done the double?
Yes. Yeah.
What did you do under that circumstances?
To be honest with you, they don't tend to get as deep because it's difficult to describe, more of a swiping motion, but with one you can like...
plunge it.
Yeah. So I had seen it and they tend to... So I'm bashing my microphone around. It's difficult because your skin doesn't stretch too well. You definitely can't stitch because that would pull the skin too much. Yeah. So if anything, you have to glue it, or you just have to sterilise it and keep it covered and allow it to sort of heal itself.
It depends on the cut, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really, how you treat it.
And I've got saggy skin now, so I'd be all right if I got
skin,
it.
It cuts them off and replace it.
But yeah, I'd come across that. It's obviously I've seen prisoners with scars of the Chelsea smile. Which is, for anyone that doesn't know, the Chelsea smile is the slice to the corners of the mouth.
To the ears.
Look like the Joker. Yeah. And that's quite scary.
What was that over, do you know? Drug debts and things like that?
Always over drugs. Always over drugs.
What was the worst stabbing you encountered?
The worst was the one at Manchester I spoke about last time. The the prison staff that dealt with that, the man who was, that was harrowing. The stabbings didn't tend to be, they just tended to be puncture wounds. They were never really enough to sort of, you know, I've seen a guy with a little one there and a little one in there. Yeah, they just go past and it's like a little...
a quick jab at it.
Yeah, it's not like full on in the chest or anything like that, but they just tend to be puncture wounds because...
More of a warning than most, aren't they?
Yeah,
it's
difficult to create a big enough weapon that's going to really... I mean, it does happen. I mean, but...
I don't have to give them plastic chairs. I mean, they can snap a leg off and make a right out spear out of that.
Well, how people they're beaten to death. That's how that's a lot of the murders that have been committed in prison are, you know, people having been beaten to death.
How many of those did you come across?
There were none at the place I worked. There was one a while back at Risley, which was really unusual because Risley is a Cat C prison, which is relatively, you know, they're not doing really long-term
sentences. Used to be a remand centre, didn't it? Or was that what I'm thinking of?
What, sorry?
Used to be a remand centre, Risley, was it? Or
Yeah. It was a remand centre for...
Wait for bail and stuff like that.
Men and women. So there'd been a murder there. The murders tended to happen... And they were few and far between. You might get only sort of one or two a year, but they would generally happen in the Cat A estate with the people that have nothing to lose. You know, you hear about it all the time. The kudos of, you know, if you've attacked Ian Hunt, for example, or you've thrown sugar on Mark Bridger, or, you know, a lot of it is a status thing. And then you get the people that really just don't care. You know, we talked about Robert Maudsley, you know, in the last one. And, you know, beating to death is quite a common one. You know, they have access to pool cues, balls in socks, tuna cans in socks. They're common. They can snap chair legs off. They can, you know.
See, in America, there's a metal stool attached to the table.
Yeah.
A little metal thing.
So you can't.
And then when you sell
it,
it's a metal thing.
Yeah.
You can't move. You can't. The only plastic chairs you see is in like admin if they're doing like a visitation thing for the visitors. You know, that's the only time you'll see a plastic chair.
Yeah.
Is up.
But you know, they can, like we just said, they can create a weapon out of anything. But murders are relatively rare. But when they happen, it's like really
brutal,
serious. Yeah, and it sort of puts everyone on edge a little bit, even if you're not working there. It's just like, wow, how has that happened? And you instantly think, oh God, has a member of staff done something wrong for that to happen? Because after, I don't know if you know about the Mubarak report. So this is going back, oh God, I think probably 2001. So there was I can't for the life of me remember the names. I will remember them as soon as this podcast is finished. But there was a known racist. This happened at Feltham, or Feltham, however you want to pronounce it. So there was this known racist. It was a Young Offenders Institute, and I believe he was 16 or 17. He was known to have like far right views and very, very antisocial, problems with his behaviour, problems with prison staff. You know, he wasn't a pleasant guy. He is someone that nowadays you wouldn't put in a cell with someone else because after the Mubarak report, everything changed. And there was a guy, a young Asian guy called Mr. Mubarak, who obviously the report was named after. And he was coming to the end of his sentence. He'd done a very short sentence for something, you know, a little bit of weed or something like that.
Minor.
Yeah, very minor sentence. Don't think he'd been in prison before. This other guy I think he was on remand. And there was no reason on the planet to put this Asian guy in with
a racist.
Known racist. He was a known racist. He was violent.
Oh, Lord, I know what's coming.
And he beat this guy to death. He beat this young guy to death. And there was so many, when you read the report, there were so many staff failures, you know, that allowed this. Now, he's still in prison, the guy that did it. He obviously got a life sentence. I've come across him. He went to the SSU at Manchester, the Special Secure Unit. So we had him for a while. He was very quiet, very, very meek. He does seem like he's a changed man. But because of him, the prison system completely overhauled the way they assessed people, who your cellmate was.
They do that automatically over there in America. They have what they call, it's a gang officers, aren't they? They know all about the gangs, the tattoos.
Yeah.
They check all your tattoos, so they know exactly what gang you're from just by your tats.
Yeah.
They know all kinds about your background just by your tattoos and the way you live your life or whatever before you come in. So they tend to keep gangs away from gangs, and they segregate. In women's prisons, they don't. The black and the white and all that. We all sit together. We don't care. We're just all one. There's none of that. Oh, we sit at one table. But I think the men's prison's completely different to the women's. I think it's more segregated.
It's all racially divided.
It's not like that.
That's what I've heard.
It's not like that in the women's at all.
Yeah.
I mean, my cellmate was African American. She, we got on like house on fire.
Yeah.
We were all mixed races, Mexican, mainly Mexicans where we were because it was Arizona.
Yeah.
But we were all mixed together. There was none of that racist. And if there was any slightest hint of one, they were soon dealt with.
Yeah, that's good.
It was dealt with.
That's the thing. I mean, after the report sort of came out, and the prison service was heavily criticised. I mean, this guy was a juvenile. He was due out soon. It was absolutely tragic. So obviously, this massive public investigation happened, and as I said, what was initiated from that was the cell sharing risk assessment. So we had to, because we used to, prior to that, I remember the old days, it was like, you two were going in there, you knew nothing, you asked no questions, you didn't know anything about them, you two off you go, it was literally putting bodies in cells. And by the grace of God, things didn't happen, but fights happened, quite often. And, why would you, so in my mind, if you've got someone rattling coming off heroin, you wouldn't put them in with a non-drug user because you're going to keep the other person up all night. So exactly. So common sense would say put the drug users in together and then put the people that are not on drugs together. If you were suicidal, you couldn't put, we knew not to put two suicidal women in together, but it did sometimes used to happen because it was just like, bodies in cells. Yeah. So it was a really positive thing that came out of that where, we really looked into people's mental health history. We looked at the previous records of violence and everything. But as I said, you can put all the sort of procedures in the world in place and there will be murders, but they do tend to be in the high security estate where people have got pretty much nothing to lose, I mean, Charles Bronson is thinking that he's going to get out and go straight from Cat A to release, which just doesn't happen. You have to work your way down through to the open prison. But yeah, that was probably the most high profile murder. And I know the report was it named staff that I knew, it named staff that I worked with, and all their failings. And they didn't do this, and they didn't care, or they will.
It's the system that failed, not the actual staff. It's the actual system itself.
Yeah.
The staff are just doing what they're told, their job.
Yeah,
at the end
and
of
I
the
think
day.
that's.
I'm not for prison officers, as you can assume, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I'm not all for them, because there's good and bad and everything. You get good officers and bad.
Of course, you do
in all jobs anyway.
Exactly.
But I think it's the system that fails. The actual system itself.
Yeah. It's the system, it's the pressure, it's the more people coming to prison.
They're so quick to put people in prison that don't need to be
for minor
there.
offences. I mean, again, I know you've talked about this, Sean, about sort of, once you set someone on the path of going to jail for like a weed offence,
that's it.
That you're going to start that cycle.
Not in all cases, but most.
Yeah,
not all.
I mean, I'm quite sort of libertarian when it comes to drugs, which obviously was not compatible with the prison service view of things, but I was quite libertarian, and you see people that start on weed, and then as soon as they get into prison, they get into prison.
People who selling who's causing the trouble, or getting in trouble. You
get into prison, and then they start using the hard drugs.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. It is the system, understaffed, too much work, too many prisoners. Dilapidated conditions, young staff. not enough staff. It's the system.
Mad, and they go into the job too soon. They're not trained enough.
I mean, I live near a lot of ex-staff, and I bump into staff. Obviously, I'm not in the job anymore. And I'm like, hi, how are you? They're always like, you look really well. And I'm like, that's because I don't work in the prison anymore. And I say to them, how's it going? Fucking shite. That's all you ever hear. It's shite. It's shite. And you get trapped. You get trapped by the money. You get trapped by the benefits. You get trapped by, you become institutionalized. You become, you're as institutionalized as the prisoners are. And, there were times, I mean, the pressure sent me crazy at times, absolutely crazy. Not so much, when I talk about the life and death decisions that you made, like the guy who was going to bleed out if we put the body belt on him and stuff like that. That kind of stuff I thrived on, that excitement, that adrenaline, I liked making those decisions. The pressure came from senior management making us write fucking policy documents and, putting meetings. We had meetings for the sake of meetings on top of meetings, and you had
a meeting about the meeting.
Yeah, and we had a sub meeting and a subcommittee and this, that, and the other. So quite often,
whereas you could have been working in the prison and making a difference.
Yeah,
instead of spending all your time in the office with a pen.
And there's quite a lot of times I completely lost it, and I'd lie and I'd go off sick and say I've got bad back or something like that because I didn't want to say. I was so ashamed to say I can't cope with the pressure. I can't deal. I need some help. I need to, but you never got any. And it sort of...
Well, I worked, like I said, for the warden up in air offices and that, and I seen how busy you are, like, in your jobs. And on the flip side, there'd be the inmates wanting to talk to the warden.
Yeah,
I need to talk to Miss Bailey. Am I allowed to say her name?
Yeah, because it would be public.
She was lovely anyway.
Public arena.
They wanted to talk because she was very approachable, Miss Bailey.
Yeah.
She was, for the women, she was a very good warden, governor, she was really nice and approachable, but she was that busy that people thought she didn't care. And I'd say it upset her, she'd make her way to the yard purposely every day. She'd try and go to the yard to talk to the women and try and make things better.
And that's a good governor. That's just
and she'd say to
visible.
Me, well, she wouldn't say, people would say to me, like, we're going to do like a quick go of the yard tomorrow. Just let you know, we might put some amnesty bins out.
Right.
Let them know.
Yeah.
That nothing's going to happen. So I'll go around and say, there's amnesty bins going out tomorrow again. And if you've got anything like you shouldn't have, put it in.
Yeah.
And nothing's going to get said. So you'd see all kinds coming out, just stupid stuff like, they'd made a cushion out of sanitary pads where they weren't allowed because we weren't allowed pillows, or something like that, But it was contraband.
I remember a girl making a pair of slippers out of sanitary towels.
Yeah, we'd make all kinds. Pillows. We'd weave them into a double pillow, so you got a little soft pillow.
We weren't allowed pillows.
Yeah. What?
No, I was from
no
my
pillows.
Shoulder. Metal.
To this day, I sleep on a skinny pillow because I'm used to.
Is that why you were always doing that with your neck?
Probably.
Yeah, I have a flat pillow now as well. I had to have a pillow.
You weren't allowed?
No pillows, no.
No, unless it was medical.
This is the desert, so you've got your bunk, a skinny sheet, and in the winter they give you one blanket. That's it.
Yeah.
I'd die. I'd literally die.
And then you've got all these bugs coming in. June bugs, remember them? And you ping, ping, ping off the metal because everything's metal. Everything's metal. Everything. So it'd come in through the vents and you'd hear them pinging and they'd land on you, you'd get them, tweak them and flick them off and you'd hear them ping, ping. You'd hear all your cellmates like pinging the bleeding beetles off onto the metal as they'd be landing on you.
Oh, we had a cockroach problem at Liverpool.
Oh, no, we had,
and that was pretty horrendous.
Was it?
What's it called? Them little spiders, what were they called? Recluse, the brown recluse spider.
Yeah.
They had like a little, they had a fiddle on the back, little fiddle.
Oh.
And they were tiny little things. If they bit you, they'd rot your skin from the inside out. People losing limbs and fingers. One woman, they'd lost her leg.
Because they wouldn't treat the bites. They said it's the policy.
Full of them.
It's the policy of the jail not to treat insect bites. You deal with it yourselves.
And it ate the muscle from the inside out, the bite.
Oh,
so
my
it ended up
God.
with these big rotten sores. Yeah, they were bad.
We'd have to hold people down and put salt on the wound.
To clean them.
Squeeze the pus out ourselves.
Snakes, scorpions.
And put salt on the wound to reduce the bacteria.
Black widows to be under the bench.
What?
On the yard.
Fuck?
Scorpions come flying in your room. Well, not flying, but crawling in, These little prairie dogs. You have the little prairie dogs.
The little scorpions that were transparent.
The little white things.
The transparent ones, yeah.
Oh my God.
Snakes, them big, was it bull snakes? Them big,
A bit of a variety of snakes.
There was the rattlesnakes, and it was the big ones, was it a bull snake?
Can't remember.
I can't remember what they were called.
God, it makes my cockroach problem seem like it's completely insignificant.
Cockroaches.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was cockroaches, rats run up your head when you were asleep.
Oh!
Yeah, mice everywhere, just running on you while you were asleep if you slept. That was county jail.
Oh my God.
There was these little, in prison, there was these little, like, prairie dog things, I think. They were little white things.
Oh, yeah, on the desert. They come up out of the desert,
and the cute little things. Yeah, it was pets. Down our broad and everything, they're cute. But they tried to kill them off because there was tunnels everywhere, so the ground was collapsing under the fences. But we didn't care, we didn't go under the fence, it was a desert.
Exactly where you're going to go. You probably
knocking on the door, let me back in, it's hot.
Safer inside than you are outside.
But we had one called, I had one called Squeak. I used to feed him, little Squeak used to come squeaking at me, and one, he was called Big Balls, because he had these bollocks like this, he was massive. He'd be walking along, his little balls would be dragging on this bloody big. I'd be outside the back of admin having me coffee break, you know, and I'd be feeding Squeak and the big balls, bollocks, and calling, hey, our bollocks, here's yours, and give me a little bit of biscuit or something. And this bloody hawk, I don't know what they are, these big red tail things, what are they called?
Red kite.
With the red tail, them big massive hawks in Arizona.
Oh, there was a lot of birds of prey,
Huge. You'd stand about this big on the ground, come swooping down and took bollocks off. Just took them.
No.
I was heartbroken.
Oh
and my
bollocks! You see these little bollocks flying
away? Big bollocks flew off with me bollocks.
Every now and then a bird would swoop down and smash a pigeon against the wall.
Yeah, they were
just
massive.
Guts and blood would be everywhere.
I don't know how.
We'd stand there looking at them. They would stand this big, the hawks, and they'd just stand there looking at you. I've been really close, like from here to like the doorway there.
Really powerful.
From one, I've been sat there having my break, and I've just looked round. It's been sat there. I'm like too scared to move because they're huge.
God, it makes my life in the prison service just seems like a walk in the
He's
park
just the killer.
compared to what you guys have been through.
I don't know. Parts 1 and 2, there's some quite hairy stories in there.
Yeah. But how do you survive that mentally?
Just gotta get on with it.
You just get on with it. I think it's weird.
Yeah.
You'd always say, like, throughout your life, I'd never survive in jail, mate. Oh, God, I wouldn't know what to do. It's just like, you just turn the switch on and this is what
And I guess it's daily routine. And
yeah,
just
it's like in
norm,
county jail, you weren't allowed to smoke. If you had tobacco, it was an illegal substance, you know. So you weren't allowed to smoke at all for 2 years in county. But they got tobacco in, obviously, through the tent city. So if you were caught with tobacco, you were done. It was a right something, you go to the hole and all kinds of just tobacco. But in prison, you could smoke, but you weren't allowed a lighter. You weren't allowed to smoke in your cell. And you were locked up at 8 o'clock at night. There was a stand on the yard like that with you press the button like your ciggy. Like a little element. So that's how, there was no lighters, so you couldn't cause any fires.
Yeah.
So I got to the resolve where once 8 o'clock come, I couldn't have a ciggy, so that was me mindset. Once that door was locked, so I didn't bother to try and have a ciggy in the cell. But some of the women, they extremely go through, they pop sockets. They pop a socket, they get a little staple thing from your paper.
And heat it.
And put it on top of 2 batteries.
And heat.
It goes red like an element and light your ciggy on that. Then they get the lye soap in a sock and smash it all around the smell. So you're breathing in all this lye, all the soap. Because of the smell. Deodorant, we make all kinds of deodorants and stuff. I'd be, why bother? You can't have a ciggy, just
get on with it, yeah.
And me and me bunkie, we'd lock up at like 7:30 instead of 8 o'clock because we wanted to watch American Idol. We didn't care about that last ciggy. They'd be like, don't you want your last ciggy? What about your ciggy? Oh no, we're going. We'd shut the door at 7:30. They didn't have to lock us in. We'd lock ourselves in at 7:30.
We were terrified when they brought the law in England where you were not allowed to smoke in any indoor. Because like I said, we used to smoke everywhere. Stuff. I only realise now, as a person who's given up smoking, how horrible it is to be in a smoke environment. And we used to smoke like chimneys. It'd just be everywhere. So when the smoking ban came into prison, you can imagine, men were telling us it's going to go off because the vapes that they gave them, because any vape has got a filament in it. Mm-hmm. It could be, depending on what it's made of, you could, they didn't look into a decent vape, let's put it like that. So the vapes they gave them were a bag of shit. So they were like clear, so you could see them. The cartridge was tiny. They'd break dead easily. 2 puffs and they were finished. And you couldn't replace cartridges. And some of them, this is all they had. Having a ciggy was like what's got them through. So it wasn't literally a gradual thing. It was literally on that day.
It's like cutting their meds off, isn't it? It's like just taking medication from somebody.
Smoking, and even the staff were like, shit. Because the staff, there were sort of designated smoking areas for staff. But obviously, if you're on a wing, you can't leave a wing to go have a cigarette. No. So we'd like sneak into like empty cells or whatever, and we'd be like that smoking out the window.
Oh, it's not fair though, because the prisoners.
I know. Or
That's naughty.
We'd find like sneaky little places to have a fag, and like this is even me as a governor, and I'm like, shit, I'm not setting a good example for the staff here, am I? But I was never one
that it didn't go off though.
I was never one to conform to the rules. Let's put it like that.
Like that. No smoking over there. I think.
So was the riots and stuff over that, or?
I'd say we had incidents at height were quite popular, very disruptive. I remember on a strike day, so prison officers are technically not allowed to strike, but they do. And it's generally overpaying conditions because the pay was we never got a pay rise. We had a pay freeze. Effectively we were living on less and less. So there were a number of strikes. As a governor, I wasn't in the POA, which is the Prison Officers Association. So I wasn't called a scab or anything like that. I was governor. I could go in. All the governors went in. But we had to unlock the prisoners like one at a time because there were so few of us. It was like you had to serve meals one at a time, or 1 or 2 at a time. And we got a little bit complacent on one of the wings. We thought, they're all right. They'll behave themselves. We'll let a few more of them out. We'll let 5 or 6 out. They went straight. We had wing offices, and they just went straight up onto the wing office. They were damaging so they're on the roof of the wing office. They're not coming down. Everything's already chaotic because we've got staff on strike. I'm like, what the fuck are we going to do? I mean, governors are supposed to be trained to be kitted up and take people down. But the rules are, if it's incident up there, you have to call a national team in who are trained to work with where they go pulleys and things like that. And they have like crash pads that they can, so they can pepper spray someone and like push them off onto the crash pad or whatever. So it was like, shit, what are we going to do? Because the Nationals would have been on strike as well. Like everyone in uniform was on strike. And I'm like, how are we we're just going to be on the roof forever. So the word got out to the staff outside, and God love them.
They
came in and they sorted it, and they went straight back out. But they came and sorted it, and they got them fellas off.
Probably knew they were going to face all the mess afterwards if they don't.
Yeah, but they came in. This fair play to them, because we were like, I mean, some of those governors, I wouldn't piss on if they were on fire. So I certainly wouldn't trust them to watch my back in a violent incident. But fortunately, I've never been involved. I know people that have. I've never personally been involved in a full-scale riot or anything like that. They are very, very scary. Those and hostage situations are sort of the top.
Especially if you get a female opposite as well in the men's prison.
Well, that did happen. That happened at... There's been a couple of incidents. There was a prison officer at Garth. She was a cleaning officer, and this is... I think it was Christmas Day, actually. She got taken hostage by a prisoner in a cleaning cupboard, and he was able to sort of barricade them in and stuff like that.
Did he have a weapon?
I don't think he had a weapon to her, but there was weapons that he could use in the cell. And my boyfriend at the time was part of the national team that would go in to monitor or to resolve the situation.
It's like a tornado squad.
Yeah, tornado. So red tape again. So this is how bad it was. It lasted for 3 days, okay? This is a woman. She must have been terrified. If you think of your toilet needs and all the stuff like that. Now, to get listening device, so it's like a bit like Mission Impossible or MI5, those little wires that have got little cameras on them, or they've got microphones,
like a little snake, aren't they?
Or you can put like something on the wall that can detect voices or whatever. But to get that, you have to go all the way up to the Home Office. It's called RIPA is the acronym for it. It's basically about your privacy. So it's you cannot film, you cannot record, you cannot do anything without this authority. It's Christmas Day. How many people do you think are working in the Home Office on Christmas Day? So eventually they got it was like a heart. It was something that can detect heartbeats. And at one point, they thought she'd died. They thought something had happened to her because they could only detect one heartbeat, and they still weren't given permission to go in and get her out.
What?
No, they weren't given, because they said, you don't know what you're going into. And he's like, he was quite high up with the national teams, my boyfriend at the time, and he was just like, they're there itching to go in, just...
It's a job, and it's to save a life.
Save a life, yeah. God knows what would happen. She's been there for 3 days, over Christmas, away from her family. It took away from our family, but I was just like, when he got the call, I was like...
You couldn't see into the cupboard or the cell he was in with her?
No.
What was it, a cupboard or a cell?
A cupboard.
A cupboard,
So
so there's no toilet or anything?
So he was kept in a cupboard with her for 3 days.
Yeah.
So it was like a walk-in closet, I'm guessing, a storage cupboard for
But
brooms and stuff.
just like one door, like a cleaning cupboard.
So he had all the broomsticks and all. Yeah.
And so they only thought they detected one heartbeat and they weren't allowed to go in.
So what was stopping them going in now? Because he didn't have any knives or
because
anything?
they just had no information about whether it was, maybe the machine was faulty, whether he was holding a weapon to a neck. You just had no information at all. And if they stop communicating with the hostage negotiators, you have...
So was negotiations ongoing?
There's always a negotiator on site. Well, you have 3 negotiators that work in rotation, and it's scary when they stop talking to the negotiator. Because,
is that what happened in this case?
Well, that's where you're getting all your information from. So nothing, they weren't getting anything, and they still didn't go in. And
so there was no negotiation?
No, nothing.
From his part?
Not from his part.
No.
You'd just send them in, wouldn't you then?
Well, they can't. Like she said, if they open the door and he's got a knife to her throat, they'll just slit her throat the minute they open the door.
That's it. That's
you can't
it.
see behind the door.
Because
there's no window. They can't see what he's got.
The problem is as well, in British sort of negotiation, how the negotiation is taught, there's no bargaining at all. Like you hear of, I'll let him go if you give me some cigs.
Pizza and a helicopter.
Yeah, exactly. They're taught not to that. No. There's no capitulation to
because it's so
demands.
easy to use again and again and again with everyone then, isn't it?
So I think after 3 days they were like, this has gone on long enough. And it's kind of, we've just got to enter the cell enter the cupboard and just
risk it,
see what happens. Fortunately, she was fine. Physically, what that will have done to her mentally, I have no idea. The terror, the sort of degradation of
just
not going to the toilet, the Christmas thing, the impact on your family, the trauma to your family,
not
knowing what he's going to do to you.
It's the unknown that's the most scariest thing.
It's horrendous. But I've also heard of another case, and I can't remember if it was in Britain or...
So did she? She must have had to use it. She must have had to.
Yeah.
Go to the toilet, even though there wasn't one there.
Must have done.
She must have had to for 3 days and nights. You can't not.
Like I say, how degrading and dehumanising is that? But I did hear...
And he must have as well.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
He must have just peed there for 3 days or whatever.
And then staff have to go in and
she's got to
retrieve from that. Get his
bits out and do his bits, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. It's all...
Yeah, just, you can imagine it, can't
the whole
you? Yeah,
scenario.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
But there was a woman... and I can't remember. This is sort of like a prison service lore, folklore, but it's a story that goes round. I've no reason to suspect it's false. It's, but a woman was taken hostage and staff entered the cell and he slashed her face, gave her the 2 slashes on her face, and staff went in, and she said it ruined her life. She said she would rather have been raped than have these, because every day she looked in the mirror
and sees it.
It was there. It was that constant reminder of what she'd been through, and like I say, I think it could have been America, but from what I remember, it was told from an English prison. So my ex said to me, if they've got the heart rate monitors on there and if they're not working, because it takes. So from the start of a hostage incident, I would say it probably takes 2 hours for national teams to get there, for everyone to get in place, for them to put the monitors in place, put recording stuff in place. So about 2 hours. And he said, if you ever get taken hostage, you take it to 2 hours. He said, try and judge 2 hours. And then he said, you start screaming and fighting for your life, because he said, we'll be in like that.
Because they can hear you.
Because they can hear you, because it's threat to life. So if there's an immediate threat to life,
you can go in.
You can go in. If you can only detect one heartbeat, they don't bother. They don't bother. So if it's threat to life, instant. If it's, like I say, one heartbeat and no one's talking and nothing's going on, it's like, oh, we'll wait and see if
she might be dead.
we'll wait and see if her heart restarts.
Yeah.
But
you could be choking her right now as we're listening.
I think that there are certain types of people that get taken hostage as well. The sort of meeker, milder people that are going to be.
Prisoners know who to go for.
Yeah,
they know the target before they get
exactly.
it.
Who's going to be? So it's very rare that men are taken hostage, but they are taken hostage. But yeah, it's. I mean, I don't think I would be a natural target for a hostage, because I've taught too much. They'd be begging to get out. They say it's a threat to my life.
So that woman then, when she was freed, what's the aftercare procedure?
There will have been some serious, but
counselling and
the prison will.
Would she be retired off, or would she come back? Or
you'd be retired from that, because you don't come back from that.
No.
I'll tell you a very serious hostage incident that happened at Frankland. So there was 3 terrorists. So the terrorists tend to go in Cat A prisons. They were known terrorists. I think they've been on TV. I think so. They were known to the general public. And they had made a plan to tackle. So it's very rare men are taken hostage. So they had made a plan to take ex-army staff hostage, because you're thinking staff that have been in Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, whatever. Not Iran, sorry, just Iraq and Afghanistan. So their plan was to take these ex-squaddies hostage. So let me describe the scenario. So you've got a sort of office that's got perspex all the way around it, but reinforced perspex, because obviously you don't want someone chucking something and it shattering straight away. So you've got an office with reinforced perspex that you can see, like you said, you can see all around. They had weapons. They managed somehow, I don't know the full details, but they managed somehow to get 2 men in the office with weapons. They got the weapons. I think there was 3 of them. Got 2 men into the thing. A female member of staff tried to save the men that were being dragged in. So she put her arm in, trying to pull the staff out. They slammed the door on her arm. She broke her arm. So she had, they'd got her out and she was gone, So they had these 2 ex-squaddies, and these men weren't playing. They weren't playing at all. They were out to hurt them, and they were deemed likely to kill the 2 members of staff. because I think they were already serving life for terrorist offences. I say it was at Franklin. It could have been at Full Sutton, actually. So you've got this bubble, this hub, and then you've got about a 25-foot gap between some office spaces and some, wings and things like that. So if you're in riot gear, you've got this and you're wanting to, normally entering a cell, you're in, you're done. But they've got a full sight of everything that's going on, okay? Now, these two men are terrified.
You've got no blind side, have you?
Can't even negotiate because the space between the office and the thing and sort of where staff were gathering. And this went on for days. I believe they were hurting the male staff. They were threatened to be beheaded. And it was at the time when the beheadings were, going viral and stuff like that. And at one point, they even thought because it was so protracted, and they thought it was the risk to these officers' life was that high, they were going to call the SAS in. This had gone so far up that they thought the only people that can get them out of there, because they'd calculated the amount of time, I think. So it was between, if you think you're in riot gear, you're a bulky, strong guy, you're not going to be like a jackrabbit, are you? So you've got this long distance to cover. But within that time, even if it's 3 or 4 seconds, if you think 1, 2, 3, 4, you can have someone's neck cut off, can't you? Or, at least have their...
Yeah.
So they've got a reinforced perspex, they've got weapons, they've got staff there, they're talking about the SAS coming in. But the prison service are a proud bunch. The national team are a proud bunch. And they were saying, the SAS are not coming in to sort out, it would be a real dent to their pride and their ego. So they made a plan to come at all angles, because as well, you can do this sort of distraction technique. So the national teams are allowed to use flashbangs. I don't know if you've heard of flashbangs.
Yeah, they have where we was. Yeah.
So there was distraction techniques. There was, they have battering rams to get into places that can get. So the office doors wouldn't be particularly strong. They would be the weak point, the office doors, but not the perspex. But you've got one entry. So you've got to get in there, you've got to distract, and then you've got to get in, and you've got to get across that space.
Without them seeing you.
Well, they're going to see, because there's going to be like
wide open
10 bloody bulky men coming in. And I remember we were all at the Cates at the time, and it was like, Jesus Christ, are these, these people, it was almost like we were getting a live feed from the prison. It's like, what's happened now? What's, are they hurt? What's, what's gone on? And we heard about the SAS thing, and then we eventually heard that they got in. That the plan that they'd made was so, they worked on it for hours, days. The logistics, can we go through the roof? Can we distract and go through the roof and put a flashbang there and bring stuff in there? And it was so intricate, the plan that they did. I'm getting dead just to gesticulate out because it's so dramatic. And then the terrorists got hold of by the staff. Accidents and injuries happen to prisoners when they're restrained, let's put it like that. Mm-hmm. We are trained to meet violence with violence. If someone hits you, you don't just stand there and take it, you defend yourself. So there was some fighting going on, let's say. And luckily for me, 2 of them landed at my segregation unit. So I'm meeting these 2.
You'd put the opposite at risk.
One of them was my height, 5'2", and I'm like, what? But because there was 3 of them and two of officers, and there were weapons, and it was the threat was there.
Just because we're little doesn't mean to say we're weak.
I know. People
or 4'8" of me.
They're more afraid of my mouth than anything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, they arrived at my segregation unit, and One had a broken jaw, and he was so sort of cut. He was like, I'm going to sue the prison service. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. He did get treated. He got taken out, got his jaw fixed and everything. I mean, he couldn't eat at the time. I wasn't dying in a ditch about it. He couldn't eat, and he's like, couldn't really talk. And but even that, he went out and got his jaw fixed, and he was like, I'm going to sue the prison service. And I'm like, you threatened to behead a member of staff, for fuck's sake, and you're going to sue the prison service. But this is what they're like. They try the luck, and, But, yeah, it was only small, but they were not nice people, really,
How did they snatch the squaddies in the first place?
Tattoos. Yeah, you can identify squaddies by sort of the tattoos they have and stuff like that.
And how did they trick them into getting kidnapped?
I don't know, to be honest with you. That's the question, because prisoners are allowed to approach offices to ask questions.
Yeah.
What tends to happen is you have a bubble that staff do the work in, and prisoners can come up and ask questions. But they've somehow managed to, the three of them have been with three members of staff. They've managed to overpower, the three have managed to overpower the two, get them into the office. And as I said, that the one broke her arm. So, it could have been as simple as just three of them going up to ask a question.
Yeah.
Pull weapons.
Or just ask for a form to fill in, a medical form or something like that.
So would they get an additional sentence then for that?
Yeah.
But they were already doing all day.
Yeah. So it's...
Were there any moments when you thought you were at risk of getting kidnapped?
No.
Nobody wanted.
Yeah, nobody wanted me.
So I know this one will fight back and we'll leave her where she is.
Yeah, I'm. If it's fight, flight, or freeze, I tend to be fight. But I do like to think, and I'm not blowing smoke up my own arse, but everyone that I came across, I tried to deal with fairly, even if they were horrible, even if they were a creature. We referred to Mr. Bridger as a creature, didn't we? But so there were some a monster. Even the likes of him, I always treated fairly. I was always respectful. But if you turned on me, you know. But I think because of the nature of who I am, that maybe protected me a little bit. And also because we tend to identify the ones that are risk. So if you have a prisoner that said previously, even if off the cuff comment, I'm going to take an officer hostage or a prisoner hostage, that marker goes on their file.
Because it's still there.
It follows them. Yeah. So they're deemed a hostage risk. So you would know that. So it would be marked up on the board. So you would know that you don't put them in a cell with someone else. If you go and approach them as two staff, or like I said before, I would have male staff standing in front of me, because a governor is a high prize.
Well, yeah.
You know, and it sounds absolutely awful because everyone should be as valuable as each other, but a governor is probably the highest target you can get.
There's governors that have been killed, isn't there?
Has there?
Yeah.
God, I haven't heard of that.
In America.
Oh, in America?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus. But do you know what? Listening to the conditions, I can't say I'm surprised.
It's the county jail that's worse than the prisons. I have to really say that, because the prison isn't nowhere near, I don't know about the men's prison obviously, but the women's prison's nowhere near as bad as the county jail is. The worst
it's
place
remand because everyone's coming in and out. It's very transitory.
It's
all the new arrestees and no one knows what's going on.
Straight off the streets. And stuff
prison,
like
they're
that.
more settled because they're sentenced. Everyone
and
knows
you get
everyone.
a job, you get out the cell, you can go out into the yard. You've got more freedom. You get a job. You can buy a telly.
Yeah.
You know, you can't have anything like that given to you. You have to buy that.
Yeah.
No tellies or nothing. If you're indigent and you've got no money, no family, you're goosed.
Oh.
You're goosed. And it's a shame because they earn, like a pouch of tobacco was like $1.50 then. There was nothing for a pouch of tobacco there, you know. So in prison, you buy a pouch of tobacco for somebody and they'd wash your socks or something, you know. But I wouldn't let them, because I couldn't let somebody do me washing for me. If I was to buy my... So one girl, she insisted she wanted to do something for the tobacco. So because I worked early morning, I'd be out early and they'd pop your door for the toilet roll delivery. So my door would be open all day then if I wasn't there to lock it. So she'd sit in the smoke, in the blistering heat, sit in the smoke and watch me door. Once my door was left, she'd throw me toilet roll and shut my door for me so I wouldn't get my commissary robbed, all my stuff.
Yeah.
So I'd buy her tobacco just to do that because she couldn't get a job because of her health.
Yeah.
She had no family to send her any money. So she was on literally
nothing.
A bag a month of what they provided, which was nothing.
Like 3 strands of tobacco per roll up.
They don't give you tobacco or nothing like that. Something you got to buy, So
yeah.
On her indigent bag, she'd get like a little bar of soap, a tube of toothpaste, a toilet roll, 1 packet of sanitary towels. I think that's about it, really. A little bottle of shampoo, shampoo. And that's your indigent bag, so that's got to last you. If you've got no money, you can't even have a bar of soap. So you do anything for a bar of soap or for or for a cup of coffee. So Christmas time, we all used to buy together and
share it out.
Yeah.
So, Holly, you mentioned there were cockroaches at Liverpool.
Oh, so we had a major cockroach and rat problem because all the prisoners used to throw the rubbish out the windows, and we had something called gullies, which were just, I don't know why there were gullies there. It was literally probably just to catch the rubbish. So I'm not joking. The cockroaches were like they've been through some sort of radiation process and changed into like Hulk cockroaches. And the rats, I swear to God, were the size of dogs. I'm not even joking.
They're massive, the rats.
Yeah,
now,
and I'm not even joking. So one of my offices used to be in like the dungeon. It was awful. So it was the old segregation unit, and there were a couple of other offices, and there was the laundry down there. So there was always 2 prisoners down in the laundry, and then I'd be in my office. Not all the time, but I'd be in my office. What would happen quite often is we had loads of pipes, heating pipes and stuff like that, and rats would crawl into the pipes and die. So with mine being sort of the only permanent office down there, people come down and smell sort of like a rat, and I hope people don't think that's me that smells, because there is a smell of decomposition that you just can't describe, and you can't get to them. You've just got to wait till they've shriveled away to nothing. But anyway, I'm not an insect person.
So they come through the vents?
Yeah.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment. Living next door to Jeffrey Dahmer.
Have you seen that on Netflix?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's like. What's that smell? Yeah, there is a certain smell to decomposition. And I can only think that this was hideous. So I can only think that like a body would be worse. But anyway, so the cockroach problem was huge. I mean, they were everywhere. And they were flying cockroaches.
Oh, they're the worst.
Yeah. So I'm in my office one day, and you'd see them on the landings, and they used to come out at night. But because my office was quite dingy and dirty, so there was always a problem with the sewage. There was always a problem with the toilets. So quite often I'd have like shit, piss, toilety type water creating damp in I call it my cell, my office. I'd have a decaying rat in the pipes, and then we'd have cockroaches. But I mean, I could leave my office, and I feel sorry for the prisoners that were stuck. And occasionally rats would run by and stuff like that. So this one day, I went to my office to do some work, and I didn't see. So I'm sat there, and I had a shelf in front of me, and I'm typing away at the computer, and this cockroach flew and hit my face.
Oh God!
Right. You've never heard anyone, because there's 2 prisoners down there doing laundry, and there's me on my own. The stat, because I screamed so, and I mean, you'd think I was being murdered. Seriously, you would think I was being murdered. So I flew out, and I jumped on a table outside. So I'm stood on a table, shaking like a shitting dog. The staff, the charge of the light brigade, came down the stairs because they thought the 2 prisoners had grabbed me and were fiddling with me or something. And they came down, and and the prisoners had run out, and even they were like, "Oh my God, what's happened to Miss Daglish?" All the staff came around, and by this point, I'd worked myself into such a frenzy. I was crying because I hate cockroaches that much.
You said they were Hulk. What do they look like?
They're like that. I don't even want to think about them. They're like.
They were called sewer roaches where we were at, the big orange
Well,
ones.
that's what I mean. I used to have like piss and shit running down my walls. So it was like, probably like, it's like a palace for the cockroaches.
But they couldn't get through the holes in the walls, the sewer ones. We just see them on the other side. There's the little ones that got in.
Yeah, the little black
Honestly,
ones.
so when it flew, I can't remember every time screaming like that. Maybe when I seen a worm once years ago. Oh, don't even talk to me about that. The staff came running down and I'm literally stood on a chair. So they think I've either been sexually assaulted or I've been attacked or I've been injured. I'm crying, I'm shaking, I'm stood on this chair and they're like wrapping around me and they're like, oh my God, what's wrong, wanting to protect me. And I was like, couldn't speak. I was like, full of panic mode. Yeah, and eventually I said, a cockroach flew at me. And the staff were just like, are you shitting me? So they just all walked off and left. They were so staff get excited when they think there's going to be a fight or a kick-off. And obviously they were dead protective of me. And it's all because of this bloody cockroach. And I couldn't go back in my office. I wouldn't go back in my office for months because I was so scared. And I've tried to have cockroach aversion therapy, right? So you don't...
It's awful to have a phobia though, is moths.
So you can we went to this kids... So I've been to like this kids zoo where they get the kids to like handle the cockroaches. And it was like a massive... So I just managed to hold it for a second, but then I thought I was going to throw it. And I didn't want to, because it's obviously probably an expensive African, diamondback cockroach that I was going to fling. And then they put like a blanket on me and they put cockroaches on me. But I'm still... It happened when I was on holiday when my boy was a baby, 3 months old. I trod on a cockroach in his room when I was going to feed him in the night and I screamed again like I was being murdered. So, yeah, it was all of the conditions, were akin to the Victorian age that it was built in.
What prison was that one?
Liverpool.
Walton.
Oh, Walton, yeah.
I saw one rat one day that was that big. I thought like a dog had broken in. Its tail, like the tail connected to the body part. It was like that. It was that, and the tail was like that long. And I'm like, I spent a lot of time being very girly. I could face like roughy tufty prisoners, but a flying cockroach or a giant rat.
So where we were at then, we had a fumigation policy whereby you're in your cell, these masked men just come in and put a cloud of toxic chemicals in your cell while you're sat there and leave you, and that is supposed to kill the roaches?
That explains a lot, guys.
Did you have a policy of trying to get rid of them somehow?
Oh, we did, but it was like painting the Forth Bridge, it was like, as soon as, if the prisoners really complained about it, we'd get like a sort of...
Why would you throw stuff out the window anyway?
Just because they only had like little bins, and if you had like 2 prisoners and they've bought stuff from canteen, so you're talking like a little metal bin like that.
Yeah, but isn't it like larger bins outside the cells? No.
Well, I think they just liked throwing shit out the windows, to be honest with you. And if you're locked in a cell for ages and you can't get out to the main bins, just throw it out the window.
Well, our windows didn't open.
Yeah.
Because they throw shit packages out the windows in some places, don't they?
Yeah. That was always pleasant.
Yeah,
Finding one of... Bearing in mind, let's put it like this. It wasn't prison staff that cleaned the gullies. Prisoners were chosen to do that job, unfortunately. But they did get paid extra to do it, to be fair. So... Yeah, ship parcels.
So the cockroaches and the rats then, there was no way to eradicate them, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they just came back. And when the prison was inspected, so we had like national inspections. And
you can never get rid of cockroaches once you've got them.
And they came, visited us, and they, basically slammed us for the conditions. There was rot and damp, and the spores that you get when it's so bad. It's like black mold. Yeah, it can kill you. And I refused to put prisoners in that cell.
And anybody with asthma or anything's really lethal.
Yeah, I was ordered to put prisoners in that cell, and I used to say to the area manager, I wouldn't put my dogs in that cell. So we were really heavily criticised for the state of but you're talking a big prison which would require millions of pounds worth of investment.
No.
I think 1847, I think it was built. And it is very dilapidated. And,
Because that made headline news, didn't it, about the roaches and everything?
Yeah,
Walton. I remember reading it.
Yeah. But the fact is you can't polish a turd.
No.
Do you know what I mean? You can do a surface skim, but, and you can try and roll it in glitter, but a turd's a turd. That's, and whatever we did was never good enough. It's like I've worked on wings that they've decanted the wing, moved the prisoners elsewhere. They've fully refurbished the wing. They've put in new showers. All the cells have been repainted. They've put in new furniture. They've put in new floors. And within a week, it's ruined. So what do? It's and a lot of the windows at Walton were kicked out. So they were kicked out so prisoners could swing swing lines. Yeah. So you'd swing lines to each other with tobacco or drugs in or whatever. And then drones, when the sort of drone stuff started, so you could deliver before the prison caught up and got sort of anti-drone equipment, they would kick open the windows and get the drone to drop the drugs and the mobile phones off.
Wasn't that on the news about the drones in one of the prisons? I remember that.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
What do the drones look like?
Just little drones.
They're just little, because you can get different size ones, but you can get the little ones, as long as it can carry the weight.
Tick, tick, tick.
I mean, you get big ones like that.
Yeah.
But you get little
Just
ones.
little kid ones.
If you're thinking a bit of tobacco or some weed or something like that, it doesn't.
So they just come buzzing around the prison, these little drones.
But you can direct to which cell they can.
Is that precise?
Ellis has got one with a camera on it so we can see where he is.
Yeah.
So you see exactly where it's going?
Yeah, so you have a little controller with a camera on it.
Wakes up from his phone.
And you can see exactly where it goes, so you can deliver it to F-Wing 325.
Yeah.
So if you captured a drone, you can't trace that drone back to where it's come from?
We would hand it straight over to the police. So I don't know whether
technical
whether it's the same as sort of tracing
computers.
I was about to say IP addresses and things. I don't know.
And how do you catch your drones? What's the
one lands on your head.
I think they've got drone blocking technology. Sometimes they crash. Because drones are quite
messes with the thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So they go and fall down.
So you can sort of catch them when they do that. I quite like the thought of people coming out with big nets, and trying to catch them like that.
Butterfly nets.
Like the old-fashioned way, or teach some hawks to dive down on them or something dramatic like that. But so they will come up with ingenious ways to get drugs in, and it's down to the prison to then sort of match the technology. Yeah. So now we have sort of mobile phone detectors, mobile phone blockers.
They don't work,
But they're not incredibly precise. So.
Especially when it's up somebody's keys that you never find it.
I won't want to find it.
So we've had
no signal.
We've had staff members on who said they get up to £500 per package. And they can bring in 3 packages a day. Mm-hmm. So is there always an element of staff that's going to go for that profit, that money?
Yeah. It's all walks of life, isn't it?
I have to say that in my career I've dealt with numerous.
It's in all walks of life.
Like Lee. We had Lee on, didn't we?
Yeah.
He said his starting salary was 18k.
Yeah.
And then he could bring up to 3 packages a day for 500.
Yeah. Was he an officer?
And then he ended up getting busted, but he travelled the world and everything in the meantime.
Yeah.
With all the money he made.
He paid the price.
Paid a hell of a price.
Yeah. But there was quite... The thing with Liverpool as a city is that I always think I call it like a city that's a village, because everyone, you have staff that have grown up on the same streets as these prisoners. You have staff who've got cousins that are coming in,
that's my sister.
It's quite close-knit.
Give me mum a dinner.
Corruption is quite, I wouldn't say it's rife, but it does happen. I have to tell you this one story. It's not about a member of staff, it's about a prisoner. Just going back to what you were saying about where prisoners hide these mobile phones. So obviously we're not allowed to do internal searches.
Do you have the chair?
We have the chairs now, but we didn't. So you sit on something called a boss chair, and it scans you, and it can tell you whether it's got something up your bottom. But we didn't always have those.
You have them in the States.
So when you strip searched a prisoner, you would the most you could do is ask them to squat and part the cheeks. Now we had a prisoner. Obviously, I wasn't there. I was like stood away because we're not allowed to see men being searched. And this guy was being searched, and as he went to squat and pull his cheeks apart, the mobile phone started vibrating.
Oh my Lord.
Should have put it on silent.
So someone was trying to ring him, and he said, and he just went, game's up. He just took it out and handed it to staff. And it was like, but it was like the way, and it was apparently, I mean, like I say, I didn't see it, but apparently the look on his face was just like, he's probably my mum or something like that. Just like, and we've had cases where we know the numbers of the mobile phones that they've got, and we've called them and then like busted in the cell.
Wow. We were lucky, Kerry, because before we got arrested in Arizona, they had the finger wave, but it was ruled unconstitutional.
What was the finger wave?
Rubber gloves on the hand, and they put a finger in your bum.
Oh, they wasn't allowed to touch us physically.
No, before we got arrested, it was legal in Arizona for them to do that.
Can you imagine trying to do that to me?
There was all kinds of assaults reported around it, and it got ruled unconstitutional.
One of the officers, it was always on.
They were going in. They were going in to get contraband.
Oh no.
No, I would have absolutely no desire to do that. I've had people. I've had prisoners pull out packages covered in shit. I know, covered in shit, and hand it straight to me, and I've gone, I'm like, not touching that until I've got 20 pairs of gloves on, and I've like put tape, like Walter White in Breaking Bad, and they tape up tape up all their NBC suits. It's like, nah, I'm not taking that. But yeah, the size of stuff they can get out there. I mean, women have two holes, obviously, without being, obviously we all know anatomy of the male and female body. But so women have got two holes, so logistically they can get two lots of stuff in. Men only have the one, but the size, considering you get a lot of men like, never have anything up there, and you don't touch me. I don't want to be called queer. I don't want to be called fucking queer. And yet they'll stick like a fucking iPhone 14 up there that's like with a big screen, it's like the size of an iPad.
The mules, where I was housed, the mules were bragging on how many packages they could store inside themselves. And in Arizona, they measured it in quarter rolls.
Yeah.
So it's like a roll of quarters, coins, package. How many of those rolls they could get in?
What, widthways or lengthways?
So a quarter roll's like that.
Yeah.
It's like a sausage kind of length.
Not that big.
Yeah, like that.
Not that long.
Yeah.
Some
people get 4 of them in, 6 of them in, 8 of them in. And they get paid a % of what they brought in.
Like a roll of 2
So
pences.
there is an incentive. So I like the sales incentive.
Compared it to like a roll of 2 pences.
Yeah.
So many of them.
And they bragged that they could get all them in, and even when they parted the cheeks and squatted and coughed,
stayed up.
They wouldn't peek out during the strip searches. Plus, where we was, they had the foreskin search as well.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. I can't imagine you being able to get a lot.
That's what I was like, are you serious?
And in America.
First time they said it to me, I was like, are you serious? Like, yeah, people have drugs in there.
Yeah, they flatten it.
Pull your foreskin back, man.
No, in America, boys are circumcised as a matter of course.
A lot, yeah.
I think it's weird that men in England aren't, don't they?
I got singled out for the foreskin searches.
Yeah.
Oh, Sean, I'm
not many English.
Sorry.
It's mostly in America, they all seem to circumcise the men. Don't they? I think it's weird that the English don't.
Yeah.
Because they make more money.
But what gets me is the width of the things that go up there.
Yeah.
It's not so much the length.
And it's not even round.
It's
square.
the width that sort of gets me. And I'm
Packages.
Like, how did you get that up there?
That's got to hurt. That's got to
And they take a risk with their life when they're doing drugs as well, because if any of them burst inside them.
Yeah. Well, the ones that swallow it.
Yeah, they're knackered.
But you're surely going to cause some anal tearing with an iPhone, aren't you?
And then you get people having the girlfriends smuggle.
Yeah.
But then the girlfriends get caught.
Yeah.
I saw one guy, he was just mad she got caught. He wasn't worried about her. He was pissed off because he didn't get his drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was really common. I used to feel quite sorry for the girls, actually. Or they'd get set up. We'd know that they'd get set up to meet another prisoner that they've never met ever. Yeah. That their boyfriends would set them up so that they wouldn't be connected to it. So the meetings, there's some random person, he'll pass the drugs on.
Oh, the guy who can store 8.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He'd get loads of visits coming.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
He'd get all different visits coming all the time.
I'd be worried I wouldn't be able to get it all out.
Well, they have methods then to get it out if you can't get it out.
Just go in for it.
Do you take a laxative or something?
There was a laxative called Blue Thunder. and guys would if someone was stuck, someone would
help them
physically try and pull it out of them.
Physically take it out.
Yeah.
I have to say, this is the loveliest conversation that I've had throughout all the podcasts we've done. This is the most, shall we say, the lowest we can go.
There was a thing as well where there was people passed out on heroin or drugs, and a guard was about to do a security walk. So if the guard had saw that person, whole prison then is going to be locked down for the whole day. So to try and wake that person up as fast as possible, shove ice cubes in the bumhole.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wakey.
I have actually helped a nurse insert diazepam up someone's bum because it absorbs quicker. So
it's the membrane in the
membrane.
It's the quickest
yeah.
absorber. That's why they run antibiotics up there for kids.
And why was that necessary to put that in that person's bum?
Because she was having drug-induced psychosis, and I felt dead sorry for her because she was a dead lovely girl. But she'd used on the wing, and she just lost the plot. And she wasn't being particularly violent to staff, but she wasn't letting other staff near her apart from me. And this nurse said, "You're gonna have to help me here." And I'm like, "Am I allowed? What? I don't want to touch her." And she said, "She's got to have this anal diazepam because it'll work quickly and it'll bring her straight down. Can you help me?" So I'm like, I don't even know if that was legal. I have no idea what, but I had to sort of half restrain her, then half pull her knickers down so the nurse could like pull her cheeks.
Was she
apart.
fighting or?
Yeah, well she was.
Because she was delusional about it.
Yeah, she wasn't particularly fighting. She was just like rolling around and seeing things and psychotic. But yeah, we're a bit bum obsessed today, aren't we?
Yeah, all into the bums. Bumming around.
Did you ever have to administer the liquid kosh?
Rapid Trank.
Liquid kosh.
Well,
Holly will tell you what that is.
So, Rapid Trank it's like an instant sedative. So if you've got something, I believe it's quite widely used in America. In England, because we are not allowed to forcibly medicate prisoners, they are in psychiatric hospitals, but we're not allowed to in prisoners, even if they're prisoners waiting to go to psychiatric hospitals. So you've got this thing called liquid kosh, Rapid Trank. So we had so many insane people that were dangerous to themselves, dangerous to others. We had one guy that used to jump off a table. And I mean, I think Neil Samwith might have sort of talked about him, and his head used to bounce off the wall, and the staff used to sit in the office, and it'd be breaking their hearts because they'd just hear him crash and get down, get up again, jump off, head against the wall, jump. So it was people like that needed Rapid Trank. So only a doctor can issue it. But once again, so you'd have to. So generally, by the nature of these people, they'd have to be restrained. You know, the doctor's not going to, these people are completely psychotic and an extreme risk to themselves or others. So they'd have to be restrained and the doctor would have to issue it. However, red tape, being the wonderful red tape that it is, we were not allowed. So there'd have to be, so this person could have been going for hours. So there has to be a chain of command, a chain of paperwork, a chain of this, Home Office approval, NHS executive approval.
And they're not there at the situation.
No, they're not there. They can't see the person. It's just like, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? So it's like,
they're just covering their back.
Just give us the permission. So it would take hours. possibly days to get the permission to eventually administer Rapid-Tranq. And to be honest with you,
It's not that rapid, is it, really?
It's the best thing ever.
But it's not, because it's taking you days to get it in the first
Yeah,
place.
but
so,
it's the damage that the person could have done before they got it.
Life could have been lost.
Yeah, exactly. So we have used it a number of times. I know the prison doctor I was quite friendly with him. He was very frustrated, because he was wanting to get these people dealt with and get them treated and stuff like that. But we also used to use, going off topic a little bit, but it's sort of the same about sort of restraining prisoners, body belts. And I spoke about body belts before, but again, the forms you have to fill out to put someone in a body belt is absolutely bonkers.
It's time consuming though, isn't it? And by the time you've got all your approvals, it could be too late.
Exactly. All the approvals, all the paperwork that has to be filled out every 4 hours, this, that and the other. We had one guy, I think I talked about him, that used to grow his fingernail long and pick open his artery in his arm. So we put him in a body belt. Then he started hitting his head. So
That's
then
where the hands are.
Yeah, so the hands around a leather. It's a leather belt with like handcuffs on it. Then he started hitting his head, so we had to put then
helmet,
a padded helmet, like you use for boxing. And we're like, mate, come on, you look a right twat. Just behave yourself, and you'll get out of this, because it looks ridiculous. It looks inhumane. Exactly, like Hannibal Lecter. It's inhumane, But we've got a guy in a bloody body belt and a skull cap, so he doesn't hurt himself. And this is the kind of things the public don't see,
Yeah.
And like when you can hear someone smashing their head against the wall repeatedly, and you just think you need to.
I'm saying, it's not the staff; it's the system that's letting people down. It's the actual system, the paperwork you've got to go through before you can even do your job.
Yeah,
but if you want to say, like, let's get him some medicine now, you can't.
And I understand some of it, because if people are given the sort of right to use it willy-nilly, I think it would be like you'd find a whole unit of prisoners like that.
So the governor should be maybe trained up in that decision making.
It should be.
It should be left to your decision.
A lower level in consultation with the psychiatrist, and not to go all the way. Yeah.
The file, the inmate, everything, because
the psychiatrist and the doctor.
You should be able to make that call there and then, but you're not allowed.
No.
And it could cost a life. It could cost the life of another prisoner, life of a guard.
Yeah,
anything.
Exactly. I think it's more the danger that they are themselves when they're psychotic, because if they're that psychotic, we wouldn't let them out. But at some point, if they're hurting themselves, we have to go in and try and protect them.
And then there's the other side of it, where the whole prison is locked down, so you've got all them to handle them, because they're kicking off.
Yeah.
They don't understand what's going on down there. They just know they're locked up and they don't want to be. They want to get out, so... It's a whole rigmarole.
Yeah.
Whereas if it was left to where you could make it, whoever's in charge, the governor, should be able to make that final decision. Yes, we need to medicate him right now, or not. You shouldn't have to go through the chain of command, whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, I mean,
because it'd be a much easier, smoother run place. Your prison would be much happier, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the amount of times that it's been few and far between. It's not been enough. There's been plenty of cases where we've begged for it. And I mean, begged and begged and begged for it. Like, because it's particularly when you're mentally ill, you can be awake for days. A lot of these guys come in and they're awake for days. And if you're already psychotic or mentally ill, I mean, I know if I go one day without sleep, it's like I'm drunk already, So if I go any longer, it just increases. So, and you could have this person refusing to drink. You could have this person refusing to eat. They've been awake for days.
They're not things, deep deprivation.
And at least if you can Rapid-Tranq them, you can, if they get some sleep, and you can try and sort of get some...
They wake up completely different, don't we?
Yeah, but I can't go a day without sleep, so it's scary. And it's not like they're lying on the beds, they're like pacing the room and stuff like that.
Talking to
like
themselves, imagine all kinds.
Like they're on speed.
Well, they make up scenarios in their heads as well. This is going to happen, so I'm going to do that. When this happens, I'll do that. And they start making up stuff in their heads as well.
Well, we had a kid pour boiling water all over himself to punish himself because he'd killed his mum and raped his sister's dead body. Did I not tell you about that one? Did you not hear that one from Neil Samworth?
Oh my God, tell us this one.
No, I'm sure I've told you this one. So this kid,
Sister's dead body. I've not heard this one.
I'm sure you did. I said he was found somewhere in the northwest, like high up near Cumbria or something, running on the beach naked with a pipe shoved up his arse.
What?
I'm sure I've told you this one. So apologies to
Tell Wild Woman.
Was it not on the news?
Well, it was kept quite quiet, actually.
Was we away at the time?
So apologies to anyone that's already heard this story, but, it's quite a gruesome one. I'm surprised if Neil Samworth hasn't told it. But, yeah, so this kid, I think he was 20, 21 maybe, so I'll call him a kid compared to me. Yeah. He was found running up and down this beach somewhere near Cumbria or whatever, naked with a pipe up his arse. So a member of the general public alerted the police. He was brought in, and he was sort of questioned, and his details were given, and his next of kin was asked. So he gave his mother's details. I don't know if he confessed to the police then, or the police went round to the house. But one way or another, the police gained entry to his house. His mother had been viciously killed, stabbed. I'm always an exaggerator. I always say like thousands of times, whatever. But she, stabbed many times. His sister was the same, and there was evidence that there was sexual assault.
After death.
I can't remember whether he admitted it, that it was after she was dead. But the belief is how they've done whatever through forensics, but it was believed that he did it after, as she was dying, or when she was dead. And he came into custody, and he was so unwell. And the build up to it was that he had been, and his mother, he was a heavy weed user. I think he was autistic or on the Asperger's spectrum, and he was smoking weed heavily. And he'd been begging for help. I think he'd presented at a hospital 2 days prior, said he was going to kill himself, that he was scared of what he was going to do. His mum had raised concerns with sort of medical staff. She was scared for her son, understandably, but there had been this pattern of asking for help, which had then culminated in him losing the plot and doing this to his... Now, there were some psychiatrists that thought he was faking it, but I saw him when he first arrived, excuse me, and I saw a scared little boy, but who was psychotic. So he had very slight moments of lucidity where you could look in his eyes and you could, he'd recognise you or see you. But he wasn't engaging with staff. He was just garbling, mumbling, not getting, because yourself, when they come in, you get a certain amount of questions asked about you, get your height, your weight, all this done. Well, we couldn't do any of that with him because he wasn't communicating with us. So we put him in a cell, and we put him on like a special watch, so someone was checking on him. And I think an officer managed to connect, because I think it was either Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or something like that. And he said, this officer said, "Oh, do you like such and such?" And he said, "Oh, yeah. And he managed to make a connection that way.
Breakthrough,
Yeah. But generally he wasn't talking. And it eventually got, he was up there, he was up on the healthcare because of the nature of his offence as well. It had made local news, hadn't made national news, which was quite bizarre. Anyway, this kid, about 2 weeks down the line, bearing in mind psychiatrists have been seeing him and saying, it's personality disorder, or it was a short-term drug-induced psychosis, he's not mentally ill, he needs to go to prison. And obviously when they're on remand, you get assessed by mental health professionals who decide whether, you're going to go to a hospital, whether you're going to make an insanity plea, all the rest of it. And 3 weeks after he arrived, he boiled a kettle. Some of them had kettles in out cells. Some of them had kettles that were available,
Like a communion.
Yeah, or there were, hot water urns that you had on the side. Oops, sorry. And you can fill them up like that. And he tipped a whole container of boiling water over his head.
Oh, God.
And he said it was to punish himself because
what he'd done.
realised, because he'd started getting medication and the medication had started to kick in.
So we realised
So, because it does take a while for sort of antipsychotics and things like that to kick in. And he suddenly started to come round.
Wake up
out of his psychosis, realised what he'd done, and was just like, whoa. And he did it to punish himself. Because
How sad.
It is. He did eventually go to hospital, as far as I remember. I think that
But
was
if they'd have listened to him in the first place, it wouldn't have got to that
and
point.
I think the fact that, so with some people, so I've talked about Dale Cregan, you know, when they gave him antipsychotics, but it didn't change your behaviour, because if you're not psychotic and you take antipsychotics, it's not going to do anything for you. But if you are psychotic and you take them and you have a breakthrough and you start to appear better, then it kind of indicates that you were ill, unless he was pretending. But I'm pretty certain that someone who does that someone who does that to their mother, their sister, and then hurts themselves in that, I mean...
There's no pretending.
And it wasn't like he was an attention seeker. He wasn't one of these that was sort of, I need to go to, you know, hospital. He wasn't that kind of person. He was very quiet. So I think after that incident, they realised that, you know, this is pretty severe, and he needs to go to a hospital. But yeah,
that's why a lot of people end up in prison. I think is because they get neglected outside. They don't listen to them.
Yeah, yeah.
And they are mentally challenged.
And
challenged. I can't say that word.
To be fair, the sort of community mental health teams are overrun as well.
Yeah.
You know, and
they have all that red paper to go through just like anybody else.
Yeah.
Don't they? It's
I mean, if you
ridiculous.
think of like social workers who have 50, 60, 70 families on their caseloads, mental health workers in the
don't meet all of
community
them,
can
though.
say,
It's all on paper.
how can you manage a person with complex, possible dual needs like, you know,
See him
drugs
once a month.
and see him once a month and say, don't forget to take your depot injection.
No, I've assessed them. They're all right. I've seen them this month.
Yeah.
What happened yesterday before you seeing them, you know?
Yeah. So that was pretty horrendous.
It's just not enough, is
That's
it?
one of the most gruesome stories we've ever had.
Really?
Yeah.
It's sad more than anything.
It's sad that I think
is
it's
sad.
sad
Then
for
it got
me
that far because he kept asking for help. That's what makes it sad.
Yeah.
Him and his mum.
I feel
scared for my son, do you know, and look what happened.
For me, it's quite difficult because I speak with other officers and we're quite blasé about it. And it's you know, we'll recount these stories and they're horrendous. But to me, it's almost like I've stopped.
And you
Not that I've stopped caring, but I've become completely detached from.
It's the only way you can protect yourself.
But out of work, I'm the world's most emotional person that you've ever met. You know, I constantly have tears flowing. You know, anything can kick me off. A donkey advert, you know, one of these donkey adverts like sponsoring donkey in Iraq or something because they're lame. I can watch that and cry my heart out. But you know, someone who does that, it's kind of like, yeah, I've got a wall, and it's not that don't have compassion or empathy, because I have massive amounts of compassion and empathy, but when I'm talking about it, I know it was horrible and how I felt at the time, but now it's kind of like it seems a lifetime away.
Yeah.
You've had to do that to protect yourself.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's too much.
Yeah.
I mean, just hearing what you said, my brain's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that. What he did to his sister and his mum.
Yeah. I think
it's too much. It's too much.
I think because I'm a bit like obsessed with true crime, you know, I am an absolute true crime junkie and horror films and slasher films and all the rest of it. So I'm quite desensitized to things like this, and I have been from quite a young age. It's like, but I don't want, you know, because there have been some comments thinking that I'm glorifying these incidents, that I'm sort of maybe laughing at these incidents. And there have been some incidents that have been laughable, but people haven't been hurt. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's important for people to realise that it's a really, really challenging job.
Yeah.
And you need humour to get through it. You need resilience, and you need to create that barrier around you. So it's not recounting it without empathy and compassion. It's just someone has to deal with it.
What people don't understand is they've not been through things. Laughing can become a coping mechanism.
Definitely.
It looks like you're laughing inappropriately, but you're not. It's like a nervous reaction.
A nervous
Yeah.
giggle. My nan used to say I had a nervous giggle.
Yeah.
I'd giggle at something.
But it's almost like an autonomic.
Yeah, you make fun of something.
It's like an autonomic response that you haven't got control of.
Because some of the viewers have said that about Jen. She's laughing inappropriately, but she's got that reaction as well.
Yeah.
From trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's like people, I think we'll probably talk about it sort of in part 4. Yay, I'm sure everyone's dead pleased at that. But I'll sort of talk about my own personal experiences, because I think it takes, it does take, when I say special, I'm not saying I'm special, I'm great, I'm wonderful, but it does take a sort of certain type of personality to work in a prison. And I think sort of when
certain people shouldn't be working in prison, so
exactly. And I think it'll be good to, when we close this off, for people to sort of see what my personal experience is, because I've very much talked about the incidents in the jails and some of the funny stuff and some of the sad stuff, but it's important for people to understand sort of, I think, my personal experience, and maybe when they hear that, they'll sort of have a bit more understanding.
It puts it all into context.
Yeah.
There was a couple of stories that Kerry was telling Dave downstairs that we could finish on.
Which ones?
The torso story. Do you want to tell?
Am I allowed to say names though?
It's fine. It's so long ago. It's so long ago.
Well, I think she's still in prison, to be honest.
You could just say the torso woman or whatever.
Well, she was from France. I'm sure of the newspapers. I'm sure I can say her name. Can I?
You go for it, yeah.
Valerie Pape.
We'll deal with the library.
If you're not allowed.
Just say the first name.
Her name is Valerie Pape, from France. And she lived in America, and she was in prison with me. I knew her through prison. She was a big hairdresser salon, wanted more money. They found a torso in her dumpster next to her salon. That's how they found her. She chopped her husband up to pieces with insurance money. They never did find his head. She was the hairdresser for the staff.
No.
Yeah, she had scissors and cutting the staff's hair.
No.
She bought the chainsaw with her credit card. Dumb. Dumped him in the dumpster next to his salon, out the back. So obviously, but they never found his head. Then what she done with the head, she never said. Never found out. And then she tried her best to get extradited, is the word.
Yeah.
To France.
Back to France.
And she felt cocksure of herself. I'm going back to France. No, you're not. She didn't. Because she, at time served, you say they wouldn't put her in jail for life.
Yeah, that's it. She'd get out in France, wouldn't she? Because they don't give them like 200-year sentences in France, do they?
No.
Oh
so
my God.
She was one of me. She was in with me.
And they gave her scissors.
There was another one, we called her Lizzie Borden, I don't know her proper name. Kathleen, somebody her name, I can't remember. She was in for cutting her mum and dad up, and she was in the process of being her dad at the time. When they come in and cause her mum was in the freezer, readying steaks and stuff. She was walking around with a pickaxe on yard crow, and I'm there with a rake.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. Defending yourself with a
down
rake.
the other end, I'm not working next to her. When I found out what she was there for, she dragged her. She was on that much medication. She couldn't even walk straight. You know,
Well, to be honest with you, I'd want something like that medicated.
Proper medicated.
Oh my God.
Really medicated.
Yeah, this is the thing. You forget that women are capable of doing these.
Some of them, they were in there, and I was like, what? You know, the child ones,
offenders.
the women child offenders. There's no, I can't grasp it, mate. You don't realise there's that many of them. There's hundreds of them.
Yeah.
You think it's one in every now and then this woman's involved, but oh no, there's so
I
many.
think
And they're in GP.
Yeah.
They're in GP, so God will let you know who they are.
Yeah. I think you said, Sean, didn't you? Because you were surprised when we did part 1 that there were child offenders in the prison.
Just in GP.
But
General population, you know, they're just there. And if they don't tell you, the officers will let you know who they are.
Some of them do go undercover in the general population, don't they?
Yeah.
Because they've got whole prisons just
But
for
the
them
officers
now.
will let you know who they are.
Yeah.
You know what she's here for, don't you? By way of. Or they'll talk to each other so we can hear them.
Yeah.
I haven't said nothing, but we heard her.
Yeah.
So it gets dealt with then.
Yeah.
You know, certain ways.
God, is that right? if it's called not shitting in your own backyard.
Don't shit on your own doorstep.
If I'm going to get rid of, if I've chopped someone up and got rid of him and they've not found his head, put the bloody torso where the head's gone. It's not rocket science.
In the dumpster outside a bleeding salon.
What?
I'm sure that's where they found his torso, in the dumpster outside their salon. Because I'm like, whoa.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm sure she's still in the knickers. I'm sure she got a life.
Yeah. They quite often get life without parole, do they? Or they get parole at like 40
There's
years or
also
something.
there who
Death
shouldn't be
penalty in
there,
Arizona.
Yeah. Still on death row. There's a few on death row.
Oh,
There's a couple of women on death row, isn't
Yeah, there is.
I'm quite fascinated with death row as well. Surprise. Is it dark and dangerous and horrible? And I'm quite interested in, because they're talking now about bringing a different form of execution in. They're talking about the nitrous oxide. Gas, yeah. So you get...
Didn't they used to use gas, death by gas? They used to gas people.
Yeah, but it wasn't that. I think they used gas with cyanide, but this is like supposed to be a peaceful, natural death where you just... And it's induced within a couple of seconds.
Well, why
and you
bother
just go
killing
to
them
sleep.
then if they're not going to make it nasty?
But it's...
What's the point?
Yeah.
Make them suffer. If you're going to kill them, make them suffer.
But I think Ohio has passed it. I think there's a couple of other states has passed it.
It's so quick on the death penalty in America.
No one has yet been
Used
put to death because they're talking about bringing the firing squads back again as well. They've even... when was the last person? So I was reading the other day, the last person to die from the electric chair was honestly a lot more... It was something like 20 years ago.
Was it a woman?
No, it was a fella.
It was
and
the woman.
I can't remember when it was. And I'm thinking, electric chair 20 years ago? That's like shocking.
Arizona had hanging and a woman's head come off and rolled into the spectators. So then they changed it to, was it the gas chamber, I think, after that?
It was the gas and
then something happened there that they were dying too slow or
cyanide,
something.
wasn't it?
So then they went to the electric chair
fried them, didn't they?
and lethal injection.
It was that one they fried.
Each state has its own laws. Yeah. Some you can choose. You can choose firing squad. You can choose electric chair.
Oh God!
They fried somebody wouldn't die, would he? Was that they fried?
Yeah, they've had a couple where
the Green Mile's based on that, isn't it?
Where
that case.
They've tried to kill him like 30 times
die,
and couldn't find a vein, so sent him back. There's that one.
That one, and they think he was just present as well. The killer snitched, put him in it, and he wasn't really in it, because I've spoke to his wife, because she was on death row as well, and she was exonerated.
Well, it's like now 20 years down the line, they're finding evidence of people who were innocent. And what happens if they'd have killed him 20 years ago? Oh, sorry, my bad, it wasn't you. SARS.
They thought he'd killed the cop, so they adjusted the equipment so he wouldn't immediately die, and that's why the flames started coming out of his head and everything.
That's the one I'm thinking
of.
Yeah,
but he was innocent. His wife got exonerated.
That's what I'm thinking of.
They executed him anyway. And the actual killer got away with it by putting them in it. 3 convictions is better than 1, so he got his death penalty reduced and got released. Yeah.
Wow.
It's so corrupt out there as well. It's crazy.
It's really corrupt out there.
When was this hanging that this woman's head?
Oh, this is like back in the day, like
way back.
cowboys, all that stuff.
Way back. That's how they kept changing. She's like, when was it?
I know. I'm like,
I think it's on the Arizona Department of Corrections website about the history of the death penalty. There's a page on it. But I was housed in SMU as well, which is Supermax next to death row. So the cells there, it's just like otherworldly, really. The lights on all the time.
Yeah.
They're in the shank-proof body armor, the guards, and you're only allowed out every like 2 or 3 days to have a shower. And there's 3 of them around you, the guards.
15 minutes.
In the shower?
Yeah.
They tell you to walk, you got to put your hands through the door first, get cuffed, face the wall, door buzzes open. You walk into the shower and they tell you if you look and signal at a prisoner or smile or say anything, we're just going to grab the back of your skull and smash you into the concrete.
Contact.
Then the shower door opens, you go in, you put your hands back through to uncuff, and then there's a button, but the water only runs for about 10 minutes for security reasons, and they leave you in there for hours. And you're yelling, let me out, but they just get off on that,
Wow.
Yeah.
God, my mind's blown.
It's just all electronically operated from the guard tower. Yeah.
I mean, Manchester is, I wouldn't say it's completely the same, but there is a lot of gates that you need permission So you buzz
Everything
and
you
there's
like to go over there.
because certain people can't go certain places, and certain places are extra secure, so you have to buzz, and the cameras and the
See, they allowed their own clothes. Like
Manchester
street clothes.
Yeah,
I don't
think
know. So they could just mingle in with anybody and just walk out with in ordinary clothes.
Well, they take remand prisoners as well.
See inmates over there.
Because we're all in orange or black and
Black
white
and white.
stripes.
Black and white when you're in county waiting to get sentenced, and then you're in orange till you come home.
Nuclear orange.
Everybody's in the. You like a bag of what's it? Isn't it?
Do you not sweat like fucking
Non-stop. You're covered in skin infections and bed sores.
It's terrible.
And do you
With
get
the
enough water to drink?
No, not really. You have to buy your water or drink it out the tap, which is not drinkable. And there was a heat wave at one point where they actually provided, did you get them the things of water, ice water on the yard? Did your toilets break at one point? You had to put carry bags of shit on them.
Our toilets broke. Our whole water system was down for days. And the toilet was so full of shit.
Yeah,
we had to put our hands in the shit
that happened with
to
us.
let the water through to flush it down.
No, we used to stick our carrier bags on the toilet and
We've lowered the tone again, haven't we?
poo in the carrier bag.
We've come back to
bums.
Poos.
If people read my online blog,
That's what prison's
my
about,
first
shit.
entry's called Deep Shit. We had
America's
no running
called-
water for 3
prison's
days.
called deep shit.
And I got to put my hand
Yeah, we were the
through
same.
the shit to
We
get
had
the
no
water,
water as well.
get the water to flush.
It must have been something in
And the
Phoenix,
tap water hadn't come back on, so I couldn't wash my arm. I'm sat in the cell.
Did all the
Hours.
water go down in Phoenix or something? There was something, wasn't
3
it?
days it was down the water in
Yeah,
our
our
Powers
water
jail.
was down.
Yeah.
The carrier bag was the best. I'm just shit in the carrier.
Yeah, shitting in the breast in the Ladmo in the
Ladmo
breakfast
bags, yeah.
plastic
Try to
bag.
aim at the bags
They were
while
in the
it's
plastic
big.
bags and just waiting with the plastic bags at the door to let them.
Oh, just fill your toilet. And then it was just 2 bunkies sharing one room.
Oh, God. So it's your turn to shock me.
All documented in my book Hard Time. If you want to read it, or online, you can go John's Jail Journal. All documented in real time online.
I'd be lying in
the journal.
bed in the dorms in the county jail, and there's girls with the most beautiful hair down to her feet near enough, and she was on the bottom bunk, so there's an aisle between us, and I'm lying there. Just looks over, and the hair's on the floor, and there's this rat walking up her hair, and I'm like, you got a mouse in your head, you got a
making me
mouse in your head.
scratch.
And because the hair, it fell into because it was so long, it was on the floor from the bunk. And I could see her hair moving. I'm like, looking like that. And as I'm looking, I could see it walking up her hair. I had to wake her up. Ugh.
Oh, my God.
So, Ollie, what have we got to look forward to in part 4?
I bet people would be so happy.
We've not finished Liverpool.
Yeah, we just got a few little bits to finish off at Liverpool. One interesting story about a guy I had an ongoing battle with, a child offender. So that was quite interesting. We're going to talk about my journey to headquarters, which I hated. And then we're going to talk about my journey back from headquarters to Hindley, where I pulled in another favour and someone wanted me to work there. And then I'm going to talk about the end of my career, which finished December 21st, 2019.
And Wild Woman, we're inundated with people asking, is there going to be a Wild Woman part 3?
Oh, God. Only if she comes.
Oh, bless.
And Holly can sit here and you'll sit there.
Yeah.
I'm just like, tell me more. It's like,
There's so much. You forget, you sort of wander off and get stuck on. You go off track, don't you? Because there's so much.
It's
like when you're
fascinating.
talking about your story, there's so much you tend to go off track.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
to another story.
It's
So
fascinating, yeah.
you tend to not talk about what you start with. You end up talking about something completely different because there's that many.
Yeah, but we seem to have talked about bums a lot
Lot of
today.
bums.
So maybe
Well, being in jail is a bit shit, like.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's true. So maybe we try and avoid bums and shit in the next one.
So let us know in the comments what you thought. Let us know in the comments what you thought about today's video. Also, let us know if you'd like to see a Wild Woman part 3. If you've got questions for Wild Woman or Holly, put them in the comments as well. And we will keep these coming. And we'll finish showing Holly that Arizona prison handshake. Is it different in the women's? The men's is this one.
I can't remember.
That one.
Oh, yeah.
And then bump fists.
Yeah, it's that rap, isn't it? And then
Show Holly then.
I'm left-handed, don't you see?
Go on.
I've been playing with tissue. So it's that, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you guys. That was brilliant.
Lovely to meet you. I was looking forward to meeting you this morning.
Yeah, I was dead nervous.
You're missing the action?
Sean, give me an in-your-face violent prisoner any day of the week, because you know what you're dealing with, and you're like, yeah, they are what they are. He'd split this guy's head open and start eating his brain. He has categorically said to psychiatrists, if you release me, I will kill again. People think that slashing a neck's quite easy. You need to put quite a bit of force into. This sounds gruesome, doesn't it? I've seen people with like flaps of skin hanging off the face. They said if he kills himself, you're going to lose your job. Any loss of life is horrendous, but it was tragic. These girls were young in age, young in service, and I think it was the fact that they were both women. Armed police, snipers on the roofs. There's this creature sat in front of me who knows the truth, who's full-blown psychopath, who knows the truth that he's not telling us. I literally want to hold a knife to your throat and get you to tell me where that child's body is and tell us what you really did. He had raped, tortured, murdered, dismembered, disposed of this young child. The inside, on the passenger window that she was in, were little handprints. Which tells me she was conscious and she was trying to get out.
There we go. Part 2. People said Jamie Morgan Kane could tell a story, and my goodness, Holly is up there. She's probably the female equivalent of Jamie Morgan Kane's storytelling ability. If you've not seen Jamie's videos, he's the most viral guest with 10 million views presently, and it just keeps going up and up. If you've seen part 1 with Holly, you know what I'm talking about. This is the Prison Governor series, our first ever prison governor, and we only got into year 8, where Holly is not yet a governor. She's come across purple Aki. I thought I knew everything about prison, having interviewed hundreds of people who've been in prison, and Holly just took it to the next level. I mean, even if you just have time to watch the trailer from part 1, you'll see what I'm talking about. I learned so much from speaking to Holly. It is dark, it is harrowing, it is graphic content. Holly does not mince words. You are going to go on a hard-hitting journey today, part 2 of the hard-hitting journey, as we continue into, and we're going to watch our language. We're going to call certain people people who are attracted to kids instead of saying the P word, and we're going to go to a prison that specialised in those offenders in the beginning of this, and we're also going to go to a Manchester prison where, because there's going to be a lot about Dale Cregan in this, and a lot about the other killer, Mark Bridger. There's going to be a lot about them, and I imagine we're going to have to end it before Holly gets to the end of her story, so there's going to be many more parts. Which we're looking forward to, and we hope you get your book out as well.
Yes.
Holly, where are we going next then?
We're going to Wymot Prison in Lancashire. It's a Category C prison. Not many people have heard about it. It's kind of tucked away, and it twins with Garth Prison, which is a Category B prison, and Wymot was a Category C prison, but it was renowned for being a child offenders prison, shall we say. So very, very weighted towards that kind of population. So I think there was a population, it was quite large, maybe up to like 1,000, maybe, as I can remember, and at least half of them were in for offences against children.
Oh my goodness, there's 500 of them together.
Yeah, so the prison was, to kind of give you an image, the prison was split in 2. So we had regular, what we call Cat C prisoners on one side, and then the other side were these prisoners. And obviously never the twain shall meet, because there would have been absolute chaos. So yeah, that was...
Do the twain meet sometimes by accident?
Yeah, well, not so much by accident, because there's really strict protocols about keeping them apart. But during my time there, what they used to do is separate the religious services. So on a Sunday, you'd have 2 regular Church of England services, you'd have 2 Roman Catholic services. On a Friday, you would have 2 Muslim prayers. So it was very difficult to manage and staff intensive.
So there was a move whilst I was there towards the sort of end of my service at Wymont to mix the groups, with the thoughts being, if you are coming to church or if you are coming to pray, then you should be a good enough person not to fight with the people that you're interacting with. To my knowledge, there weren't any issues, because basically you were told any problems, you get hoiked off and you don't get a chance to go again. And a lot of them like going to the services because it was just another way for them to chat with each other, deal drugs, do whatever they wanted to do.
Them.
Yeah. It's basically an extra hour, and they got to have a bit of a sing-song, and sometimes they get some tea and coffee and biscuits, so it's quite a privilege to go to religious services.
So when you started work at this prison then, and these offenders have got such heinous crimes, are you able to access the files of what they've actually done?
Yes, yeah, if I wanted to.
If you wanted to.
But it was not common that I wanted to.
What would make you want to?
Well, if we're doing something like, if we're trying to plan their sort of rehabilitation program for whilst they're in prison, so if they're going to engage in certain activities, if we need to do something called, and this is technical language which I hate, a risk assessment. So you have to assess them based on what their offences were. Was it violent? What was the age, the sex of the victim, stuff like that. Whether there were people that were comparable in the prison that we needed to protect from them. So, yeah, I could find out if I wanted to. It's not often. We also had access to what's called pre-sentence reports. And what pre-sentence reports do is they're completed by probation, and they are quite a lengthy document which goes into all the sort of factors within the offending, but also the offender's history and previous offences and stuff like that. So it's not something I particularly wanted to get involved in. I found it hard enough just dealing with them. I didn't really want to know.
What were the challenges? Why was it hard?
A lot of them were, a huge percentage were in denial, which is, so you can understand from their perspective, if you are convicted of that offence, you're going to say to your family and friends, I didn't do it, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Because whilst you're in prison, you need the support of your family and friends. You need people to send you money in, you want to get your visits. So people will adamantly deny it. They will go through appeal after appeal after appeal just to sort of prove to the world, even though if they're caught absolutely bang to rights, they will still do it. So I found those, because they take a sort of holier than thou attitude, as in, I'm completely innocent. How dare you accuse me of this heinous crime? How dare you, imprison me? And I think that lack of responsibility, it also meant that whilst they were denying their offence, they can't engage in rehabilitation activities, because they're saying, well, I didn't do it, so how can I be rehabilitated? So you're sort of stuck with this group of people that don't want to engage, don't want to join in the regime, don't want to engage in rehabilitation. And I actually worked with the families of them as well. So that was really bizarre. And that was a significant challenge, because all the sort of, I wouldn't say funding, but resources often went to the Category C prisoners. Sort of one of my jobs was to make sure that access to families and family visits and family days and things like that was equal. So I used to hold family meetings outside the prison with the families of these guys. And it was really shocking to hear the family perspective, in as much as they 100% believed their partner, their dad, whoever it was. And it was they'd try and draw you in, say, well, what's your opinion? How do you think their appeal will go? And you're thinking, there's DNA evidence, there's this, there's that, there's the other. How can you deny it? But they're in this sort of bubble of like, all of them are in complete denial. And I found that really difficult, because I know it's not an offence that anyone wants to hold their hands up to, but as a manager dealing with that, I'd have more respect for someone to say, yes, I've got a problem, please give me help. The other challenges were the significant amounts of self-harm in that side of the population. I think I mentioned on part 1 that a lot of them see themselves as victims, so they're ill a lot of the time. You know, they're actually quite an elderly population as well. A lot of them are quite a bit older, so a lot of them are ill. A lot of them have self-harm. A lot of them are all like quite, woe is me, and I'm so meek and mild, and it's kind of like, give me an in-your-face violent prisoner any day of the week, because you know what you're dealing with, and you're like, yeah, they are what they are. A lot of stuff went underhand at the prison, so we worked very closely with the police as well. So they'd be networking whilst they were in prison as well. So they'd be writing to other offenders at other prisons and stuff like that. Or
what was the purpose of that?
In order to create networks that they could continue once they were released.
Is that how rings form?
Well, I say we, not me personally, but there was some success in busting rings or potential rings. Like say there might be a prison ring that then will translate to outside. I mean, I'm not saying it's normal or natural, but they're going to gravitate towards each other because, you know,
they have something in common.
They have something in common, and you know, other people ostracise them, which again I've talked about.
So would you say that putting them together like that actually presents a danger to society?
Of course.
Absolutely. They feed a lot of them if they are that way. I mean, some of them are maybe one-off offences, you know, but there are others that are habitual repeat offenders. And yeah, they will feed off each other. I mean, I don't want to know about some of the conversations that went on behind closed doors, or, you know.
Did you ever see any of the messages passed around?
No, but they kept a lot of that quite secure within the prison, because we had something called a public protection unit who worked closely with police and social services. So that kind of information was often held quite securely in the prison. Little bits did come out, or say, for example, you do a cell search. I can't remember if it was at Wymont or Liverpool. So like one guy, at the time they were allowed like soft core porn magazines, and one guy had cut a picture. That they also were allowed a what's they called when you order from a catalogue. That's it. Yeah. And they'd cut the faces of the children out of the catalogue.
Oh my! And
placed them onto the soft core porn magazines. So that was pretty grim. So these are the challenges are like overwhelming. It's coming from like every direction. You're like,
within 10 minutes I'm already hearing things I've never ever heard before about prison.
So they're not a nice bunch of people to deal with, and like I say, particularly the ones in denial that are, you know, think that they will challenge you a bit more. The other ones that are sort of more resigned to their sentence and not going anywhere, let's say, they're fine. They're just creepy. But the ones that are in denial are the ones that will, you know, challenge you on every opportunity, and the frustration and the anger would build up, because you're like, you really just want to say to them, who do you think you are, you know, but you can't because you're professional, and etc. But
so in the population of offenders that are attracted to kids, if there's that many of them, is there a hierarchy?
I wouldn't say so. It was kind of like, I mean, obviously people that within the prison, people that commit offences against children are the lowest of the low, but quite often we called them VPs, we called them, so they were vulnerable prisoners. So quite often you might also have mixed in there people that might have battered old grannies whilst they were robbing them and things like that, or, you know, a one-off offence, a sexual assault against a woman or whatever. So there was a hierarchy within the vulnerable population, definitely. But like I say, once again, if you're in prison, to protect yourself, what you're going to do, you're going to deny it. because there were occasions where what I would call a VP would be on what's called normal location, but because they so vehemently denied their offence, people just kind of said, well, he can't have done it, so he's all right by us. So it served them in a lot of ways to maintain that.
Surely being in a VP wing, they can all congregate together.
Yes.
Yeah. And make big plans.
They can do, and that's why the police were always heavily involved. You know, there was always a two-way flow of information between the police, because the police always have a specialised unit outside, not outside the prison, but within the sort of local forces. They will have specialised units that deal with these people, and the two-way flow of information was phenomenal. Because I mean, later on in my career, I actually worked in public protection, and you were literally every day in touch with social services, local authorities, police. We worked really, really closely with police because they are so dangerous and they are so likely to reoffend. So yeah, God only knows what has been planned or, actually has come to fruition from purely from mixing with each other in prison.
And were the police quite helpful in all of this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the flow of information was fantastic. They also came in and did training for us, which was a real eye-opener. So they came in and did training for us on sort of, because they're quite often writing code as well. So because they know their mail is monitored and they know their phone calls are monitored. So they developed their own code. So the police would they did this training package for us to sort of pick up sort of little sort of red flags, shall we say, if they're planning things. So yeah, if they're writing in code, certain items. So another thing that they showed us to look out for is something called offence mirroring. So I'll give the example, the one of the children's heads on the catalogue. So if this person had been done for photographs or anything, indecent photographs of children or offensive, that would be the fact that we would find that shows that he's still a very high risk because he's what's called offence mirroring in prison. So yeah, I mean, it sounds grotesque, but it was also interesting, because it's like a part of the human psyche that normal, inverted commas, people don't ever get to see.
And what was the punishment for getting caught with these magazines?
Well, this is the problem. It wasn't against prison rules. It's not against prison rules to cut something out and stick it on another piece of paper, So all we could do, we would flag it up as a security concern. We would flag it up and pass it to our public protection unit. But in terms of actual disciplinary responses, we didn't have any opportunity to do that.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these people but they were very sly, very unhanded, and because they weren't in your face and being really disruptive, I think the kind of feeling was, hate to say this, let them get on with it, let them do what they're going to do.
What about that? I don't know if we talked about this in part one. That guy who got arrested because he wrote like a how-to book, and he was in Thailand and all that stuff. He got murdered, didn't he?
Yes, he got
Huck.
Murdered at the Cathay prison.
What was his name? Huckle something.
Yes, yeah.
And they considered him the most evil,
the most dangerous
one ever of people who
he
commit crimes against kids.
He
wrote a how-to manual.
How to abuse kids.
Go to these countries, find these families in these poor regions, and say that you're going to be this and help them this and get this. How you get the kids from them, and then do this.
And he taught English, didn't he? I think he taught English. I think he was involved in sort of religious things as well. So it was horrendous. I never came across him, but I am not surprised at all that he was murdered in prison. I mean, he had literally hundreds, if not thousands,
of victims.
And he was in a position of power.
No, he was in a position
young,
of power
wasn't he?
over the kids. Yeah, I think he used to go and volunteer for charities, and he used to go out there to the place like Vietnam and Thailand, and he would teach English but he'd ingratiate himself with the local families, who would then put him up, give him board and food and things like that, and then obviously he'd do what he did. But yeah, I'm not unsurprised at all that he was relatively young. I think he was in his 20s. I'm just going to take my glasses off.
Yeah.
They keep slipping off my nose. He was I think he was in his 20s, but I think he was quite intelligent as well, and I think that's the scary thing. A lot of them are not your bog standard what you would consider offenders. So I'm not saying all of them by any any means, but a lot of the, again, inverted commas, normal prisoners that you see don't have great education, don't have a brilliant background, but some of the ones that on the other side, they're teachers, people, older men in positions of power, or very well-to-do people. It spans every walk of life, every type of person, every age, every career was in there. And again, they could be slightly more intelligent, which means they think they can tie you in knots, and the in denial, I'm holier than thou, I'm also cleverer than you. So it doesn't surprise me that someone developed that skill, that manipulative skill, combined with their intelligence to then go on to commit.
Is that how they were able to pass around messages?
No, it's because they're considered relatively low risk in terms of their behaviour. So they're not likely to riot, they're not likely to assault each other, they're not likely to do anything like that. So actually the staffing resources are less because they need less supervision. So if they're out and about, for example, you're not going to have staff observing them all day, every day. So they can, quite openly congregate, quite openly, speak without ears around and stuff like that. So it's dead easy to pass messages.
And if they're more well behaved, then do they get assigned jobs that could get them to move around the system?
Yeah. So every prison will have its own workshops or activities, whether it be education, it might be sort of like woodwork, some of them, leather shops, all sorts of fixing bikes and wheelchairs and things like that. But obviously, again, because the nature of Wymot, it had what we call a split site. So there'd be workshops for them and workshops for the CATSI, and again the two, because you can imagine the population meeting in a workshop where they have access to tools and lumps of wood and things like that. Would have been utter chaos. But yeah, so a lot of them would do education, for example. But there's also jobs for prisoners helping other prisoners, so they can act as mentors and wing representatives and things like that, and they love those kinds of jobs.
I mean, did you ever meet any of them who were actually reformed?
No.
No.
No. Not at all. I think it's impossible.
Because we discussed chemical castration, didn't we, last time?
Yeah.
A lot of people in the comments were for chemical castration.
Yeah.
Are you for chemical castration?
I just think it's a predisposition. I think it's a combination of nature and nurture. There are some people that it hasn't happened to that go on to do it, and there's some that go on to do it that have had wonderful lives, and it's just part of who they are. I think I mentioned the sex offender treatment program in the last part, and it doesn't rewire your brain. There's no magic pill that you can take that's going to stop you feeling this way. There are sort of cognitive behavioural type things you can teach people to avoid high risk situations, like they know not to go near a play park, they know not to go shopping when kids are coming out of school, for example. But no, not one that I would consider reformed at all.
So Holly, then,
or remorseful, should I say.
When you started at that prison, what was your job title?
Oh, we're going back now. I started off, I worked on the wing, so I was responsible for 2 wings. Again, I was always had the big wings. So I had a CATSI wing, and I also had a child offenders wing. Now, the ones on the wings were the worst of the worst. So they were the really badly behaved ones. They were the ones that were, not more manageable on the other side of the prison, the open side. So these lot were, it like imagine one big wing, split down the middle, child offenders one side, cat scene the other side, and I managed both. So really diverse population.
So you're not a governor yet, though, are you?
Yeah, I was a governor there, but I managed the wing. Yeah.
Have you told us then yet how you became a governor? We've not done that, have we?
No.
I think, did we not? Okay.
No, you were still...
I was still...
We said all your governor stuff yet to come.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
remember?
Yes.
We're going to have to go back.
Okay, so we'll have to, but not go back too far, to be fair.
Okay.
So towards my sort of end of my service at Liverpool, I did think I mentioned I was studying for sort of my governor exams.
Yeah.
And it did take about 12 to 18 months of because I failed the first time, gave myself a little bit of a rest, and then put my heart and soul into passing the next phase. And that took about 12 to 18 months of assessments and hard work and revising, and so then I went through my exams, I went through my assessments, and I think I passed by about 1%. And I remember being called into the big governor's office, and he said, well, I've got some news for you. And he just went, a pass is a pass. And I went, 51%. And he went, doesn't matter, you've got your ticket. And he did offer me a job straight away at Liverpool as a governor. But I think I mentioned previously that I get bored quite quickly. I'd done 4 years at Liverpool, both as an acting up governor, as a principal officer. And I wanted to try something different. And going from the manicness of Liverpool, when I went to walk around Wymont, it was actually dead quiet. So I thought, oh, this will be a breeze. This will be a walk in the park. But then you come into, all those issues that I talked about.
You didn't have to deal with purple Aki anymore.
No. It's quite funny, actually. Someone in the comments from the last episode obviously knows me and says, I remember you gave me 14 days down the segregation unit.
I do know that's someone I know very well.
Oh, is it?
He told me, voiced it, me saying he was doing it in the comments to wind you up. I won't name names.
No, but he said he was, because I remember I did that quite often because they wanted to detox, and the only place you could detox if you'd been using heavily on the wing was to do it down the segregation unit. But staff hated it. Staff hated people, one, taking up space, and two, just using it as but I was always quite, when someone needs it. And I gave them a TV, which would have, staff would hate me for that as well, but...
So what's that like then, just to go from a regular position to arrive at a new position as the boss? Were you treated differently?
Yeah, were you well respected?
In part one, you mentioned the sexism and stuff. Were you now at a different level of?
Yeah. I mean, Liverpool was still quite misogynistic. It's still quite Masonic in how it was run.
Did we cover that last time, the Masonic side?
No.
Shall we?
Stop right there. Can I tickle your palm?
No, you can't. I'm definitely not.
Why is it that? Is it? So Liverpool was Masonic. I can't believe we didn't go over this shit.
Oh,
Good
the
grief.
whole of the... Throughout the
You see the title now.
Yeah, just make sure it's Christmas.
Our viewers are obsessed with Freemason stories. Yeah, please lay it down.
So it was renowned. So I think I mentioned, didn't I, that it was heavily male dominated.
Yes.
And I mean, I was quite lucky. I don't ever felt that I got passed over for promotion at all. But I know a hell of a lot of people that were. It was kept very much under wraps, but was so obvious. It was like the biggest open secret that you've ever had. So there were people in certain lodges that you knew were in certain lodges. And I would say, oh God, I hope he doesn't see this or go. But anyway, so we used to have an area manager who managed the whole of the Northwest, and it was well known that he had all his cronies working in high-ranking positions in other prisons. And at one point, the only way you could get a job, the only way, was if you were in the riot lodge or you'd been recommended by someone. And that was the case for many, many years.
What years roughly were they?
I would say from the 80s up until the 2000s easily.
Wow.
They did actually make it a condition, a requirement of service that you had to declare if you were a member of the Masons, because it had been such a problem. I think the police force had similar issues. Well, it was definitely mirrored in the prison service, and it was just, it was so. I mean, like I say, it didn't affect me because I wasn't in a lodge, but I knew female governors whose partners were in the Masons, and then they were in some sort of female
Masons
equivalent. I mean, they weren't called Masons. They were
Heard
called,
of this?
they were called. Oh God, I'm trying to remember that. Something ridiculous like Order of the Purple Flower or some. I maybe make
Purple flower.
I know. I'm being like really dramatic there, but there is some sort of for the wives.
Everyone's gonna be googling this. Like,
I know.
Liverpool, female Masons.
No, it's for the wives and girlfriends.
For the wives and girlfriends.
Of Masons.
Of the Masons, they had their own group.
Yeah.
They were in gangs.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Neither did I.
Yeah. So
you said that it was causing problems. That's why they had to ask him if you're a Mason.
Yeah.
What problems was it causing?
Literally. So one of the things that used to happen before retirement, a Mason would promote a Mason to get on the highest tier of. So you obviously, it used to be like golden handshake pension. So you'd retire on the highest. As high as you could get, that would be your rest of life pension, not based over sort of your contribution over the whole of your service. So then you'd find someone who suddenly jumped up like 4 ranks in the space of 12 months and was on like, I mean, it doesn't sound a lot of money, but it was back then, you know, on 60 grand a year, and you'd be like, and that's what they would finish on, and you'd be like, and it was so blatant, it was so obvious. And it was like, they'd all deny it. It was like I say, those of us that weren't, it was kind of like, they're bloody Mason, and that's how they've got it.
We had a guest on, John Sutton, who was run out of the guards by the Freemasons. They actually physically assaulted him.
Yes, I've heard of. I was going to say his name then. I know exactly who you mean, and like I said, I think that was sort of 80s, 90s. There was union issues as well at the time then, when the union was, again, I use this phrase, they're all pissed in the same pot. That's what I used to say, you know, I had male colleagues that were exactly, they weren't assaulted, but like passed over for promotion or ostracised. There was definitely cliques within the establishments that I worked in.
Does that create a big divide then amongst the staff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think staff would be pissed. You know, staff would just be like, oh, you know, they're promoting the mates. That, you know, staff could. So it never seemed fair to people. And for those poor naive, I'll say it was guys, poor naive guys that thought just hard work will get them through, bollocks. It was pure, you know, a lot of the time it was recommendation. It was, I mean, to the point where number one governors would come in, like, snap like that, and you'd think, you're not qualified to be here. This isn't, you shouldn't be here. You've not done what you needed, you know, you've not done what you needed to do to work at this level. Honestly, and it was just so frustrating.
And did they struggle coming in at that level?
No, because they got looked after by all the other people underneath them. It was like I said, they all pissed in the same pot. They all looked after each other. And, you know, I'm not saying it happened sort of on my watch, but I'm pretty certain that things were covered up and stuff was brushed under the carpet. And
What would happen if a regular worker called out the Freemasons within the jet prison system? Would that be causing problems?
Like I said, I would have conversations about it with people I knew I could trust. There were some people, there were some people that I'd have conversations with. So I might take the mick a little bit. Like I had a boss who I thought was, and I might take the mick a little bit and say, oh yeah, you and your Mason mates, and he'd be like, I'm not. And I'm thinking, you bloody are. I know you are, because someone saw you at a lodge the other week, you know. So yeah, it was kind of like an open secret that we knew about. I do recall, again, it was before my time, but it was a story that I knew. I do recall that a guy made a complaint because he'd been passed over for promotion, clearly more qualified than the other guy, you know. He got passed over for promotion. He put a complaint in, and it went all the way to the top, because it's kind of like, mention the word Mason, and everyone goes, you know, like, no one sort of said, everyone freezes. It's like there's some sort of mythical power, but obviously they did have power. So this guy got passed over, he took it to the highest level, and eventually they came back and gave him his promotion. But yeah, it was just, so it was an open secret, but you had to be quite brave to take on, because, like, you know, like I said, at one point, from the very top, i.e. the area manager, all the way down, it was like the Masonic pyramid. That's exactly what it looked like in the prisons.
So if they were called out, then they would deny that. Was that the natural?
Openly deny.
They would deny it.
So when you had to declare if you were a Mason on your service form, that just went to HR. That got slipped under the carpet and, you know, never to see the light of day again. So they were ticking the box to say, oh, we've done the bit where they declare they are, but they haven't actually done the bit where they tackle all the issues that are coming with it. Because there were some absolute idiots that were put in positions of power that you just think, it's just because you're a Mason.
From your position then, did you ever come across prisoners who were been Masons or were Masons who the guards would then perhaps help or do anything for?
No, not that I know.
Okay.
But again, I would say if that did go on, it would have been very much behind closed doors, very quiet, very, you know.
Because there's a lot of people think that if you do get in trouble, you could use the police connections and the judge connections as a Mason to avoid even going to prison.
Well, that's what I was going to say. How are they even in prison in the first place?
Yeah, well, I think that, I mean, I am aware that there were strong links between courts, prison and police in terms of sort of Masonic links. Again, if you look at the local area, it's not going to be made up of, a lodge is not going to be made up of all prison governors. It's not going to, you know, it's going to have, so there were none that I were aware of, and even if there were, they wouldn't have to declare that as a prisoner coming in. But yeah, I would suggest if they would have to have done something really heinous to end up in prison, where it got to the point where we can no longer cover for you, brother. You know, it's like your time's up.
You're in.
All right, so we took a little Masonic detour there. You've arrived at this prison then now, and you're the boss.
Yeah.
And you were saying that it's a lot different the way people treated you.
Yeah.
The staff, I mean, like the prisoners, to speak to the gov is hard, isn't it, for a prisoner? So you must be, like, if you come and speak to a prisoner now, you're not just a guard speaking to a prisoner, are you? You're this esteemed...
Well, you have to remember there's a team of governors, so there's not just, we all had our own distinct areas, and there was like a little mini hierarchy within the governor structure.
So there's not one ultimate boss of the prison like in America?
That's one, but then they have governors working around them.
Oh, so there's a main governor?
Yeah, so number one governor's like untouchable. We don't, they're like
visit the prison.
up, they're in the prison, but they're kind of up in the ether doing the finances and the strategy and stuff like that. And then you have the sort of run-of-the-mill governors. So I was never top of the top. I was always but...
Because in America it's governor,
yeah,
deputy warden,
yes,
and then lieutenants and sergeants.
Yeah. So you only have one person out of uniform.
Yeah.
So we would have what's called a senior management team. And in some places you had what's called a strategic senior manager team. So you were like better than everyone else. But yeah, so you had, because the prison is so... Every prison is so big, I guess, and you have different departments. So when I go on to talk about Manchester later on, I'll talk very sort of specifically about a department I was in charge of, say, for custody. But you'd have reducing reoffending, you'd have security, you'd have operations. So you needed a governor, someone with enough clout to run those individual, to make sort of like strategic decisions, to make budget decisions, finance decisions. So we had a lot of, we had the power, we had the, but then we also had our own areas of responsibility. So you might have, for example, a strategic area of responsibility, and then you might have your day-to-day area of responsibility. So
you've talked about 500 of the offenders who are attracted to kids, the management of that side, but you said there was 500 of the normal prisoners. So what was your challenges managing that side?
So in a category C prison, obviously it's slightly lower security, so it's quite a lot easier to get drugs in. And I think over my service, the dynamics of the prison population significantly changed. So we used to keep the badly behaved prisoners in a Cat B prison, but as the prisons got overcrowded, all the spaces were in the category C prisons. So people that you would normally keep in a higher security prison got pushed down because that was where the spaces were and that's where they had to go. So the category C population changed over the course of about 20 years from people that were, not so bad to, not so nice people that you would have normally kept under strict conditions. So they were a bit wild, shall we say. So they were, with less supervision and less, but I would say the incidents were less, but they were still as wild.
What qualifies for wild?
Just more individual fights. I would say the drug use, so like one of the funniest things I ever saw was on the segregation unit. I mean, there were more instances of individuals acting daft than a collective like gang warfare like there would be at Liverpool. So this one guy, I remember watching him on the camera, and I think he'd taken spice. I don't know if people know about spice, but obviously it sends people absolutely bonkers. So I think he'd had that, and he'd had some hooch, some prison alcohol, and he'd stripped off, and he was doing like cartwheels and handstands and things like that on the prison exercise yard. And I'm watching him and I'm like, oh my Lord, I don't want to see. But you're kind of drawn to it and like, I don't want to see this. But he was so off his rocker that it was like, it was quite amusing. So less of a collective.
How did they stop him?
We didn't. We just waited for him to burn out.
And when he was burnt out, was there a punishment for that? Because was he nude? Did you say he was nude?
Yeah.
Because isn't that a violation if you're nude?
But not really. No, there isn't any. I mean, there are. I suppose under all the sort of 50-odd prison rules there are, we probably could have found something. But they're already down the segregation unit. He'd already lost everything. There's not a lot you can do. He was off his tits on drugs and alcohol, so it's like
He's just doing a few cartwheels.
He's not doing any harm. I'd rather him do that than beat us up. But so there was the odd bit of gang warfare. More so like in Weimar, we used to take people. So if you think of Liverpool, Manchester as local prisons, Weimar was a more generalised prison, so we'd take people from Manchester, Liverpool, St Helens, even from up north, from like Cumbria and stuff like that. So you had more diversity of sort of maybe gang members, but less in terms of numbers. There was quite a lot of bullying. That was quite common. So when I say they were wild, they weren't like I say, not, your riots, your full-on brawls and things like that, but quite in terms of individuals, they were individually problematic.
And what was the first encounter you seen?
Oh, crikey, it's difficult to remember that, because I think it was, as I recall, it was relatively quiet when I first started there, and I was like, oh, I don't like this. I'd gone from like I say, chaos and busyness. And so the first major incident was was it a hostage? I can't remember if it was a hostage incident or if it was two guys had got up on a roof. So we call that an incident at height. So an incident at height is classed as a major incident. and they have national teams that can come. So in the olden days, you'd have had 3 prison officers chucking up a ladder, dragging them off. Health and safety doesn't allow that anymore, so you have to have a national team that come in, and they know it is the most disruptive incident that you can do. So you can, like, even if you went up a 6-foot fence, it's classed as an incident height. So this was sort of my first proper incident at Wymot. So I'd just come back from a training to manage incidents. So as a governor, you have to go through quite intensive training in order to be in what's called the command suite. So you can and everyone has a specific role. I remember I started with a guy that I'd worked with at Liverpool. We both started together, and we were like, finally, bit of action, bit of something to get our, get our teeth into. So we all got called up to the command suite, and we were like, right, what is it? And they said, 2 guys are on the roof of a workshop. And I was like, is that it? And we were like, what are they doing? And I think they'd been throwing stuff at staff, but then once you cleared the area, they're not got anyone to throw anything at. They want to throw anyone, So in the meantime, they're doing psychological. This is another thing that used to happen. They do psychological profiles of the prisoners whilst they were. So the ones that committed an offence. So you had like a psychologist in there working with you. Yeah, it was all quite crazy.
Do you remember the profiles?
Low level, like I think I mentioned this in part 1. Quite often these kinds of incidents were just to leverage something that they wanted. 9 times out of 10, it was a transfer out of the prison. That's it. Because once you commit like quite a serious offence, like an incident height, because of the level of disruption, you can't have those prisoners in your establishment. So again, 9 times out of 10, it would be to facilitate transfer, and that, as I recall, that was the issue with them. So they were quite often it'd be because they're under threat, and that was the only way they could see to get out of the prison. So yeah, it was like bizarre, because it's like a command suite in like NASA or something like that, and you've got like people do messages, and you've got the fire service and the ambulance and the police on standby, and you've got this, that and the other going on, and it's all very dramatic. And but me and my friend who'd just come from Liverpool, we were just like, oh, it's just 2 guys on a roof. We were like, okay. The only issue, we were more bothered about, because if it's protracted, you're stuck in there. You don't get a relief, you're stuck in there. So it's it's a real inconvenience for the staff, massive inconvenience for the prisoners, for the regime. But I love my food, so I'd be like, when do I get my tea? That's the most important thing. So yeah, they were up there for a good while. But then you have to call a national team. So the national team turn up in like riot vans and this, that and the other, with their airbags ready to, don't know whether they push them off or cajole them off, should we say. So they turn up, and they're trained to deal with incidents at heights. They'll be on like carabiners and this, that and the other, and they're allowed to, and I think they were wanting to use, can't remember if it's Parva, which is like a pepper spray, but they're allowed to use things like flashbangs, and they can use all the sort of stuff that us normal people in the prison couldn't use. But yeah, they would inflate the inflatable bags or get them down. I mean, the guy at Manchester who did the rooftop protest, they had to get a cherry picker to get him down. That was quite funny.
How did these 2 get down?
I can't. Do you know what? I can't even remember now. But they came. They were up there a good while. But not enough to disrupt my tea. That's that's kind of it. I judge incidents by whether I got my food or not.
I heard in your last podcast about your egg sandwich.
Yeah, people are like, how can you eat with that going on? I'm just like, do you know what? I was so hungry. Nothing was going to stop me.
Hope you're enjoying the podcast. Here's a word from our sponsor, Harry's. Having such a scratchy face, I'm always delighted to get a new Harry's set. There's a foaming gel, hydrating night lotion, and the razor with the weighted handle really gets the job done. The trimmer blade makes it so easy to get into those tricky places to reach. The shave gel offers effective lubrication and just comes off like butter. It's such a smooth shave. It shaves fast, efficiently, no discomfort, and it is so smooth by the end. The hydrating night lotion is light and non-greasy. Harry's is doing a £0 trial. Start shaving with the products, just pay for delivery. Save every time. Save on all your shaving products without sacrificing quality. You're in control. You can modify or cancel your plan from the account page. Make sure to support our podcast and start your own skincare journey by redeeming a free Harry's trial set. All you cover is £3.95 for delivery. Just head to harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN, and have your trial set delivered to your door. That's harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor. So at that prison then, what were the most severe acts of inmate on inmate violence and inmate on staff violence?
Yeah, oh crikey. In fact, just after I'd started, or just around the same time at Wymot, a member of staff had been hit over the head with a lump of wood. They had a woodworking shop there. So it wasn't a table leg, but it was a sort of squared off piece, and they were basically battered with that.
Do you know what led up to that?
No, but like I said, it can be anything in a prison. It can literally be, you know, it can be the member of the staff is an arsehole, or it might be that they've done absolutely nothing wrong and the prisoners come out and just thought, you're getting it today. They might have been wound up by people. They might be trying to leverage some sort of treatment, like a transfer or something like that. So I remember, and as I recall, the member of staff was a decent person, and it was just wrong place, wrong time type of thing. In terms of their assaults on each other, I would say it was more fights at Wymot. At Liverpool, it would definitely be slashings. Definitely, that was the really sort of popular thing to do. Wymot, it would be more, because they even, though I call them wild, they weren't necessarily really, really violent. They were, and they had sentences to do. So if you think of the population at Liverpool who had an opportunity to get out if they were on remand, these prisoners they were more towards the end of the sentence, so they were a little bit better behaved in terms of that, because they knew if they didn't, they'd get days added, they'd get a police conviction or whatever. So yeah, I always just thought it'd be general fights. I don't remember dealing with a slashing at Wymot, but I do remember that member of staff being really, really badly hurt.
So how do you deal with slashing?
I'm not laughing at that, it's awful. I've just got visions of one that I did deal with at Manchester, but yeah, they were pretty gruesome. I mean, I've got a couple of really serious slashing stories from Manchester, which I'll talk about later. I think I said in the first one, I'm not good with blood at all in any shape or form. But you have to, and if generally you're the first not me per se, but if I was round and about, or you're on duty, you're a duty governor, you have to go and see the prisoner, you have to check on the welfare. I mean, I've seen people with like flaps of skin hanging off the face.
Because the double blade.
But literally like a flap of skin, and I'm like, whoo! And the nurses were fabulous. The nurses were like battle worn. They were just like nothing phased the nurses. They were just like the hardest people ever, and they'd just like try and glue them or it was very rare that we'd have to send someone out in an ambulance, but we did have people that we had to send out in an ambulance. Occasionally they'd go for the neck but not do a very good job. People think that slashing a neck's quite easy. You need to put quite a bit of force into, this sounds gruesome, doesn't it? You have to put quite a bit of force into slashing someone's neck, where the face is nice and soft, the skin's nice and soft, so it's dead easy to go for. But you'd know the troublemakers in prison, you'd know the ones that had been through the ringer, because they would have the scars down the face and stuff like that. So yeah, it wasn't nice. But I will tell you, remind me to tell you the story about.
I'll remind you about the slashing.
About the
Manchester.
Manchester. And again,
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at the person. It was pretty. I'm more laughing at my
Role in it.
response and reactions because I was just trying to do my best in the absence of any healthcare professional. So as you can manage, it went a bit wrong.
So what are the other major stories from your first governor position then?
There weren't really. I think this is going to sound a terrible confession now. I got quite bored at Weimar.
You know, I thought you were going to say something like that.
Yeah, I got quite bored at Weimar. I did some lovely jobs, but the problem is there was quite a lot of micromanagement there, and I'm kind of like a bit of a free spirit, and I'm like, let me be, I can, you know, and yeah, I think the culture of the senior management team I didn't really gel into. I was married at the time, and I thought, what a perfect time to have a baby, working at a prison that I didn't want to work at.
Wow.
Yeah, so I ended up getting pregnant. I worked for 7 months there whilst I was pregnant, took 13 months off, which was fabulous, and then came back. But as I came back, they were restructuring the senior management, so they basically culled a lot of governors.
Sorry, can I stop you
Go
there?
on.
You were pregnant, what?
Working in the prison, yeah.
What was that like?
So, right, so they knew I was pregnant because I told them, because I had a miscarriage previously at work, so they were aware of sort of issues. So as soon as I got pregnant, I was expecting to be whisked away, put in a lovely fluffy cloud and like protected, because that was the protocol. That was the health and safety protocol, that pregnant women completely removed from prisoner facing duties. That wasn't the case. I remember being in the segregation unit at 3 months pregnant, dealing with a guy who was freaking out. And I don't think staff knew at the time because I didn't want to say it. So the bosses knew, but the staff didn't know. And I think don't get me wrong, I don't think I was forced to. I think I could have upped and gone if I wanted to. But yeah, I still remember working on the segregation unit with prisoners that were, in crisis or violent or whatever. As I started to, I think it was about 4 months when I was just starting to show a little bit, and people knew I was pregnant, that they took me off into sort of more of a strategic role, which was boring as shit. So I was just like, oh. So basically I just spent the last sort of time at Weimar getting fatter and fatter and crying a lot. I remember crying a lot, eating a lot, moaning a lot, which is probably I still do. And then did anything. So and then took 13 months off. I never felt vulnerable though.
The prisoners didn't say anything about
No,
you?
they didn't. No, they didn't. I used to do quite a lot of family days at the time, and I was always one for the kids. So I'd like be playing with the prisoners' kids. So they knew that I was quite child friendly, and they were quite respectful of me. So not one of them like tried to touch my bump or anything like that. Thank God, because that would have been really awkward.
With the previous pregnancy then, do you think that because they didn't insulate you that time, the stress of that perhaps led to that?
No, but I carried on going to work whilst it was happening when I really think I should have been sent home. I mean, I did get called in by one person. This was the pressure as a senior manager. So I found out, I think I found out I was pregnant on the Friday, really overjoyed. By the Sunday, Monday, I'd started to have a miscarriage.
Oh dear.
But the pressure to not be off sick was huge. As a senior manager, it was deemed, at the time, it has got better, but it was deemed absolutely not heard of. You do not take time off. You are a role model to the staff, and you basically don't go sick. So I remember, and it
So
was
you went into work during the miscarriage?
as it was going on, yeah.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my, that's so sad.
Several, and one person's, and I explained to them what was happening. No dispensation was made, and I suppose that partly my fault because I was like, no, you expect me to be tough, so I'm going to act tough. But I wasn't. I was in absolute pieces, you know, and physically and mentally. And I think one guy turned and just said, "Do you really think you should be here?" And I suppose I could have gone home, but the pressure was to stay. Like I say, that front, that maintaining that. Yeah, I'm one of the boys. You can rely on me, because again, women, you had to be a woman but act like a man. You know, you had to be tough, but you couldn't be vulnerable. You know, it was quite. You never really knew where you stood. A lot of the women that got high up in the prison service chose not to have children. I mean, a lot do now. Like I say, I'm going back sometime, but a lot chose not to have children because the pressures of the job, and the job is all consuming, and it's impossible to balance the two.
No.
So what direction did your career go in after you had your child?
I came back, so as I mentioned, there was a national restructure, and they were dishing out early redundancies to all and sundry. I applied, didn't get it. I know, I was like, I'm ready to go now. I'd enjoyed I'd like travelled around the world in the time that I'd been off on maternity. I'm like, I can do this. So they were offering voluntary redundancies. So I applied for redundancy, didn't get it. Basically, some prisons would have too many governors, some wouldn't have enough, and there was a job opportunity at Manchester. And I remember the governor there at the time was this hallowed, we loved him. He's really high up in the prison service now, but he was renowned across the service as someone that you wanted to work for. And he set the tone for the jail. The jail had a fantastic reputation. Don't get me wrong, I was shitting myself about Cat A prison, because I'm like, I've always been in my own little comfort zone. That was really out of my comfort zone. But he was very pro-women, this governor. He was really pro get women in, you know, strategic roles. And I think I went and he took me round. So this hallowed, I'll follow you into the trenches type of guy showed me round personally. And I was kind of like a bit in awe of him. And I did my usual, like, chat my bullshit and, you know, try and charm him and win him over. But I think, you know, he saw... because you do these unofficial walkarounds, which is like an unofficial interview before your real interview. So I think it was sort of like more to watch me, and I think he saw how I interacted with staff, with prisoners, and I got given a 4-week temporary job there but I still had to be interviewed for my job and kind of...
So what year are we on now? Is this Strange Ways?
Yeah.
Yes, so now we are on... So I had my little boy in 2010, so this is 2012.
Was it Strange Ways then, or was it HMP Manchester?
HMP Manchester.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of, after the riots, they tried to ditch the Strange Ways moniker because they sort of reinvented themselves and reinvented the prison.
And what was it like going back after you've had your baby, you're going back into the prison service? How did it differ?
Were you missing the action?
Sean! I was like really excited to get to Manchester. I think, so sort of like, because I'd had my little boy and then gone back to Weymouth for a few weeks, and I'd find that tough because obviously I'd left him at home or in nursery, so that was quite difficult. Got to Manchester and I'm like, baby who? It was like, that sounds awful, but it was kind of like another chance to reinvent yourself, another chance to take on a new challenge, and to, you know, and it was really good, and it was relatively close to home, and they were very pro women, you know, they were very pro, you know, if your baby's sick, you go, you know, that was sort of, again, that wasn't common in a lot of prisons. It was kind of like, well, can you get someone else to sort it out? Whereas there, it was like, no, he was, you know, the one in charge was very pro staff and very, so I felt very comfortable going there, knowing that if I had any issues, it would be fine. So yeah, that was 2012. And I'm trying to remember the first position that I went into. I can't remember. I think because you did quite a long induction, because you're dealing with Category A prisoners, which are obviously there's there's a whole new set of rules. It's like a whole new landscape, which is really difficult for someone that so you can work at sort of like a reasonable security level, like Liverpool, which is a Cat B. But like I said, this was like, whoa, and I'd be like, what? Like mind blown at the level of security that you needed to get into the prison. Like I say, even just going through the search is like, it was more intensive than going through a airport, for example. So, you know, anything that you got caught with, not that you take anything, but, you know, it was like impossible virtually to bring any contraband in. And then within, so the Cat A unit was like a unit within a unit. Then you had the segregation that was like a unit within a unit within a unit. And then you had something called the SSU, which was a specialised unit, which would only hold 4 or 5 prisoners, which was like the worst, that serviced the whole of the Cat A estate.
Is that where double Cat A would go in SSU? Is that something different?
No, so the SSU could take, so it's called high risk Cat A's. So we have Cat A's and high risk, and it had the security level to hold the highest level category prisoner. But what the SSU would hold is, so you had 4 or 5 spaces that serviced the whole of the category A estate. So that unit was like a psychological intervention unit for the worst.
Oh wow.
So prisoners that had murdered other prisoners that were just deemed completely unmanageable in. So to me, a prisoner that's completely unmanageable in the category A estate, where the staffing is higher, where the security is higher, where we have dogs. That was a new thing. We had dogs. And I was just like, you had all these like Alsatian German Shepherds wandering around. I remember one guy had a puppy, and I remember going to pet it, because when they're little, you're allowed to pet them, and it bloody bit me. And I'm like, but yeah, they were terrified of the dogs. Terrified. If you sent the dogs in, they'd just scatter.
Who was in this SSU? Did you say it was SSU?
So there was a guy in there. He murdered the Asian guy at Felton Prison. If you remember the Mubarak report that came out about racism in prisons, so he, I won't give his name, but because he's still in custody, he murdered a young. This is going back years when he was a young offender. He murdered a Asian young offender. They were put in a cell together, and there was a massive investigation, because this guy, the one that had ended up in the SSU, was found to be, it was well known that he was a racist, and he was known for antisocial personality, you know, really sort of odd behaviour, you know, he was known to be violent, had a history of violence, was a known racist. Put in with this poor guy, this Asian guy, only serving a short sentence, was due to get out, he murdered him overnight. So once you've murdered a prisoner in the prison estate, so for example, Robert Maudsley.
Oh, Maudsley.
So obviously he killed more than one.
Do you want to tell Jen about him?
Yes, please.
So he, Robert Maudsley's a guy from Liverpool, and he had a horrific upbringing. I mean, absolutely terrible upbringing. Horrifically abused, in and out of care. Started using drugs, working as a rent boy. I can't remember if he committed what offence he committed outside to end up in prison. I think he murdered a guy. He was working as a rent boy, and he murdered a guy because he had admitted to child offences. And obviously, as he'd been a victim himself, he flipped and murdered this guy, and he got sent to prison. Whilst he was in prison, he then went on to murder 2 other people. So he got the moniker as being named a cannibal, because there was rumours, and they say this isn't true, but there was rumours that he'd split this guy's head open and started eating his brain.
Oh.
Now, there are a lot of people that dispute this and dispute this story, but he killed two. He killed one prisoner and killed another. So he's deemed like highly. I mean, in America, it's not unheard. You know, it's a lot more common for prisoner on prisoner murders. In the UK, it's like unheard of. So he committed these offences in prison decades ago, and he now lives in a perspex cell and doesn't see the light of day very often, has no sort of social contact, and he has categorically said to psychiatrists, if you release me, I will kill again. But he's like, I'm not saying he's a reformed character, but his risk within prison has definitely diminished. He's an older guy now, but he's still treated to these highest level security conditions.
So he's still in the perspex. Yeah,
with very little human contact, and quite a sad story. I mean, obviously not condoning what he did, but you know, it's a very sad story. And this other guy that I'm talking about, who committed this murder in Feltham, he again, you know, was kept in the SSU because he, you know, once you've killed someone in prison, you're deemed a really, really high risk person, because they say in the prison estate the best predictor of future behaviour is past behaviour. So so he was in the SSU. So it tended to be not really well known people. It tended to be problematic people. So not necessarily high profile, but people that were habitual self-harmers, for example, and not just talking minor self-harm, talking... there was the odd gangster in there. There was one guy who committed a hideous assault on two members of staff. So he was a lifer. He was known in the news, but I can't for the life of me recall which one he was, but I think he was a double murderer outside of prison. Coming into prison, his behaviour had been incredibly disruptive around the Cathay estate. He was brought onto the SSU, and the SSU used to have cameras everywhere. So at the time you were allowed cameras in the cell, and you had cameras on the landing, and it was a small unit, you know, it wasn't big. If you think it was a unit for like 4 or 5 prisoners, had a staff office, and that was it really. It wasn't, you know, big. And you saw, we saw the outcome of the injuries, and we saw the video, and it, like I say, it's chilling. So when you're escorting prisoners, like dangerous prisoners, you have what's called a staff unlock. So if you're a normal bog standard, Sean Atwood is fine, Holly will go and unlock you. And
don't.
Yeah, I know. Well, I wouldn't personally, but I'd send the dogs in. But I would unlock you on my own, and off you go, and there'd be no problem. Sean Atwood, the more problematic prisoner, there'd be 2 of us. The more problematic you get, 3, 4, 5, dog, you know, senior officer sometimes. So you might be a senior officer and 3 officers. So that tended to be the standard for prisoners on the SSU. So it'd be a senior officer and 3 officers. So when you escort these prisoners, you're meant to escort them in what's called a box formation. So never happens. The prisoner stays in the middle. You have 2 staff at the back, 2 staff at the front. So that's so anything goes wrong, if they're launching forward, you can just basically converge on them. And this is no thing of the staff, because as you're navigating through the area, you've got to move, you've got to break that box formation to open doors and stuff like that. And he produced a blade, and he attacked these 2 members of staff.
Was he cuffed or anything?
No. So that's when, again, an additional security procedure that you can put in place. Some prisoners used to have to be unlocked with shields, so you couldn't move them anywhere without shields or handcuffs. But this guy hadn't. He was obviously deemed a high risk, but not high enough risk to be handcuffed. And he was coming out the shower. It was in the evening, and he had a blade hidden in his towel, and he just literally, it went like like lightning, and he slashed 2 members of staff really seriously. He slashed 1 member of staff, and he was only a young member of staff, and I believe both staff are out of the job now because of what happened to them. So he slashed the back of his neck, basically, from ear to ear.
Oh, wow.
And they said he was like literally millimeters away from hitting, but his head it was just like a deep split. It was almost like his head could fall off.
You can cut someone's face off by
it was just all across the back of his neck. The other guy had got slashed on the back. I think he got slashed in other places, but it's this younger guy that took the brunt of it. And it was just horrific. It was probably the worst injury I've ever seen, because it went down to, like, you could see all the layers of fat, you could see the ligaments and stuff like that. God bless both of them. They restrained him despite being really severely injured, both of them. They managed to restrain the guy, and then staff came on and sort of helped out. But if you can imagine, you're on an SSU, so you're unit within a unit within a unit. There's so many gates and doors that you have to get through. So I talked about in part 1 about the charge of the light brigade. So we knew that if a bell went on the SSU, that the shit has gone down. But you still got to get through 20 gates and locks, and a lot of them had electronic locking as well, so you could only open them through a control room. So you'd press the button and you'd have to wait for someone to buzz you through. And, you know, when you know that the staff on the other side of the gate that are literally, you think they're dying, you literally think they're dying. And watching that video, seeing the injuries after, was just, seeing the effect on the staff was just harrowing. And like I say, both had PTSD, both, you know, because they could have died. This guy had the absolute intention of killing both of them without a shadow of a doubt, and it's only for the grace of God or whatever you want to believe in that they weren't dead.
What was he in for?
I was going to say that, yeah.
Double murder.
So he was never getting out?
No.
So he had nothing to lose?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. So it was, I believe it was double murder. I'm sure it was, unless someone in the comments wants to correct me. But yeah, it was the worst assault I've ever seen, and just knowing how close. And I think that's what hit both of them, is how close it was to it going seriously. You know,
well, it was serious.
1 centimetre to the side. But I mean, fortunately, like I say, there were no major arteries or veins or anything caught. But
so where would he be moved to? The cage with Maudsley next to him?
that's the kind of place where they go to. Yeah, I mean,
is that even more secure than SSU then? These cages?
I've never actually been there, but from what I believe it's a similar level of security. So you still have the amount of gates and doors and locks and no access to sunlight and things like that. But yeah, he was moved on pretty much straight away. And sometimes that's all you can do with these people.
Will it not go through the court system as well?
I can't remember I think he did go through the court system. Sometimes with assaults on staff, but if they're doing long sentences, they don't think it's in the public interest to pursue a prosecution. So if it's a low-level assault like a smack or something from a lifer, what's the point in giving a lifer 6 months for the amount that it costs to put them through court, etc., etc. So they don't bother. But I do believe that he did go to court. I'm not sure what the outcome was. But yeah, with these people that are so dangerous, so violent, literally all you can do is just move them, disrupt them, move them from place to place. We used to call it a 28-day lie down. So they go do 28 days of Wakefield, then come to Manchester. And it was literally just to give the staff a break, because you're sort of in fight or flight all the time when you're dealing with these people. So yeah, that was pretty gruesome.
Hope you're enjoying this podcast. There's a word from our sponsor, Rocket Money. The other day, I had to cancel 3 Amazon Prime memberships. I had a personal on the UK Amazon, US Amazon, company account, US Amazon, UK Amazon. Do you understand how hard it is to cancel these bloody things? That's why Rocket Money makes these things so much easier, formerly known as Truebill. The app shows all your subscriptions in one place and cancels what you don't want for you. Rocket Money can even find subscriptions you didn't know you were paying for. Just like with me, with my 4 Amazon Prime memberships, you may find out you've been at least double charged for a subscription. To cancel a subscription, all you've got to do is press cancel and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. Get rid of useless subscriptions with Rocket Money now. Go to rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Seriously, it could save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor, Rocket Money. Links in the description box. Cheers. So they were the most dangerous ones then. So who were the biggest names in the Cat A?
So whilst I was working there, it was Dale Cregan. And prior to that, there was a guy called Kieran Stapleton who had murdered the Indian student, I think on Boxing Day, with the teardrop tattoo. So he had been all over the news. So he was like the first one I kind of came into contact with. And then I remember because I wasn't, so when you were duty governor, you would have contact with the Cat A's. You would work on the segregation unit where the high-risk Cat A's worked. So you were in daily contact with them. You knew the rules, you knew the procedures, but I didn't have any sort of strategic or managerial responsibility for them until I got a new role. So I was put in charge of safe custody. So that's suicide and self-harm prevention and violence reduction. So in a place where violence is rife, suicide was rife, really there'd been a big spate of suicides there, and violence was high, self-harm was high, so it was a really high profile position to be put in, and they put me in it, and I was quite happy with that. It's quite my bag, my sort of, with my experience from style and everything like that, and sort of my mental health training and my background in psychology. It was a really good fit, and it was a really good team, and I was happy to be there. So occasionally dealt with the Cat A's, but nothing really major, just your day-to-day stuff, checking on welfare and things like that. So in the news, obviously, there'd been Dale Cregan. So Dale Cregan, I'm sure.
For the American viewers then, because they wouldn't be familiar. Do you want to give the whole story?
Yeah, so, and I'll give the story that with the bits that the police filled in for me as well, because I had quite a bit of dealings with the police during that time as well. So Dale Cregan was a Manchester gangster, bit of a drug runner, was into his guns, and in Manchester there are a number of high profile gangs which try and control the drug supply in and out of the city, basically.
Moss Side, Gooch, Salford.
Yeah, Droylsden, around, all around there. In the 90s, Manchester was called Gunchester. Because,
really?
Yeah, because of the sheer amount of guns. There was, the Pitbull gang were a massive gang in Manchester that were eventually, I think there was 20 of them, and eventually I think 9 of them got, life sentences. So it's, it was, Manchester is renowned as a sort of, or it was at the time, as a sort of area with heavy gang influence. So there are two gangs in Manchester on this particular patch that had been at war previously, going back a few years, had been at war previously, but had made peace. So the heads of both families, and it did tend to be a family-run thing, family run from the top, and then you had your little runners underneath. Dale Cregan was more of an enforcer, so Dale Cregan was with one side, and there was this other gang. So what the police told me, what kicked all of this off, this whole story that you're going to hear. So the police told me that one day there's one gang that drink in this prison. It was a Maybank holiday. There's one gang that drink in this prison. And that was their drinking this prison, drinking this pub. So that no one drinks in prison. That was their pub. That's where they drank. And there was enough peace between both gangs that the other gang could come in and have a drink, but that it was, just a bit arm's distance. So apparently the other gang came in and started, I don't know whether it was touching up some of the women or trying to crack on to some of the women. So it just exploded from there, like a literal explosion. So gang warfare was reignited over.
Which two gangs was this one?
I don't know the names.
Paul Massey involved in this?
No. The only, I don't know the name of the one that Dale Cregan was in, but the Short family with the family that was sort of involved in the other side of it. So it was the Short family who were in the pub at the time, and it was their side of things. And some of Dale Cregan's mob had come in, started making sexually inappropriate comments to some of the women, and so that's how this whole chain of events. Now, this is just what the police are telling me. There could be more behind it. There could be, so Dale Cregan being the hard enforcer that he was, and he was renowned. He had, a reputation for violence. He had one eye. And he had a black false eye. So the rumour was that he'd lost it in a knife fight in Thailand. We don't know if that's true or not. But he used to go to Thailand quite a lot and used to sort of, I know he enjoyed firing the gun. You can go on gun ranges in Thailand and fire AK-47s and things like that. So he was an enforcer, and he shot... I think he bombed the house of the dad, the Short dad, with hand grenades, and then went back, killed him, and then shot the son at a later date in a pub. I think it was in a pub. So 2 heads of the family, dad and son, gone. One been hand grenaded, one been shot. Now, to some people living in America, that might not sound like a big thing, but Manchester's a small city, and it's, it's quite, that sort of level of violence is quite unheard of, particularly the use of explosives. So Dale Cregan went on the run, and there was this huge manhunt, and I mean, absolutely huge. Everything in Manchester shut down. All the resources were directed to finding this guy because he is dangerous. His face was plastered all over the news. Like I say, this iconic picture with the false black eye. The next part of this is absolutely horrendous, and I know it sort of really sort of affected staff at Manchester because they knew one of the victims' fathers. He used to work at Manchester.
So you said the Dale Cregan story gets more horrific.
Yes. So after the incident with the Short family, Manchester police threw all their resources, all their time, all their officers into tracking this man down. He was considered highly dangerous. He was gang affiliated, so the concern was that this was going to escalate into another full-on drugs territory gang war in Manchester. So what this guy did is he had been holed up in an abandoned house, completely under the radar. They believe now that he was being assisted by people, and he certainly had co-defendants when he went to court. He made a phone call one day to the police, and he made it to not 999, because 999, the emergency number, would have elicited probably a more rapid response. He dialed 101 and said he believed that someone was breaking into this house that he was living in. In the house, he had a stash of weapons. Now, it is known that he did not expect 2 young female police officers to turn up. However, unfortunately, 2 young female police officers turned up to investigate. So any loss of life is horrendous, but it was tragic. These girls were young in age, young in service, and I think it was the fact that they were both women. I think that was the shock factor. So he threw grenades at them and opened fire on them, and the effects, the injuries on these women were absolutely catastrophic, devastating, and they both died at the scene. not so long after that, he walked into a police station and he handed himself in.
Hold on, slow down a minute then. This is just mind-blowing. Why? So there was a massive manhunt for him, and he just snapped and thought, I'm going to kill some police today and turn myself in? I mean, what? It just sounds like madness.
So the belief is that he went into the police station saying, you harassed my family, now I've harassed yours. So it was purely a retaliatory act.
Gotcha.
So
That
if there was a
motive.
manhunt for him, did they not have his address on record?
He wouldn't, yeah, but this is the thing, they banged down every door in Manchester, every associate. So basically what the police had done is turned over everything, everyone he knew, every property that he'd been associated with, every vehicle that he'd ever been associated with. They had thrown everything at it to find him. And basically, because they knew it was him that had committed the other offences, so they were obviously onto his family, harassing his mum. Well, they say harassing, but probably just trying to, get the information that they needed. And it was, like I say, pure retaliation of the highest order. Now, whether he thought, I never got to the bottom of this, but whether he thought, well, I'm going to get caught and go down eventually anyway, so I may as well take a couple of them with me, yeah.
But why turn yourself in?
As I said, I think purely because I think he was aware he couldn't go on the run forever. His face was everywhere.
Didn't he fled overseas? Did he was connected to Thailand or something?
He was, but I think there was also fear around the safety of his family as well. So I know that when he came into prison, there was a really serious threat that was made against his partner and his son. So basically, the other gang had threatened to kidnap his son, rape him and torture him, and do hideous things to him. So I think that kind of played a factor into it as well. Take himself out of the equation, saying that the guy's a psychopath. So whether there was any genuine conscience there about protecting his family, I don't know, but he handed himself in, admitted what he did to the police women, was very, very, very open about what he did to the police women, but completely denied the previous two offences, so the bombing and the shooting. Completely denied those, but admitted the offences against so it was really, really crazy.
So that's what sent him down, was the offences against the women, not the other stuff. Because
they didn't at the time have enough intelligence. They knew it was him, but when I say intelligence, they had enough intelligence, but they didn't have enough evidence. So that was the evidence that was what they were after.
So what's your reception going to be like at the cop shop then if you've killed cops? I mean, isn't he going to be...
Well, you would expect it to be quite bad.
In America, he's going to be taken on a drive, and they're going to say he tried to escape, and they're just going to shoot him in the head.
Yeah. I think had English police had access to firearms, and that be something quite regular.
If it was back in the 80s.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me, but the problem is, because everything's on body-worn camera now, everything's on CCTV, so you have to... What they didn't want to do, and what we didn't want to do, was risk not getting a conviction. So if you know that this guy's done this to your colleagues, to your friends, and as much as you hate him, as much as you want to kill him, you've got to get him to court. He's got to serve his time, and you cannot jeopardise that by putting a finger on him, even if you wanted to. So
was that part of your duty, or was that before your time? The court proceedings, the transportation, all that stuff?
It was all around the same time. So as soon as he handed himself into the police station, he came straight to Manchester.
So where you was?
And I was the welcoming party.
No!
I was the welcome.
So did you have to give the staff strict instructions?
Well, I was given strict instructions, let's put it like that. So he... the word was he'd been captured. We knew he'd be coming to us. That was the logical place for him to come due to his court appearances. And I'll talk about his court appearances later on. I got called in by my boss, my big boss. And because the role that I was in, so if you think self-harm, suicide prevention, violence reduction, he kind of hit a risk of all those three things. So for starters, there was a high risk of violence towards him and a high risk of violence from him towards others. There was they believed he was a risk of suicide because he had nothing to lose. So they believed that he was a risk of suicide. And self-harm, we had no idea. He was an unknown, unknown person in that respect. So I got called into the office. I got given the nod that he was going to be in within half an hour, and that I was going to be called what is called his case manager. So pressure straight away. So that means I had to manage that risk whilst he was in custody. So my job, my sole job, was to keep him alive and to get him to court.
And how did you feel about that?
Part excited, part daunted, part pressure, the responsibility. I was intrigued to meet this person, to see this person that had been all over the news. I was intrigued to meet him. I was nervous because obviously of the offence that he committed. I'm thinking, what's his attitude to women? How is he going to respond to me? A woman in authority. He's already killed 2 women in positions of authority. I had no idea at all how he was going to present in prison. All I knew that outside of prison, he was a bad man. So my boss gave me this information and basically said, this is on you now. So I'm like, no pressure. So he came in and he came straight into the segregation unit. He came in as a high-risk cat. So he's the highest of the high. That means, so when you're a high-risk cat in prison, that means you have the means, the wherewithal, the ability, the support from outside, the money, the connections to escape, and you are an extreme danger to the public. So you're literally, as I've called them, the worst of the worst. So he arrives in the segregation unit and he goes through some sort of check-in procedures, some reception procedures, and I have to interview him. I'm the first person that has to interview him and sort of get a measure of the man, okay? So I'm managing this document that he's on, so we have like a sort of monitoring document. All our information, all our safety information, risk information goes in this document, and I am the author, the manager, the everything of this document. So I have to do quite a lengthy interview with him. So it made me laugh because we've had prisoners come in before and I've had the same role, and there'd be about 5 people in the room. Today there was like 30 odd people in the room. So the pressure's on, not only on me, because I'm in front of psychiatrists, prison officers, other managers, the world and his wife, anyone who thought they could have one small connection to what was going on, said, I need to be in the meeting. So I'm kind of like, right, okay, let's go, let's do this. So we sat down, and again, I sort of had in my mind the mantra that, I'm not there to punish him. I need to get him to court. That's my only job. And if that means being pleasant to him, being nice to him, keeping him alive, giving him, his basic needs, I will do what I need to do. So imagine a really long table. So like a conference table. So I'm sat at one end and he's sat at the other. So I've got 20 million staff either side. So there's no way that he could have got to me, even if he wanted to. So in walks this guy that I've seen all over the news, and he's got the black eye, the shaved hair, and he looks pretty ripped. You can see like muscles underneath the t-shirts, everything. So he looks like a pretty damn scary guy. So he sits down. And I introduced myself and I said, I'm Governor Dalglish, I'm going to be a case manager. I need to ask you a series of questions now. I need you to be open and honest with me. And I'm just trying to be professional and go through. And everyone's just like that, eyes everywhere. And he did not give a flying fuck. He just sat there like he was having a picnic. He did not give a hoot. He wasn't disrespectful. He was just, and I was like, thinking he might be shocked at being in prison. I kept saying, are you okay? Have you got any thoughts of suicide or stuff? And I was like, no, absolutely fine. Nothing. Have you got any previous, mental health concerns? No, absolutely nothing. No, I'm absolutely fine. Shrugging the shoulders, smiling. No, absolutely like a normal conversation with a normal person, except this man has killed 4 people and, he's the most wanted man in Britain and the most dangerous man in Britain. And it was like I was talking to my neighbour. It was so bizarre, so bizarre. So I asked him about his safety. Do you have any concerns about your safety? No. Do you have any concerns about how you might respond to other people? No. I said, have you got any concerns about anything? And he went, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about my partner and my son. And I'd already been briefed that there was sort of a bit of a risk. And I said, right, okay, so tell me a bit more about that. And he said, I believe they've gone into a safe house because the risk to them was considered really significant from this other gang. So they've gone into this safe house, and I said, well, we will do what we can to facilitate any contact. Obviously, I'll need to go through the police and maybe do it like that. But obviously, if that's your only concern, we'll try and work with you. I said, you're on this document because of our concerns about you. You don't need to be on it. You don't need to see me. And I said, however, I need to make sure, I said, I still need to see you. Because he was so high profile, in a situation normally like that, I would delegate the task to someone else. But because he was so, so serious, I had to do all his interviews. And every interview was the same.
What was the same, blasé?
Blasé. No, couldn't give a hoot. Couldn't, had no concept of what he'd done. Never talked about his offences to me. So I'm still managing him. The police are swarming through Manchester prison because not only has he been arrested, but about 8 or 9 other gang members have been arrested with him.
From his side? From
his side. So the main aim is to build this case around the bombing and the shooting of the short dad and son. Because they've got the evidence for the women, they're not bothered about that. They're not bothered, they've got that, they've nailed it. But they want the evidence for this because they want this guy to go away for, a whole natural life. So the CID were interviewing everyone that had had any contact with the gang members. What are they saying? How are they interacting? What's happening in phone calls? What's happening in mail? Because they're trying to build this case. So they came to me and they said, we believe you're his case manager. And I said, yeah, I am. And they said, can we look through your documents? So I gave them my document and they said, has he mentioned anything about anything? And I said, the only thing he has said is that, and this was the only thing he said, is that he was sorry that it was 2 women that he killed, but he wasn't sorry that it was police officers. But they were pushing for the short guys. And I said, he hasn't mentioned anything. And they were like, that's the information that we need. Can you try and... So I'm like, more pressure, And they said, if you do get any information, would you be prepared to go to court? And I'm like, wait a second. Everyone that's involved with this case is either in witness protection or, there's some sort of... These are serious gangland people. And I would potentially have to give evidence if I elicited any information from them. She said, oh, it's all right. We put police patrols outside your house and anti-petrol bomb stuff on your front door. And I'm like, oh, that's all right then.
Yeah.
Really sort of... Because when... I'll talk a little bit now about when he went to court. Armed police, snipers on the roofs, bulletproof vests, you're talking... When they're escorting down the East Lancs, which is a road near us, it's like the roads are blocked off. So that the Category A prison van, they have a police escort, they have an armed escort, it's like major. So, and they wanted little old Holly, potentially, to go and turn up in a little suit and give evidence. Fortunately, it never got that far. He didn't give me that information. But every single time I spoke to him, there was nothing. There was nothing there. His fellow gang members started to go on hunger strike. I think they were terrified. I think they were located on the Category A unit, whereas Dale was located on the segregation unit, which was a higher security. I think they all started to shit themselves a little bit. So quite a number of them ended up on the healthcare unit. So to give some sort of context to that, the healthcare unit was, again, a unit within a unit within a unit, but where you could hold Cat A prisoners, but could also hold the mentally ill Cat A prisoners. So we used to have a visiting psychiatrist from Ashworth, and I think he just wanted to play with them myself. So Dale Cregan and a number of his associates all suddenly got transferred to Ashworth Prison. Ashworth Hospital. So again, for context, Ashworth Hospital is a high security hospital for the criminally insane, and it is where offenders can go for assessment, pre-trial. So one of the things they did want to prove is that he wasn't mentally unwell. So I understand the sort of validity of sending him to make sure that he didn't get out of this charge because of mental illness. So a load of them went, some of them came back, some of them went again. So because we used to exchange with Ashworth Hospital quite a lot due to the nature of our population and how unwell they were. He came back a different man. So it's quite spooky. So he came back. Now, I am not a psychiatrist. I am only going off sort of lived experience. I'm going off my mental health training. I'm going off my psychology background. I'm going off what the other psychologists that worked with him said, who believed him to be a psychopath. So psychopaths, there's no amount of medication in the world that's going to treat a psychopath. However, and the thing is, he didn't display antisocial behaviour whilst he was in custody. So there was no fighting, no swearing, no problem with staff. So there was no reason to modify his behaviour in prison. So he goes to Ashworth Prison, he comes back. So remember, this is the guy that sat in front of me, muscles and everything, comes back about 5 stone heavier, like a zombie. They'd medicated him up to the eyeballs. Now, whether they'd given him antipsychotics, so quite a lot of mood stabilizers and antipsychotics cause weight gain. He came back an absolute zombie and about 5-6 stone heavier. It was weird. It was just weird. And I think people knew then he wasn't the person that he was. He just turned into, like I say, a zombie. So they put him on the regular Cat A unit then. And he was just left then to sort of go on through his natural court processes. The only thing that I did find quite bizarre is, and one of the things that sort of I ended up dealing with, is that his solicitors had requested, so he had his black onyx eye, which was obviously super intimidating to people, and they requested prior to his trial that he have a more realistic false eye placed in there, so that he didn't look as intimidating to the jury when he appeared in court. So there was all this to and fro between Manchester Eye Hospital, because you can't just have an eye popped in. It needs to be, fitted and coloured, and it's not like a process you can do sort of like overnight. Obviously, there was also massive security concerns about taking him to a hospital. Really vulnerable when prisoners go out to hospital. You haven't got the staff, you haven't got the doors, the gates and stuff like that. So we did knock that back in the end, and he did have to go to court with his black eye. But yeah, so from then he got his sentence. That he was found guilty of all 4 murders in the end. He never coughed to the first 2 murders. All his cronies also got significant sentences as well. They'd either aided and abetted in one murder, or helped harbour him, or given him weapons or whatever. So yeah, that was my experience with the Britain's most dangerous man at the time, who you would walk past. Had it not been for the black eye, you'd walk past the street and say hello to. You could sit on a bus next to him, and you would never ever know. You wouldn't. Just from interacting with him, and that is, I think, is what I found more chilling, because you expect someone who's capable of that level of violence to be a bit more psychotic and a bit more, in your face. It was that deadpan nothing. I was going to say nothing behind the eyes, but it was nothing behind the eye. Nothing, nothing that would give us cause for concern behaviour-wise. I found it quite sad that, and this is not from a level of sympathy for him at all, what happened to him in Ashworth Prison. I think he should be treated for what he was, which was a psychopath. He wasn't, in my opinion, never presented delusions or hallucinations, auditory, visual, whatever. Never, ever presented any symptoms that would indicate sort of psychosis. And yet he was medicated up, and it was, I think because of the notoriety of him, there were so many people wanting to work with him. There were so many people. It's like, I'm working with Dale Krieg, and I was more shitting myself, to be honest with you. I was like, I was less bothered about the notoriety. I was more bothered about, will I have to go to court? I just wanted to do my job, keep him alive, and then let it go, kind of thing. But the pressure was immense, personally. But like I say, there were other people that definitely enjoyed the sort of notoriety, like I say, of working with him. It wasn't like that for me. It was like, shit, I don't want to lose my job, and I don't want to go to court or have my house petrol bombed. That was the sort of the baseline.
So what happened to him after court?
So he got I believe he got a whole life sentence, and he has disappeared into the ether of the Category A estate. Yeah. So
when you released him into the Cat A general population, how did the other prisoners interact with him?
We thought this would be a real issue, because we thought there's going to be some
rivals and stuff.
Yeah, potential rivals. There's also going to be some that, because the word was, because what we were doing is when he came into prison, we were then monitoring the intelligence on the Category A wing, because obviously we were listening for any rumbles, any rumours of anything that was going to happen to him. And there were a couple of rumbles about they weren't happy that no one liked the police, but they weren't happy it was women. So there was a couple of rumbles of that. There was a couple of rumbles of, yes, this could be a bit of this could cause some sort of gang problems on the unit. But he was on the healthcare for a short time as well. But once he went into what we call the general population for the Category A's, there weren't any issues. There was always like little bits of intelligence say, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this person's going to get stabbed or that. But it never did come to fruition. There was never any incident. So yeah, it was this just a really bizarre time, really, really pressured, really high stress, and was just glad really that, everyone did a brilliant job and I know the staff that were escorting them to court on a daily basis were terrified. They had armed police there. So you have armed police, and they put bulletproof vests on the staff, but the staff haven't got any means of protecting themselves. It's kind of like, I don't know how I'd feel about it. I'd feel really vulnerable in that position. So I know that sort of that affected the staff as well quite a lot. But I was just relieved when the whole thing was over, and like I say, just a very surreal experience dealing with, going from one day seeing this guy all over the news to the next day meeting him in person.
Is it the case that, like earlier on you said the CID were all over everybody trying to get information?
Yeah.
Would they ever put like an undercover person as a prisoner to talk to him, or employ prisoners to talk to him to try and get information?
No, not in a case like that, again, because I think that the risk of it spoiling the conviction would be too great. I think particularly prisoner evidence is, and also what you have to remember when they're at that level of security, a snitch or someone working for the police would they'd be dead. They wouldn't survive. So, and I don't think many people wanted to help. When you're at that sort of level, you don't want to help the police. In terms of undercover, it has happened previously, years ago, where undercover officer has been implanted. But again, what you're talking is Manchester, small city, everyone knows each other. A lot of the Category A prisoners are in single cells. not as much opportunity to sort of interact with each other. And I think the risk would just be, they'd get sniffed out a mile away, and the risk to them would be too great. I guess I have heard of it happen in America, for example, but I think there's more, there's more of a population to pick from. But like I say, Manchester, everyone knows everyone.
So have you dealt with any other high-profile cases?
Yeah, so I think straight off the back of Dale Cregan was probably like the most harrowing case I've ever dealt with, and it's one, even to this day, and I know this is going to sound probably a bit sick or twisted, is, I watch the documentary. He's quite often in documentaries. There have been a lot of documentaries about him, and I watch them, and I don't watch, and it's almost like scratching a wound. It's like, it's something that will never leave me, and it's something that I can't let go. So there was a guy called Mark Bridger, high profile, well, he was a high profile prisoner. So the background with Mark is that he was living in Wales, living in a small town. I've been there myself, called Machynlleth, lovely part of Wales.
Sorry,
Machynlleth. Yeah. Really beautiful part of Wales. And there was, he was known in the area, never known as offences against children. He had 6 children himself by different women that lived in the village. He'd had girlfriends, no history of offending, none. Okay, so this guy's under the radar. So this one evening, there's a little girl called April Jones who's playing on an estate. So their family live on an estate, and there's a green, and she's playing there with her friends. And April has cerebral palsy, so she struggles to walk, but she can ride a bike. So her bike is like a lifeline. Her bike is how she's going to get everywhere. I think it comes to about 7 o'clock. I mean, she's 5 years old. It comes to about 7 o'clock, and her mum goes to look for her, doesn't find her. Finds a bike, doesn't find her. So they know something's wrong straight away, because this kid goes around on this bike all the time. And there is a child witness who's 7 years old, who later on the defence tried to discredit. But this child witness was fantastic. And this child witness said, no, April's gone off in a car with a man. So they knew straight away that it was an abduction. Knew, 100% abduction. So then launches one of the biggest searches for a missing person. I think it's the biggest one that Wales has ever seen. It might even be one of the biggest ones in the UK. Sort of like, I think most forces within the south, the south and the Midlands, were deployed to help, and they literally had thousands of people out there searching. So again, for people who don't know what Wales like, Wales is very rugged. It's mountainous, it's forests, it's rivers, it's lakes, it's quite rough terrain, and it was, the weather wasn't great at the time, so it had been heavy rain, so it's making searching difficult. So they are searching everywhere for this little girl, and she's nowhere to be found. Absolutely. And this is going on for days and days, and they know, don't they, that if you haven't, as time goes on, the likelihood of you finding a child goes down. So this child witness, this star, this one that saved the day, she said she saw April get into the driver's side of a 4x4 vehicle. So in England, we drive on the right. So to get into the driver's side as a passenger would be really unusual. So the police had this to work on, so they thought, right, maybe it's a left-hand drive. So they got a description of the vehicle, and they obviously knew that it was a left-hand drive. And a certain gentleman, Mark Bridger, had taken his 4x4 left-hand drive vehicle into a workshop to have some work done. And it escalated from there. So eventually he gets arrested. And these are why...
What was the evidence?
the car
left
thing.
on drive.
So they had enough that was enough to bring him in to question him. Now, he did know April. Some of his kids were at the same school as April, so he was not unknown to her. One of the issues is that I've talked about previously is that previous offences obviously quite often dictate current offences. So a background check's done on this guy. Nothing. So it's bizarre, it was just bizarre. So he adamantly denies everything. This is to the police. Adamantly. And then stuff happened with the police and evidence which wasn't released to the public so that it wouldn't jeopardise the conviction. He ends up in prison. So he comes to us. But he's coming on to our healthcare because he's classed as vulnerable, because he's already stated he feels suicidal, he feels like he's at risk of self-harm. He's definitely at risk from other prisoners, but not likely a risk to other people. So he ticks all the boxes for me to manage him. So once again, I got called into the big boss's office. And this time I was told, because he was really considered high risk of suicide, they said, if he kills himself, you're going to lose your job. That was literally the line that was given to me. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the hell? And I was really concerned because he was, like I say, a risk from other people because of what he was being suspected of. And at the time, he wasn't suspected of murder, he was suspected of kidnapping. But the story will progress. So he comes into prison, and who does he meet? The first person that he meets is me. Obviously, the welcoming party for the sad, the mad and the bad. So I bring him into the healthcare office. You see, people weren't as interested in him because he was only a missing girl. They weren't as interested. So it was me and a couple of staff. And I'll probably get horrible comments for this, but I've got to state it as it is. What a charming, good-looking, intelligent, articulate, lovely person you would meet. So I'm going through all my questions with him, and he looks genuinely distraught. Genuinely. So that was the first meeting. So because he was so high profile, so high risk, I met with him every day, every single day. So every single day, there'd be tears, he'd be crying, and he kind of was starting to pull on our heartstrings a little bit. And I remember one day he went out and we had a conversation. This was early on, and we had a conversation, and someone said, one of the psychiatric nurses said, I'm not sure if he's guilty, And I said, do you know what? I'm not sure if he's guilty. He comes across as so... And I thought I'd seen it all, done it all, worn the T-shirt. No one pulled the wool over my eyes. But he was so convincing, so emotional, so passionate, so, I wish I could help the police. I wish there was something I could tell them, or, some way, and we were kind of like, oh God, maybe that because he didn't have any prior offences, maybe
They've got the wrong man.
And then the days went on, and we started to open our eyes a little bit to the crocodile tears. Well, he did a classic Amber Heard. He was the classic. The face was screwed up. The pleading, the wringing of the hands, all the rest of it. Not one fucking tear dropped out of his eye. Not one.
Wow.
Excuse my language, swearing. I swear a bit. But not one tear dropped from his eye. And we started to see through the bullshit.
Because was he crying at first?
Well, now I look back on it, no. We were just falling for the face ring and he'd get red eyes and all the rest of it, and we'd always be handing him tissues, so I just didn't see through it. And then, like I say, the more time we spent with him, but he used to tell us these fantastical stories, or not fantastical stories, but like stuff that we thought was a bit of a Walter Mitty. We thought he spoke out of his arse and told lies, But we used to check with the police and they'd go, no, he did used to be a butcher, which we worried about. No, he did used to be a fireman. He did used to be a lifeguard. He is an expert wood chopper or a wood carver. Yes, he has travelled all around the world. So all the stories that he was telling us, because we just think he's full of shit. But it was all that side was true. So then it started to concern me because I said, oh, you've travelled, have you? Because I was thinking, I can't marry up someone who's never committed an offence to someone who goes straight to kidnapping and potentially murdering a child. It just doesn't happen.
There's usually a middle ground before.
There's an escalation. There's
Yeah.
always an escalation. It just doesn't happen. So we started to question him a little bit. And my personal opinion is based on what he told me, that he had travelled to countries like India, Vietnam places, Thailand places like that. And I do believe that he'd abused children, as did other members of the team, that he'd abused children in those countries, which is why he'd never been convicted of that sort of, he'd done it out of the spotlight of the UK, so to speak. So the story progresses where he now comes up, he's thinking, shit, they're going to find some evidence. They're going to find some evidence. So he now comes up with this bullshit story that he was pissed. He'd had lots of alcohol. He knocked April over on her bike, thought he'd killed her or had killed her, put her into his car, and then he was so blind drunk that he drove off into the mountains and he doesn't remember a single thing about it. He might have started a fire. That's what he said. So his defence was, he'd killed her under the influence of alcohol. She was unconscious in his car. He's then obviously must have, but doesn't remember, disposing of her body. Can't tell the police. So obviously, as with Dale Cregan, we're in contact with the police. The police said, and one of the sort of things was, try and find the location of her body. Try and find, get some closure, justice for the family. Try and find the location of the body. So even though we didn't believe him, we had to go along with this bullshit story that he had accidentally killed her, even though there was no evidence of the pink bike on the front of the car. Her bike had been found with no damage to it. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. So we're going along with this bullshit story, and it started to wear a little bit thin when he'd come in the morning and say, April's come to me in a dream.
Oh no.
And I'm sat there and I'm like, I want to I literally want to hold a knife to your throat and get you to tell me where that child's body is and tell us what you really did. I keep dreaming about her. She's reaching out to me. She's trying to tell me where she is. And like, we sat around, because by this time we've worked him out. You're a psychopath, mate. You're charming, but you're superficial. You glib. You're all these things that we didn't see for the first few weeks. And it was horrible, because you're there and because he's still giving it, I still feel like I'm going to kill myself, and I can't stand the fact that I can't remember, and I'm trying to remember, and I'm just like, I can't bear this. I cannot bear it, because it was painful, because I had a son and he was young, and all I'm thinking about is that family. All I'm thinking about is there's this creature sat in front of me who knows the truth, who's full-blown psychopath, who knows the truth, that is not telling us, still at risk of suicide. So I'm like, right, we had an agreement with his solicitors, so this was quite unheard of, so this was quite radical on sort of our part. So me and my team did this, and bearing in mind I had a small team working with me, because you couldn't have like large amounts of information being disseminated between, people can't keep their mouths shut, and when you're dealing with something that's in the court process, it has to be kept locked down, so to speak. So I had a small team, and we made an agreement with his solicitors that any evidence that came out that the police were going to challenge him with, they would tell us first, because that would escalate his risk. So when he met with his solicitor, and say his solicitor said, yeah, we found a body in your DNA all over it, his risk of suicide is going to shoot up, isn't it? So we had an agreement that before they told him anything, they would tell us everything, so that we could manage the risk when he came back. So we were prepared. So even if that meant putting him in like a cell with a perspex door on it, whether he needed extra staff to watch him 24 hours a day, whatever we needed to do to keep him alive. Because you can imagine if you're confronted with evidence that's going to put you away for life, you're going to think, well, what's the point in living? So there were two incidents very, very specifically, and it's so weird that it may not sound like it, I've got a great memory for things in the prison service, but everything else is dire. But I remember the date, I remember the day, I remember where I was. And when I was managing my team, on the rare days off that I had, I always said to them, so they would sort of oversee him in my absence, but generally it'd be me that saw him every single day, but they would oversee him in my absence. They had my mobile phone number, because I said, if you need advice, if you need me to sign something off, if you need anything, call me. No matter what time, no matter, if it's in the middle of the night, there's my number, call me. So I was in Debenhams with my mum, Christmas shopping, and I take a phone call, and it's an officer I work with, very, very, very good friend of mine, very fantastic officer. A bit an empath, compassion, just really fantastic at a job, fantastic at looking after me as well during this time. And she said, I've got something to tell you. So I'm in the queue at bloody Debenhams with all my Christmas shopping. And my mum's like, what? And my mum's a gossip bag, right? I can't tell my mum anything because it'll be on Facebook before you know it. So, she was always quizzing me. And I'm like, Mum, these are high risk category A prisoners. Can't tell you anything. Don't ask. So I said, I'll just take this call, Mum. So I just stepped out the line. And she said, they've found bones in his house.
Oh.
And my heart just sank. It absolutely. And I felt just even thinking about it now, I feel physically sick. So I feel physically sick at this point because I'm like, I've been listening to this guy's bullshit for months, and they found bones in his house. But it gets worse. So further evidence that came to light: blood spatter, child pornography on his computer. The worst one, the one that I will never, ever, ever, ever forget, he alleged that she was unconscious when he got her in the car. On the inside of the passenger window that she was in were little handprints, which tells me she was conscious, she was trying to get out. And we believe, this is now what we believe, I mean, some of the pornography that they found on his computer was sort of bad, torture, child stuff. We believe that due to the blood evidence and everything, that she was murdered in the house. The bones were not sufficient to, we knew that they were human bones, that the evidence didn't quite get there to say that they were her bones. It was sort of, I don't know how the sort of forensics of it work, but it was enough to put in evidence, but not enough to say it was her, if that makes sense.
Where were the bones found? In
like a fire pit, like a log burner. And there was blood in the bathroom, so they think that she was killed, obviously dismembered, and then bones been taken away. Because I know for a long time they were searching the rivers, because there'd been so much rain recently, overflowing of rivers. They'd searched like tributaries, like going into the sea and stuff like that. And it looks like she never left the house, that he took her home and never left the house. The fact is there wasn't a body to bury. I do believe the family took those few ashes, the tiny like bone fragment remains that they had, and did a burial with that. But for me, he was just a monster.
Once the evidence was found, then how could he continue his charade? Did he change completely, or did he continue his?
He continued his charade.
Did he?
Wow.
This is what they do. Like these compulsive liars, narcissists, psychopaths. They either don't care that they're completely lying to you, or they believe their own lies. They tell themselves a narrative because that's more tolerable
For their mental state.
For their mental state. But oh god, yeah, he was vile. He was just, and like say to then, say to us, she's come to me in a dream trying to tell me where she is. Fuck off. There's a cell. Go away. Don't ever step foot out of it. And do you know what? The sad thing is, and I'm going to talk about the impact on staff now, because the sad thing is, if you work in a clinical setting, if you are a psychiatric nurse, if you are a mental health worker, if you are a psychologist, you get something called supervision. So it's what we would class as counselling, really. So if you're dealing with a really complex, difficult, heart-wrenching, mentally draining case, like Mark Bridger, you would be then given all this support to deal with that. So you then go and speak to someone above you who will say, that you can bounce off basically and just say, this is how I'm feeling. As a prison officer, as a governor, even though we worked with this man on a daily basis, we got nothing. We didn't even have a debrief.
I was going to ask how you felt when you went home at night.
Horrible.
Seeing your child.
Horrible. Just awful. I feel sick now talking about it. We sat in the office. I can't remember if there were guys working in the office at the time. Not that it matters, because the guys that did work for me were equally as upset, but not willing to show their emotions, I guess, as much as we were. I mean, we sat and I was a governor, sat with prison officers, and we're crying and hugging each other, because that's all we had. We only had each other. At no point did senior management sit down with me and say, how are you doing? It was like, this is your job to do, you get on, you do it. But the emotional, physical toll, the draining, the being on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to keep this bastard alive, to get him to court. And then he literally went to court one day and he never came back.
Do you know where he went?
I don't know which. I think he might have gone to Wakefield.
Munster Mansion.
Yeah. And it was just like, you've gone from this daily contact, everything, you're in each other's faces, you're in this emotional maelstrom, and then you are just cut adrift. No support, no psychological support, no nothing, no, just each other basically to talk about and to talk with. And like I say, fortunately, I worked with an amazing team. We were all really, it wasn't like I'm the governor and they're the staff. We worked together as a unit. It wasn't like I wasn't afraid to cry in front of them. They would cry in front of me. And that's who we got the support from. And we still talked about it, years after, it's still a case that resonates with those of us that worked with him. Just heartbreaking, just absolutely. And like I say, even now, and like I say, I watch the documentaries, and I watched one recently, and it shows his police interviews, and it just brought it all back, because he was just, I'm like, that's the man I met, that's the man I first met, that's this monster. And I can't express, I know I've said to you sometimes you can't rationalise the person with the behaviour. He truly was one person where you could not put the two together. He had raped, tortured, murdered, dismembered, disposed of this young child.
How did they know the rape was involved?
It's an assumption because of all the pornography that was found.
Okay.
It's very unusual for someone to kidnap and just murder a child. There is 9 times out of 10 that sexual element, and because of the nature of the pornography that was found, it was assumed. So it was a logical conclusion to make that he'd committed that offence. And sat in front of you, and to me he's the worst. I know I've called a lot of them the worst of the worst, but the fact that they never found the body, the fact that they never got the closure, the fact that he denied it, the fact, all the evidence that came out.
I'm just really feeling for the parents involved in, like, burying fragments of your child.
I mean, I wouldn't even say fact, they were so insignificant, it wasn't enough for DNA. But they knew it was like human. think that the word was human in origin. That's all they could say.
Did the prisoners ever try and attack him?
He was kept locked down. Believe me, was not allowed anywhere near any other prisoners. Just the risk to him was too great. Risk to him was just too great.
And he's never getting out in natural life, is he?
Never getting out. And he doesn't deserve to get out. I mean,
No. I'm
not a death penalty. I mean, the death penalty is a whole different argument, probably for another podcast. But in cases like that where it's irrefutable, the evidence is absolutely irrefutable. Why are we keeping that man alive?
The monster.
Did anyone get any time off after that?
No.
No?
Time off work? Are you mad? Really?
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
No.
Yeah.
Earlier on, you said there was 2 slashings that we were going to get to.
Yeah, so I
Oh,
talked about the staff one.
Yeah.
Oh God, this poor guy, and I do feel for him because it was my. So this guy gets slashed one night, and it was on a night where it was quite choppy. There was quite a few bits and bats going on. So of an evening time, we called it evening duty. You would not have as many staff on duty, and you would certainly not have as many healthcare staff on duty. So you might only have like 2 or 3 nurses, but the nurses were very busy handing out medications. So bearing in mind we're all trained in first aid, thank God. So this poor guy gets slashed, and he has multiple slashes. And I
When
mean,
you say a poor guy, who is this and how's it come about?
prisoner, just petty argument on the wing, nothing, no big beef, no big issue, just it's the kind of shit they did to each other for, he nicked my tobacco, or a drug debt, or, something. So they slashed this guy, and he was fair enough, he'd been slashed, but he was being really dramatic. I mean, I am prone to a bit of drama, and I love a bit of drama, but not when I'm trying to deal with someone. It's like, calm the fuck down, let's get this sorted. So his slashing was so bad. For starters, we couldn't get a nurse to attend to him. So his skull had been slashed, his face had been slashed. It was gross. And I've said before, I don't like blood, don't like the smell of blood, don't like anything to do with blood, but if I have to, I'll deal with it. So we didn't have any nurses available, but we were like, I think we had already deemed that he'd have to go to hospital. There was no way, because he'd been assaulted so badly, there's no way that anyone in the prison could patch him up with a bit of glue and a few staples or something. So the decision was made. But in the meantime, he's pissing blood everywhere. So it's like, but it wasn't enough to call an ambulance. So we were going to have to put him in the back of a taxi with a couple of staff. So, because we sometimes used to ring, like, for an ambulance, they say, I'll be there in, like, an hour. It's Manchester City Centre. It's like...
Sorry, but a taxi?
Yeah.
What taxi driver's going to pick one up?
Oh, well, you see, that's why I patched him up, you see. This is what you So this is the thing. So we're not going to call an ambulance. It's Manchester City Centre. Getting an ambulance is like finding rocking horse shit. It's like, you could be waiting for 2 hours. Someone could be having a heart attack and you'd be waiting for 2 hours for an ambulance. So, and he was bleeding quite badly, and we knew he needed to go out, like his face hanging off and his head hanging off and everything. So it was like, so we got him down to the reception area, which is where you discharge prisoners, and the staff were like, I ain't going with him like that. And I'm like, to be fair, I agree with you. We need to do something. No nurse around, no nothing. And like, everyone's like, who knows first aid? And I was like, oh, no one wanted to touch him. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'll do it. So I strapped on some, God knows what I was doing. And I unwound these bandages, and I can't describe what his head looked like after I'd finished with him.
Do you look like Mr. Bump?
Yeah, so basically, I had to get his head, because I had to stop the bleeding somehow, and clean him up enough to get in the back of the taxi to get to hospital to get it all done. But these bandages, I just kept going and going and going. And he was even swearing at me. He was going, what the bloody hell are you doing to me? And I'm like, shut up, I'm sorting you out. I'm definitely not a nurse. And I just remember, but the blood kept seeping through, so I'd just keep going and going and going and round. And it's like this huge turban of bandage with just like a little eye poking out. And he's like, I covered his whole face. Like he had like eye patch and this, that. It was and the staff were just like, you're absolutely off your head. And I was like, he's done the job though, hasn't he? He's not bleeding everywhere. And I'm like, where's the nurse when you need, where's the nurse? Because they might have done a better job and patched him back. I didn't know what else to do except strap a bandage on him so tightly that, his head would fall off. And then, and then he was moaning, saying, I look a right bloody tit now. I'm not going out dressed like, I'm not going out like that. So then the staff start arguing. They're saying, well, you don't have to go out at all if you don't want. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake. And I was like, I'm not unwinding that bandage. You staff are taking him out. You shut up. I don't care you look like a tit. I'm saving your face and your head now. Get out. But it's funny that no one would touch. And I'm there like, right. We're just winding for about 10 minutes. And it was just this huge thing of soggy, bloody bandages. And he did look a knob, to be honest with you. But yeah, we got him out and we got him sorted. But yeah, I'm not renowned for my nursing skills, let's say. And he did have a go at me when he got back.
Did he?
Yeah, he was pissed off I'd sent him out looking like a tit.
What did he say?
He said, you bloody made me look an idiot, didn't you? And I'm like, I saved your face, didn't I? Might not have looked pretty, but I saved your face. But yeah.
So how many years were you at Manchester?
I did 4 years at Manchester.
Did you bump into Neil Sandworth at Manchester?
I always bumped into Neil Sandworth.
What?
Yes, of course I did. So I met Neil. He was a healthcare officer. First of all, he was on K-Wing. And then he was a healthcare officer. And because of the nature of the prisoners that I specifically dealt with, a lot of them were located on healthcare. And we spent Sam can chat, I can chat, you can imagine, can't you? So quite often I'd just go on there to do some management checks for like 5 minutes, and 2 hours later me and Sam were still there chewing the fat and talking about putting the world to rights and stuff like that. But yeah, worked with Sam, always had a good connection with him, always had a good bond, always knew that he was a good member of staff coming from a good place with good morals, and had that empathy for people with mental health, which is what you needed.
Yeah, if the viewers want to watch his stories from that mental health unit, which are off the scale, he was one of the first prison officers we interviewed. So just go back and look at the Neil Sandworth podcast.
He's also got his own YouTube channel.
And he's got his own channel now as well.
It's called Real Porridge. So yeah, but yeah, so me and Sam often dealt with incidents. So major incidents, governors were called to the scene to deal with. So you knew that if it was the SEG or the healthcare, I've got a story for you for that. Oh, this is a good one. So quite often prisoners, and Neil was involved in this one as well. Me and Sam quite often dealt with incidents together. He'd be the first and then I'd be sort of managerial and making the decisions. But quite often I'd be on scene of the incident to make sure that everything was done above and board and to protocol, etc. So quite often, the problem with mental health prisoners is, as I've said previously, we couldn't medicate them. Never. You can't, in a prison, you cannot forcibly medicate them. Once they are sectioned under the Mental Health Act, then they can be medicated, but not whilst in prison. So you've got people with really chronic sort of self-injurious behaviour, self-harm, mental health, that are pretty unmanageable. So we had this one guy, and he had come back from Ashworth. He'd been deemed untreatable by Ashworth. Great, send him back to us. So this high security hospital basically were refusing to treat this guy, and they sent him back to us, and his behaviour was just way too disruptive for the healthcare. So if you think about the healthcare, you have got people there that are disruptive and mentally ill, but people that are genuinely mentally ill that need caring for. You also had people with disabilities, with physical health conditions, so it was quite a mixed bag. So you couldn't really have someone on there that was displaying antisocial behaviour, like a dirty protest, for example, stuff like that. So he was disrupting the regime, consistently self-harming, like consistently. And when I talk self-harm, I'm not just meaning a little cut here and there. We are talking like bleed out self-harm. So slicing arms open, bleeding out. And I've dealt with a couple of these sort of in my service, and they're scary. But he was a fighter as well. So he would assault staff. So not only is he trying to kill himself, or I don't think he was. I think he was doing it to massively disrupt and cause us as many problems as possible. So he would cut and then fight with staff. So that is just like the worst of, it's just horrendous. We're not allowed to know whether these people have got blood-borne diseases because of health confidentiality. Yeah.
Is that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he had HIV, for example, or hepatitis C,
You're not informed at all.
we're not allowed to know.
I think in America they know.
Yeah. No, we're not allowed to know. Sometimes we might have a nurse on the sly who wouldn't say exactly what, but would just say,
Watch out.
take extra care with this one, and then we'd know. So, but the worst thing is, I mean, as a governor, obviously I didn't actually physically fight with them or have to fight with them anymore, but you're responsible for sending staff in to fight with them. So you're responsible for the staff, as well as the prisoner. This guy would, and as I said, seriously self-harm, not just nicks. We're talking pints of blood and fight with staff. So there's the double risk. There's the risk to life. So we're always taught in the prison service that risk to life trumps everything. So you have to preserve life. But in order to do that, to treat him, he would have to be restrained. And you have to think of the safety of the staff. I mean, we don't know if he's got weapons that he can self-harm, he therefore has weapons that he could slash staff potentially. So we're in a real quandary. So he hadn't self-harmed at this point, but he had done in a minor way for him, but we took the decision that his behaviour was just too disruptive to the unit. No one was getting a regime. People weren't being looked after. Basic needs weren't being cared for. Even though he was displaying elements of mental health, we made the decision that he was going to have to go down the segregation unit, which was a mountain of paperwork and policy and protocol. But we took that decision, and I was on duty that day. So I was duty governor, but there was a senior governor over me also in the prison that day. So we took the decision that we were going to take him down the segregation unit. So as I said, he had self-harmed, but not to the extent. And at that point, we didn't know how he was self-harming. So if they have razor blades, sometimes it can be in their mouths, it can be hidden in other orifices, and etc., etc. So he was taken to the segregation unit and taken into what we call a special cell. So a special cell is a place, so when a prisoner's been exceptionally violent and you need to de-escalate the behaviour, you put them into basically a concrete room that's got nothing in it. It's not got a sink, it's not got a mattress, it's got nothing. And it's just got a steel door like that thick, with like a tiny little hatch. And that's basically where they go to decompress, but it's somewhere safe that's not got anything that they can smash or. So we restrain this guy, take him down the segregation unit, and Sam was on duty with us this day. I've got a doctor there, I've got mental health nurses there, I've got a full team because I know that this is going to be problematic. He gets onto the segregation unit and seriously self-harms. So he's fought with staff all the way, fought, gets onto the segregation unit, and we're talking arteries. Arteries have gone. So we have blood literally everywhere. And he's bleeding out. And I haven't got staff with him, but he's bleeding out in this special cell. I'm like, right, what do I do? I'm not a doctor. I don't know how long this guy's got, but he's violent to staff. The risk to staff was significant. So when you have a prisoner who's exceptionally violent, who you can't handcuff, we have something called a body belt. So a body belt is so the permission levels that you need to apply, because it's considered pretty much inhumane. So a body belt is a big leather strap that goes around the waist, and it's got 2 leather handcuffs there on either side. So big leather handcuffs, big leather belt. Sounds a bit S&M, but it's not very pleasant. I have been in one, because when you're in training, everyone gets to try one on, and it's horrible. You can't move. The restriction is horrendous. So staff were pushing for him to be in a body belt. I also agreed that I thought he was that violent, that much of a risk to staff, and we had to treat him somehow. So the only way to get him to hospital was to put him in a body belt. So in the meantime, so these decisions, conversations going on, I'm in charge of the prison, it's on my head.
And he's still bleeding.
And he's still bleeding. So I'm trying to make these conversations snappy, I'm trying to sort of respond, and in the meantime I'm thinking, oh God. So I just think, right, I'm going to go consult with the doctor, because this is a body belt, it's a mechanical restraint, and he went, you can't put it on, he'll bleed out in seconds. And I'm like, what? He said, if you put someone into a pressured position and restrain them, their blood pressure is going to increase so significantly that it will literally push all the blood out of his system immediately. So I'm there, and I'm like, this is way above my cognitive ability. This is way above my risk assessing abilities. So I thought, I need help here, and there's nothing wrong with asking for help. And if you think there's someone more senior there who might have a bit more experience, of course you're going to go to them. So I called him down. Literally, he's bleeding. This guy's bleeding out. So I called him down and said, I really need you here as soon as possible. I said, I need to bounce some ideas off you. I need to speak to you. I need to, I'm happy to put my name. It was always who puts their name on the paperwork, because whoever puts their name on the paperwork is the one to blame. So I said, I'm happy to put my name on the paperwork. I'm happy to sign everything. I just need some advice. I just need some. So this guy came down, and I said, what do I do? And the doctor's there going, look, this is the case. You apply that, bleed out in seconds, not minutes. You leave him there, he's going to bleed out, but it's going to take a bit longer. You put staff in, he's going to attack staff, and staff are going to get covered in blood. So you have literally got, literally no options. So I'm like, I can't let him die. I can't put a body belt on him. So the only thing I can think of is to let him get an ambulance there, let him pass out, and then get him on the ambulance, because once you're unconscious, you can't give consent, but we can treat you.
Can you inject him with something to make him pass out?
No, you can do. You can, yeah. They've got something called
like a kosh.
No, yeah, but we call it Rapid-Trank. So there is, but you have to have Home Office approval to give them Rapid-Trank. So there's no time for that. Absolutely no time for anything like that. So this guy came down, and I said, I need your help. I'm really struck. I'm thinking this is my only option. Let him pass out. The ambulance crews are here. They're ready to get in. Whilst he's passed out, we can, put the restraints on, because he had to have some form of restraints. And he turned to me and he said, well, it's your duty, Governor. It's your decision. And just turned around and walked off. And I'm like, oh my God, I never ask for help. Never. And I'm thinking, and it was kind of like, it was almost like, he's going to die. I don't want anything to do with this. So we got to the point where he was so weak. We had an ambulance there, so we had paramedics there. So we got them in. Instead of sending him out to hospital, we got the paramedics there on standby. And we waited till he was so weak that they were able to go in, literally patch up as much as we could, put him in a position where he wasn't bleeding out, restrain him, send staff, send him out to hospital. So it was fine. But I tell you, for about a period, about 6 or 7 minutes, that was probably the most pressured, critical time. And I'm trying to very rapidly run through these 3 options. I've got some staff that are saying, I'm not going near him, and I get it. If someone's covered in blood and you think they're going to attack you, there's no amount of money in the world that would make me want to go in there. And I'm just thinking, what do I... But fortunately, the staff always came through at Manchester. There were people that knew him, people like Neil Samworth, should I say, you know, that would speak to him and try and bring him around. And we managed to get him out and we got him treated. And then he came back and the behaviour continued and eventually went back to Ashworth Hospital, which was good because we got to the point where we just said, we can't deal with this behaviour anymore. And he eventually did go back to hospital after much charming on my behalf of the psychiatrist and, you know, and other people pulling strings, the mental health teams, the healthcare teams, you know, everyone pulling strings to say this behaviour is just unmanageable. It's the closest I've come to sort of thinking that I'm going to lose someone actually on the spot. And he, you know, fair play to the staff for being there. You know, they were with me, they were supporting me. Not so much fair play to the guy who came in and walked away and said I want nothing to do with it. But yeah, you know, when you say to people you're talking life and death decisions and it's your name on the paperwork, you are literally talking life and death decisions. And you're thinking, you know, and it's not just the life of the staff, life of the prisoner, you know, and everything that sort of comes with that. So yeah, it was an exhausting day, and I think that was quite early on in the day. I think I still had about another 10-12 hours after that to do. Yeah.
So were you familiar with like the stories that Sam was told and are in his book about the mental health things, those extreme stories?
Yeah, pretty horrendous. I mean, the sound of a man throwing himself off a bed and the sound of his skull hitting the wall and hitting the floor is pretty horrific. I know that.
Have you heard that yourself then?
I heard it once.
Oh.
The staff used to have to hear it a lot. We had another guy who had come back from Ashworth. He was an illegal immigrant and again was trying to prevent being deported. And he came back and his thing, this is really bizarre, so you're going to find this weird. He had like a bit of an open wound in his left arm. So his self-harming behaviour had stopped at Ashworth because they were allowed to cut his fingernails under restraints. We weren't allowed to cut anyone's fingernails. So what he did, he grew like a long point on his forefinger. And what he used to do is he used to go into this hole in his arm and rip open a vein or an artery. Because this one bloody finger... And I used to say, can we just not go in and cut it off? Nope. So he used to fight with staff as well. Next thing, he'd do that, and then he'd be hitting his head against the wall. You'd go into the cell, he'd leap off the side and try and jump on you. And I think eventually we put him in a body belt, but we also put a protective helmet on them as well, because quite a lot, head banging was quite common with a lot of them. So we put a protective helmet on him as well. But yeah, there was a guy that...
There's no common sense or anything with the fingernail.
Honestly, I would have done it myself and paid the price, you know, but it would have been classed as an assault.
Oh, wow.
And I'm thinking, as much as I wanted to do it, I'm thinking I'm not going to lose my job just to cut a guy's fingernail. Oh. But, you know, one guy, you know, killed himself by drinking too much water.
What?
Intentionally.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
I mean, no, he was so ill. He was so ill. I mean, I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know you could do that.
I've heard of it at raves where people have been doing ecstasy and they've drank too much water and died.
Right, I hadn't heard of that. But yeah, he was so ill, really ill, and he was Polish as well. So we couldn't really communicate with him, and he couldn't communicate with us, despite having translators and translation facilities. I mean, deciphering mental health with people who speak English can be hard enough when they're that delusional or thought disordered. But yeah, that was really sad, and this was again daily.
What about prisoners burning themselves or setting fires
to themselves?
Yeah, that was quite. I mean, I experienced that in the female estate, and
that was earlier on, was it?
Yeah, and in the male estate, fires are the scary thing to me. They're the ones that you can't control. They're the ones that are going to be a high risk to life, escalate very quickly, risk to other people's lives, definite risk to staff lives. But yeah, bin fires were very, very common, setting fire to their bedding, things like that. Again, knowing that, I mean, we had what's called inundation points. So you have a sort of a hole in the cell door that's got a key, so you can take it out and you can put a hose in. But as long as you get there in time and you can get the hose out and unwind it and get there. We also had like smoke hoods that staff were trained in, so they could go in and retrieve bodies or whatever. It's quite unrare for prisoners to die in a fire. I do think it sort of, to my knowledge, in the last 5 years there has been one. So it's not common that they die, but it is common that they do it. Like I say, bin fire, metal bin, loads of paper, set fire to the bedding.
Is it purely for attention?
Yeah, boredom, attention, just causing general havoc, chaos, potentially cause damage to themselves, damage to staff. It's not a way I would choose to go, but yeah, it's scary because, like I say, it's the thought that it can spread. And to say we did do like evacuation drills and things like that, but to say we weren't very good at evacuation drills. As if you can imagine, like, if you were talking someone like the healthcare, for example, you've got prisoners that can't be unlocked with other prisoners. You've got prisoners that require 3 or 4 members of staff to unlock them. Can you imagine trying to evacuate 20 prisoners onto an exercise yard to avoid a fire, that all want to kill each other, that have all committed heinous offences that other people don't like, that have all got self-harm or violence against staff? So yeah, fires in the healthcare were not a good thing.
No.
Well, we're almost at 3 hours, Holly. Do you want to tell the viewers where we're going to go in part 3?
So we're nearly at my end of time at Manchester. So I went back to Liverpool. Then I took a job in headquarters, and then I finished my service at Hindley Prison. So
You've got a way to go.
And you have a new nemesis in the Liverpool prison.
yes.
If you've missed part 1, stay tuned. We're going to add it onto this so you can continue to watch it right after this. All of Holly's links will be in the description box below this video. Jen's links will as well. Huge thank you for staying with us on this one. It has been harrowing. The level of detail, the storytelling ability, it's just, I mean, Holly is just always on fire. She's just a naturally brilliant storyteller. And if you've got questions for Holly, we will be putting those at the end of part 3. So please put in the comments your questions for Holly, and we will put them to her and answer them in part 3. And Holly did join the premiere of part 1. Was that fun?
Yes, the live chat. No, it was really good to engage with people, and I managed to stay to the end.
Yes.
Even though listening to my own voice for 3.5 hours was quite a challenge. I was like, how have people stayed with this? But thank you to everybody who watched that. And no, I really enjoyed the live chat, and I look forward to the next one.
Oh, brilliant, Holly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Wow.